July 2021 and July 2022, prices of goods and services have gone up by 31.7%. This indicates a 1.9 percentage point difference between the rate that was recorded in June 2022, which stood at 29.8, relative to the 31.7 that has been recorded for the month of July 2022. On a month-on-month basis, specifically between June 2022 and July 2022, prices of goods and services went up by 3.1%. Over this period, we recorded an index of 173.0 for the month of July 2022 relative to 167.7 for the month of June 2022. So on a month-on-month basis, we see a 0.1 percentage point difference between the rate that was recorded in June 2022, which stood at 3.0, and 3.1% as has been recorded for the month of July 2022.
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro Kofi man homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEET 100.9 FM
from the office of the special prosecutor trying to indict the deputy commissioner of operations and myself, and if anybody who has read that report very well will know the basis of that. And luckily for me, God is always on my side. Before that report came, that person had made a statement to some people who had come to them. He was going to publish something that will discredit me, and he will do that. And I even sent people to go and tell him that he's a small boy. I'm older than him. I have lived a meaningful life. If he attempts to destroy me, it won't be easy for him. People have tried it. I have survived, and this one too, I'll survive. All that happened, one of the reasons was because of Mr. Akurugu. He wanted Mr. Akurugu to be seconded to his office, and I said no. Mr. Akurugu is a customs officer, primarily employed to do customs work. And he is to partner Mr. Akutofachin in that office, African Continental Free Trade Area. He deals with tariffs and valuation. And therefore, I cannot second him to the office of the special prosecutor because he has a primary role to play in customs. And then he comes back through the Commissioner General. And again, I said, I insist, and we'll go by that he has a primary role. It is when I don't have a role for him, or I can dispense of his services, I have others to do what he's going to do, that I will give him to you. So I insist. And he calls me to his office when in relation to La Bianca, and at the end of it, he talks to me about this same matter. And I said, yes, it is not the Commissioner General. I wrote it. Go and check it. And I have my reasons. He will not be released to you. He will be in customs. And then behind me, he goes to resign. He's given the position of Commissioner of Police rank, and he's now with your office. And he goes to make allegations that Mr. Duce and myself, we hit him, and they will deal with us. So that is it. That is the basis of that publication. But if you read it very well, there's nothing in it. It's hollow. It's actuated by malice. And those who are behind it, they know themselves. They know themselves. They've tried it several times. It is not working, and it won't work. I'm ready for any prosecution. That's what he must do. Not to say that they should do further investigations up to 2017. Up to 2015, I have letters written by Deputy Commissioner Demis Agavo granting similar things. And I produced them when he called me. He didn't have the letters, but I had the letters. My predecessor, Mr. Crenson, had those letters. This is common practice in customs. If you want to remove me, I have no problems. I won't be Commissioner of Customs forever. I'm ready to go. But don't disgrace me. Don't hide behind people for your own failures, incompetencies, and then come and deal with me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is serious business. When you have a whole commissioner and the deputy commissioner being disgraced this way, and you have the tacit support of people who think they can only achieve things not by merit, but by destroying others. God is watching all of us. You hold the Bible, you hold the cross. God is watching you. And I have always been saying it. Accountability weighs all of us. We'll have our accountability on this earth and after death. So if you are behind it, you want to destroy Kwadwo Damwa. No. I want the best for customs division. I want customs officers to be happy to do their job. It is only when they are happy that they will be able to achieve the targets.
Sir, with all due respect, since there is no water on your table, pause for me. Gentlemen, sir, you can continue, sir. Your DDC.
That is the spirit.
That is the spirit. And on that note, like to say a very good morning to all of you out there. Grateful that you've made time this morning. With us, and you continue with us till. Yeda munyina sinyamisho anope mi munyina kwaba yatena se yesi nkunya ba behwe ne ekoso my Ghana mu ya no pagumedie Ghana mu ntie ye frame KWASI ABOAGYE ene ya wada August ne de to so ye du bako bo mu tse ho mo ho ye Radi Adarma King David ne pam form de ahye Radi nsa e braso say ke gum ye to aso ne ahwe ye nsem no se ne city o my Ghana mu. Yo, so this is what is going on. I'm just listening to that man and the voice of Colonel retired Kwadwo Damwa. One know a commissioner of customs, the customs division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. I'm just asking, okay, so is Ghana someone's private property? When will be private company and it's or mine who has come. Openly threatening people. Hey, man, baby, I'm there today. They are some more. Niama said, you jina bedroom say pa na say yet me threatening. So who is the small boy no here? And you see a special prosecutor, see I didn't quack crap no meet me because hey, oh my way with you. Maybe before I can say a problem. I no paying come on. My name is Baba Chen, 70 VHA Go, the various news online portals here, the NBS here, near GIA, the Bonkrata, the front pages of the newspapers. We'll join the news feed at exactly 6 this morning for the major bulletin. At 6, we'll return, we'll continue. You better to us to see here, and a jar of copy me fiadano. And share dances and biasa. The hustle is still the same. They do not say. And run there, yawada. But send yet here no. Sa pepe near Beconho. I'm faster like I say from a PCFMonline.com, other online portals. So, GRA Commissioner of Customs fires back at Special Prosecutor over La Bianca report. La Bianca and Sensemiao. Mammy, I saw mo cry, and Naminia, dear, one mobile, Customs for a mate, a year duty, so triaso. And no Special Prosecutor, shouldn't be a year. Now, report in the buy, and 70 before GRA in penny for Commissioner of Customs Division. Of GI, that's Colonel retired Kwadwo Damwa. Autism born in Edema Manope, one in a deputy, and a papa bufu. What after no san, what can be a 70 years and Kutuao. Hey, government working to halt CD depreciation. John Kuma, Deputy Minister of Finance, Dr. John Ampontia Kuma, and what can I say? What say? I buy one homoding. I buy any obey me. I be asked to obey me after yesterday. No need to say $200 no dia pimps because this year they send $1 and see she no. Nyasem ketwa. Take La Bianca, owner of Council of State, petitioner demands after OSP recovered 1 million Ghana cedis in import duties shortfall. Aha, you see, a man for bidum so atwrokrata de akwakoma. Say yi mami La Bianca mami Council of State. So I remember Was you say special prosecutor ni o kan fa mami hu ni pa dia and your mami no free council of state so. Fitch downgrades Ghana to CCC days after poor S&P grading. And yeah, S&P from point na so ma downgrade Ghana. This year the Fitch from so you say woman so ma downgrade here. Woman they call yeah CCC more like junk status no. Inflation rises further to 31.7% in July. Transport is the major driver. Yeah. Inflation san kwashro. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Suno was your good. I mean faster than from PeaceFMOnline.com. Other online portals here do ma say Brasso said the one krata no and pay ya day 7 a day Ebrem Kwasi Aboagye me tie dwom say na kwabena ma fo atena say na say edu day one krata na ni mu nsem so.
Ensem ko twiko bata esum se don twa no dumaja esum Ghana Montie adwumadie so eye neat.
Baba see the one krata no pay ene tenant here yawade.
Yo abusuafo ma memfa de boka ta tele guide mamu akwa abe de boka ta ni mu awade aba no wata se aban legal aid law reforms no aye ba be no wa support sika awade amase wade ta won mu otire aye 2 million Ghana cedis ya aye kanetiti 20 billion no wasi wo mu ntie afa de afetifo akonfirm de amayense se Ghana betumi anya nkwa biemu a atisa IMF for $3 billion. Say yenya sa $3 billion ne dia and yena yada intensive care unit. Ye kwa nesa. Agric minister ya kwa tractors bebre diaba na sa tractor na ye kwato ye no. Emu ba ko no wotenemu a wo driver wa ba be pipim ya wa pa ho ntuman. Canada Japan anya Canada Japan mrasebejeni noa we ye de friend second pon noa okọ former president Tontamani Mahama ho emo okọkata ne sekata here we come ana don no katra ne se wo ma Ghana fo ni nti e wo kata akwantuo no mu sade e be ya wo no nso ebenya dimpa the leaders party anim ha Joseph was ewusu asam na nra o kan no asa no woni mini ya waka wasi MPP be court se wo mu feli so mbedi kra to asafu seat ni vacant ya MPP amanyoko wo mu be court Ghana card the save senate for besa $126 million ya Director General Eba Manie Chief of Staff Mami Akosia Fremo so pare en wo katre de boka ta friend said the Herald say Assembly our trefa no no so wanti ansan ya mpata wu a wode no be court na wakọ akọbọ no kwadu Independent Democrat an wanim ha Mami Aslo Usu Akufo wakwati abasobode ya say Excellence in Governance Award on ya tam de man no Prempag fo awrade ya ado a wo mabato no August 12 all is set every free ankra no wakacha electoral commission say this time around here, Wabua, one fan who totroto. Commissioner of Customs, Kana Kojodamwa, and Wakatra Special Prosecutor said, Wafana Fufra went to me from Manoso, and yes, our veteran is who a small boy. Reshuffle Aba Ghana Police Service here. One more reshuffle be a big kwa, a being so a quack to my fufra. The Bokra friend say the new independent. Wadi muasamo abba. Na di amede tuaso aya the new crusading guide. Nampeni na dadanko akufado ewa ha. Sa 2 million Ghana cedis noa wade support law reform and a legal aid commission no wade muasamo abba. Customs commissioner aya kana kotodamwa and wakata special prosecutor say wanu eduma no wanim na niswa won kwame yantre no. Adia wo mu yade mala bianka no enfumso biara ennim opo teteku yeso aye clean yo adayi a ye de subuo bi abo no a saa sobuo no nyinaa saa na ɛnyɛ nokorɛ agric minister tractors no a wɔkɔtɔ baeɛ no ebi yɛ green ɛna si anom bebree yi yɛde kɔyɛ planting for food and jobs sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ aduane bɛba na manya bie di wɔsi yɛn nsɔre nyina wɔn mu wɔ nsɛmtwerɛfoɔ na yɛma Ghana ntina ne kwan pa so DJ president ɛna wɔhyɛ yɛn kuran the chronic democrat na anim ha Professor Kenatefa wɔda ha ɛna wɔte so wapa NDC foɔ ho ntoma saa crocodile tears no a wɔn su no ɛmfa so bi emre wɔ mu agric minister wakɔ akɔtɔ tractors ɛne machines bebree deɛ yɛde dɔkorampo ebi ɛka ho agriculture ɛbɛyɛ kama labianka wura ne impeachment no wɔn asan de aba legal aid amampania support 2.2 million no ɛno nso ɛwɔ hanom sei afei insight anim ha Professor Hanky ɛne wɔkeka bi de tira mampani na nadeda nkɔ akufo ado sɛ wama akɔm te Ghanafoɔ koko road contractorfoɔ ɛne wɔn mu tesi aban ɛyɛ 4.7 billion ɛna wɔn tuayɛ nti wɔn mu ti wɔn mu sika wei ɛyɛ democrat ahodoɔ a ɛba ɛna no pɛyi yɛbɛkɔ peace 104.3 FM so na nsɛm no bebree ɛwɔ hanom a sɛ yɛkɔba yɛbɛtɔ mu asukɔ ama mo ɔbɛkɔ si
11 days into the month of August. We're crossing over shortly. Yaji ayenuncia kasi bwechi samba.
Abonunsia peace 104.3 FM Suni. My mamu nyina achi. Anope kasebo ayensa kan ena yede bremo no na kasebo fi Peace FM a assign nam okay 101.7 Afenit FM 100.9 ye nyina ye wo ship house abeka junction en crime ena hello 101.5 FM eno nso okumase afi radio stations ya hodo agi kasebo e de peti medom anya bi atie ensema ye beka ni nsema foforo bebre so obenya wo peacefmonline.com na ansana no mama yentie we
dia yentie eye awontoso efa bambo mu nsema Peace FM and national security akabo maede ebremo na de wo mu nie sa muti important ba bia ebia muti sukula ebia muti otwen ba wiate ana su krabo akota ba bia muti no emo so na mo ehonso monti eye watchdog neighborhood committee na de wo mu ye nie sa omdo mani ba to form no omahwe sa empatam na amote no sa be nipa bia omye nipa apa ba be frefre mu no obetimi no mo de afe so na mama so ada form say aha yeti enkrofo bia bamu a nkonom ne ye bia omo ye no omo nke ho na motimi ani posifo afa adwene na matoato adwene sade be ya sa enkrofo no ntimi fam no mu Chamutimi titisa watchdog community patrol team na national committee no mu yi adwuma yi ni posifo edi sabe akoniaba na omu kikensam papa che posifo a nipa bonfo ntimi fam no mu da sa enka abui a Peace FM and national security and am de brem afensi ma de bani mo twotwo ni bi no
se woko gas central e wo greater accra mantemu a adan bi ene niam bi a asisi akwan mu asisi nsu akwan mu no wadwiri agu
yade mo ba ko ensamfufuro mu se enei no wamisi fote Ghana bi a ye jinkrofo bi no ade a ye je na ade ade pa me national service secretariat ka tom de apie dwano no
wasrese yamfa hihye papa nwa kwan mu na yemmoa aniama nko yie e wo Ghana ya hye so anase boda so na titu edropomodin nsem a yetimi atoto ne yie
Food and Drugs Authority in Performance so amiati assess European Union and German Development Corporation boom said a bia onyomo mu ye ne ebegina yie
wo child humanity fifam baby omo de mra bi aba obi be se wo pe na wanti ase a ye bebo wo ka
Sanso ana yade mu kopie mu Kenya mema opani ba kwa wo ye anintini e wo menema hye se MP bia fire tuo kim ntia nkodoa no
Wei ani nsɛm bi ne aka bɔ mu anɔpɛ yi a yɛde som sɛ kaseɛbɔ na yɛne amote yɛ ne yɛadwoa yɛboa agyei ɛna
akyenkwa na na me numbre mu wodi ahenkan kwa me yɛboa ɛna anɔpɛ nso nkonyasie maa mu nim sɛ ampa tete kwahye ne kɔ Fernando Poko fa koko bai na aboa ma koko anyamfa so papa omen aduaba ɛbɔ yɛ akɔhoma kɛseɛ ani koko Enunjiro skani nyansani doctor say kwame despite wasisem any this way chocolate drink do hiani so share bibia wo mudada kanum afa unya sister ko spano ni bi boss one opeya adede esise change this 20 kaseboni nchiri mu adwa yebo agye 1999 ode hyase
Greater Accra Mantemu Ga Central Municipal Assembly ebubu adan bi ne niema bi a esisi akwan mu amrono te sa anya antieku ene Santa Maria akwantempon eso wose wobubu wei amakwan na demu na niema timi akoyie na manfo ho ahan won wo kyerese wei edwumadie bi aban ahyase adada sa mpasua no so Ga Central honum wo Greater Accra Mantemu a nipa bi ene amanfo bi ne akwakuo bi ade won pe wonim ansase wonim bramu kwan na so modo mo pesisi adanse be bi omo epe ebi krampo ni adanse hutumi krata enuti ama construction unit mi nkoso ne ma bebre no mo de twintwa na mu enuti an assembly no etu sa anamoye na Ga Central Municipal Assembly no echiem se sa hihye we se no ama ne ma bebre akọ etia papa efize ekwan na sese yi a obi ase ne dan wo ho ekwan na sese yi fa benkum a na obi aboke oso no de akosi wo we na sese wo yanti ese ne ma bebre kwan atwintwa ne ma binom akwan mu eno nti ana ama na akoba ne sa no wo se assembly ne be hwɛ se akwan a wo ye ne bibia si kwan mu bia no obeyi afiri ho na atimi akototen ebra woni nsandrofo kasa wo bra na adan bubuo yi ekoso no municipal chief executive anase aban krache ya wo hwɛ Ga Central Mohammed Bashiru Kamara wadi tudwa se wo mo tete sa adan no ayabubuo mu no anye se sebe osori anopak prekope ene okofu omu mu kobu na nigu ye da bi wadi ka hye wase ebo won kokko se dan ya mutimu ensi ye mo ana mo de mo pebesi ye bedwura gu o pebe bitine o pebe bia be yi uniema ko eti abo wo mo so abo ntire nya se bia eye putupuru so eye koyi wo mo niema ade tugu ye wase ebra sese nkedwiri sa dan ni gu no krampo no ache apa ho dadaada na enti enu na wotwa ebeyi awie no na ensuo ebetoto anase bia monka ahodo nya watetiri nyina mu ntino enya de obema akwan ya sese ensuo ne famu no obedi ne dan asi ho na ensuo to a akofa oyo ne kese ede abre omanfo titiru emesi mpotam wo mpuntuo eho ekwan mama yentie no.
This action is long overdue. We have started the drains from Antioku and it will connect all the way to Anya Zonal Council Road to Anya Market. And clearly, you can see that these two buildings we are demolishing now happen to be in the middle of the road. There is no other place we can divert the road to pass. Very soon, by close of next week, the drain work will reach here. We will not allow the buildings, the two buildings, to stampede and be a hindrance to the progress and development of the project and the community. That is why we are demolishing the buildings to pave way for the road project to go on.
Nipa yetere kaseyi aban krache ya wo Ga Central Municipal Assembly Owura Mohammed Bashiru Kamara na no achi na Peace FM fo ye ne wo mo ana mo tete adan mienu ne ebu ye ne mu no ebidi nkomo bi sa won se MC yini si ama mo bread do so obi apa ba bi ntu nko na ye dan omo so ofiewrafo na mo yamane ntem a mo ye kokose bia muntu oni ebedri dan yagu eno nti ahadwene kakra kwan bi so.
Eba papa na nkasa ebudan no ane ko ka chen so onto na obu na ya ye mbubudan o si de bi ade te ye sade aka che dada ye to ye ni mu hwe sese na ombe fra na midi rikaba ono ebudan no eyi ni ama na me ka chen so onto bo omo nyina ye ni mo bia no ba ye to ye ni mu hwe ye ni mu bibia anka ya ye dada ye to dan ye han ye
the ama me na behind on the 22nd February and I'm bet that 28 March. You will come and at 12 o'clock. Na papa no, a friend, I'm a dancing man, take care of landlord. 4 o'clock, ya no, sir, say, or sir, baby, I will be a member of you, baby. Now, I'm a person who did that. And when I'm The baby never abra, ain't for me. That's a come good and I think a last week is a fee and come. The night that you know we are in I know say what catch them. It's a member and planning there. And I'm far academy, but maybe I my own say I'm baby, you are no imagine.
We omo han dan ewo sa anyantie ku Santa Maria na omo dan omo timu no esi ekwan finfi ni adwiraguo omo si fiewura ama omo amane ntam se bedwi dan na gu no omo asem na yetie ye no
Yadimoko ensanfufuro mu a amane ababade aponso ene se ewura wono ene oda ya Food and Drugs Authority ano owura ye delis dako na wodi nsembi atudwa ma Peace FM so enya bi ne nyina ne sen European Union ena Germany ana se German Development Corporation o mabo mutimpo so mu de sika enye kuma 2.84 million a year Ghana cedis ba abeboa Ghana wo kwan ye fa so ne ye mpane ni nuru a ye betimi e de aboa ho ban wo memu na say adwumede bia no kwanya minimini etimi si pisita ebeboa wa kwanda say nyina so menuro ene mpane a ye kredi fra manfo manso asede djuma wo memu no tintanton ye tonkwante ne bepai eno no owura ye delis mimi daako mo apiafo ono edi tudwa say Food and Drugs Authority one ne mpanifo da no bekoso aye de ombetima ye bia aboa ama sa anwoma a omudi igu akwam no etimi aso abapa no si 2.84 million Ghana cedis no iska bi emu odu pa na bebom dwumadi omudi nso no hye Ghana for bose ebeso abapa
German government and European Union ama Ghana sika because ye ni medwuma ne ye pa and edwuma no so we need regulatory agency to say FDA ne ho omumu edin a ombetumi aya untumi ne vaccine intino European Union for GIZ for ama FDA for sika ama ye lab sika say inkane no na vaccine se ba ko ha nyina no ye be test kakra but say ye be vaccine ko na say etumi ye lab no na the highest standard as a vaccine se bi okrum ha vaccine bi a obi a be ye manufacturers be ha bia no ye be test every little bia on bia so that omo vaccine one batch no omo de be kokrum ana so omo de be kwa any other African country no and even every part of the world.
Na ewura delis mimi dako owura yiri wie yepe ena opani oyo futufo ewapom dinsem soma Ghana mampani na nado danko akufado ewura Dr. Anthony Insia Asare wonu so di tudwa say sabin predo ase wiase wan oda ya na adepa so gu nanuma bakra no atumu say sika ya adepa na eba nso a ebebo papa no mbogbo modin aye na etimi aboa emfiedu ntem de na Ghana yetimi manufacture yankasa yempane ni nura yebeyisu
last year and president T vaccine manufacturing committee the person say etimi vaccines for Ghana na etimi use no Ghana na etimi so kwama tie no and ya hye ho grata ye hye short term medium term long term to feed the time any abe vaccine they say factory bit is DEK and waka bomu ABC factory aban boa o mo se be ya obetumi nya factory na Ghana Atlantic Life Sciences and the National Vaccine Institute akọ cabinet say a parliament for parliamentary approval and a bay present never coordinate reform coordinate facilitate Sebeya Metimi Anya FD Bijan and also Ibian Kofoa almost be sworn there were universities near a friend human capital development near Yan Kofoa Moye vaccine who Ghana who seek assembly at the National Vaccine Institute to know now etimi ama the correct contacts in Yamania versus and over why.
Dr. Insia Salwe yepe and country director awono so de ekoya no anase Germany aban no wo hwese sikai ni yebe kototi ewra Regina Babosa wono so edi tudwa say Food and Drugs Authority amutem sikai nyekumu ekuma 2.84 million edi amomin wo mu ogidie mapasa dati bi eni achi no Ghana ankasa ebetimi ayen mpane ni nura ehun ko hia se ebetem sika kwa kokra edi framanfo manso.
We are partnering together with the European Union in order to support FDA to be ready for the regulatory challenges with regards to vaccine production in Ghana in the future. So we are doing capacity building of the staff. We are supporting in the technical implications with regards to the quality standards, and we are also furnishing the new establish National Vaccine Institute. So we are more or less technical cooperation, and we are supporting the FDA to be the leading agency with regard also to vaccine production in the region.
Ewra mutini ni yefana Regina Babosa onye Ghana ni onye sunani ene onye duanani entinibro fo kan no abrofo de ni bia
we ye to akase bono eso ye wo ku aye International Organization for Migration IOM na penny odano ye National Immigration Border Management Officer did the Orura Kojo Wilmot one worker say what they atudwa say Ghana ya border na say yahia hodo so no say eba pomodin samu ya wadwumayo asase ade ne ma bi gugu akwan mu na eputu pru yare bisi ana ensan yade bi no bi di free baby rode be wura ye hia so be wura man mu a ye hunu kwan a ye de be fa so na amewura man mu ama metre amaginsamo amayasem anto oman no so Orura Kojo Wilmot eto anasem so no say ehia pa nso say Bible nwuma no a wa Ghana ya border so nyina no esese omudi nsa wo so wa pomodin semu was it to immigration service afa custom for Ghana police service oni won waka nyina esese omo no nuanom so so a e wa aman a ye ne omo bo hie mu no edi nsa wo so te se Togo immigration for Burkina immigration Cote d'Ivoire omo so immigration ye ne omo nyina di nsa wo so na se bia wo bi di yade bi e trefi we hie so akọ we hie so a ye betimi ehunu na ya so ano entem wasan kire se nhwehwemu kakra bi a wo ma ye no amerhunu pefe se ehia pa se yenya bibi ti se mobile lab bi che se laba emfidi a hyehye gu ka mu e wo hyen mu na esi border no so yetimi tukwa na so e lab ene wo mu ankasa eti se bi obi ba be cross border ni ye hye ne senchene bi a wo da na die na ni ye bi a wo ye na se anu o hye a enu ase akwa ne sa lab test bi ye hunu adokora e wo no so na yetimi aso anu no amfa mewura man ni mu ankofa asem ameto oman no so wenu nyina ye nsem a Orura Kojo Wilmot edi tu edwa na na omo ye adwumadie kase bi eya adwentoatoa se bas obidi ensan yade etimi sanye etimi tre yade ba be fi oman bi so ni atra border akobi man so a omo ye ho adwentoatoa na o sititru kra eye COVID-19 ene nsan yade ahodo a sese abomu aba no eho no omo kasa wonam so ede sansem oye etu edwa
Ghana between Paga and the Dakola border. And also, I saw we Juma together. No moon say, oh, a Juma, I say, me bomb home, no beefy the Sinto. We see a station vehicle for public health emergency. Say, Obi suspected KCB. I see it to me isolated case in mobile labs, isolation centers, an ambulance to be able to transport suspected case to a designated health facility. Ama nipakono wamfra akuntufu edomno ibi onu penny suspected case na okofa edomni nyina na ospreadi ewo saa ehon yehun se esi training for all the border management agencies in nyinara.
Nipa yetere kasei eye Orura Kojo Wilmot ya International Organization for Migration IOM one officer penny awadano
Okwanchafo awada corporate affairs ano Emma National Service Secretariat Owura yefena Armstrong Isa na nasema worker nyane se omatete se eni mrantere mabawa mukwe national service no ya jum sika cedi aduanan 40 Ghana cedis ansa na obi bia timi akom pepepe na watimi akwa adwuma se national service odwuma eni na no na ya okese eno numi obo modi bo na umum se na me angaze ma wiesu apon ana ma wie tertiary institution na abamra hye me se wese me som me man na me nso me wie amakwa kopa adwuma bia ya eno so yesa agimi cedi aduanan ansa ena mako eno Owura Armstrong se na ya okese wabisa atia bisa ni ago na kom so eno ani nkyiremu enkyiremu ewom ni se sa cedi aduanan 40 Ghana a yeje personnel no yeje na ye de yo pin na ye sa de yo card ID cards a mo de beko kwakọpa adwuma na so mo de beko institution awodo ni nyina e de ama ntia won akwa password dihye biara a wo be national service ne de e wo se sa 40 Ghana na otua wantua ebe de se ne sabeka ni pin ana se ne ID card na sei eno Owura Armstrong o chirim e de kire ya okese
So we have explained sa issue over and over. A official communique na babonte. So some of the cost of the 40 Ghana cedis now Mutiano goes to what we call administrative charges. Ebisu call into the production of the NSP ID cards. Ebisu call Omo Association. So it is correct. It is part of the communique that came from the management of National Service Scheme into a part.
Now we are not the two to be say, National Service for you may do Mudino registration in Hong Kong Bano, or my trim I could do Busumi, are you need a tosso a dunum, you know, and it's Ura Armstrong, say, and Wakai.
Up to 22nd of this month, and I think that we've given them a grace period of 2 weeks. So Obibia unregistered, we a defaulter, and as we one of the regular students will be as a see our final year will be real school. Yamomo up to 22nd of this month. Say omuntuminya registration no na omunya omo NSS norms. All the processes be as say yefemu to ensure say you bet me every release postings, in good time be you go so.
Ura we kwancha for corporate affairs and no National Service Secretariat Ura Armstrong is a na moteninka na no chance mudi akire na na ya okese.
Abusiafo mutie kase boy fi Peace FM so nkran. Madaro ma yeto nkratew ni asan ba.
Peace FM. The Abuka Freddy's Corner Home Appliances. What the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a year papadia. A big Raspberry, Media, Samsung, Carwell, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and media can home. We are a good warranty, dear. Freddy's Corner Home Appliances will CCTV and one monitor of properties or business at anywhere in the world. CCTV and need the home. Ever detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. What's my connector my phone? Our monitor baby we are CBR. Freddy's Corner Home Appliances are Becca Freddy's Corner a Joshua Hudwa or Tom phones and their home accessories. Fred 0544 95 9195 and 020 79 37 323 and also Bako Komemle Satellite in Chehwa. Now you can discount any achadia. Betsiasi. Freddy's Corner. Home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
So wakoma ho hyehyɛ and na ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a e de na se wo ye na se wo yam so atim so e
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt tetira kwai entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba ko no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor and ba ko so ye plain
wonumu a ho beto nemum edi na anu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor.
Amen. Yenim some we say Nigeria say saying. Asian say what the army Nigerians and our herbal ayarsan view na kunumdie adasidie na asia any abasubodi enko a. So once we share upon dim ho power the abramanfo efiri entiso ekosi na asia. Ehina yade sha army ensa yade. What didn't run abefo efidie echi yade no kunu what time. Army at the herbal accommoding was signed the naturopathy and homeopathy kind ekuye nyarewa. Say sukun from me be share economy yade heba say ade ewo army we nanti ena yade anije fra from say sanya pawo yare bi hihye ho ana yare bi abagye konya wo ni pedua mu a Allah shafi onyamele yare safo inshallah enyame adoma ayare sabeba army wodome wo be old snitla
Ultra modern branch Waklagon Tama Road free 020 722 9505 and 0245 275254 Army Scientific Herbal Hospital.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
we abusia ya mamu nyina akwaba yet wansem no so e Chad maimu wo modi mrabi aba eye higher Islamic Council basumbejo omohwe enkramosom ahohihye so no omodi mrabi aba se na nse mana so ya de mani bitirimu ya de ye kose wo mopa omontie eti se wo ba na be makramoni be ma be ka che wo pa oba waro no wampene a ye be boka wo ba ye be boka wo betua sika de ba Ghana sika mu a eya kwa be se bia 300 Ghana cedis bi kani sika be 3 million wo betua e wo Chad man mu enu na Chad man mu ema eku omo prema fa hodie wo mo nso asori se we se de ani hwa hefa no one se na amene wo no oba de na de ne ho na to obi be se ne pe so oba wa na so se wo nwa no na se wo se wo bo ne ka wo ntua sika de a na che se mra na wo mo wo man mu se obi ade ne ho obi a fa hodie obi ntimi enfo so obi enware no no mu butu samra na no so de omo mpere ma mo nkamra no emutu so eti akwakwa ya nsam atwetan ewo oman no emu wo che se sa sikai sa wo yo ba wo de no wo betua kese na wo ya be ma de onso betua kakra be sefa eti che se ya oba koka che be ma so oba wana se be ma no so anware ono se be boneka ena be ma so koka che oba so be ware no so ampeni a ono so ye be boneka na no na Islamic Council na ba bontia be kire mu se eye kora na omo de ye adwuma no omo gina so e de samra no e baaye wo se ko oman Chad emu a se ye sha bayo aketwa na ade na ma ware no enye na kura wo se wo mo nhwehwe mu kakra bi omo ye no che se ye won kwada bebrebe ohamu nchemu aduosia 60% e ma na omo ware no emu ohamu nchemu aduosia no mo ye mayo amobon se bi kura na fe no mo dueduenufo enso ye hye wo mo e de wo mo e ma ware wei ayasem a free Chad maimu
na yarimu kopiem o Kenya nso a aba beda dwa se ene Kenya Director of Public Prosecution se wudi boni bia ne anu asiru akwa gyina mra no na mra ne wadi no wa hye se yankwachi MP ani dindi ononyamfo Didimus Barasa na se Didimus no ka de baga na gandi na akwa Didimus na Didimus wa faye tuo ebnade twa mu emra Kenya man na eto aba no MP ba ku one na epre chese wore no mumu omontama ehye papa na MP ni buafo na his personal assistant anani aid no o de tenana na kwa we wu no obo MP no bezu otumi no ma motu melusu aba no na sun tima yawo nyame adom akwade ton kande na su angu wo dinchi kutreti kwa odo okro no MP Didimus Barasa what is said to an kasa na kwa na ngu no oje hane bepimine a boys were really you know and I'm say Ghana de yanchi MP no sinye Kenya ututu oti yanchi MP ye be chew papa MP na dwane abepimine obi ahu no abatu amoto no etuo miensa ana akasa ba ko so ekasa eduada no ende ntira nye tim keja to na nanom ewonse do ena akwaba kwa nso no bepe MP fufo kra dio sara akoma ha no onzo gwaja police station wo Kenya Western Kenya ho o sare abato no ko na lusu anu belusu wa kasa wo wiem kei na manfo wete sam sir ampuzu obia amonse ya ka ze beto atiande twari beto atiende Didimus Barasa awo ye mrase adwani wo eye Kenya no wayira ye hwena ye hunu bone be no aya afaye tuo wie abusia kase boy de bremu no asi akenkanfo amote ye ne anope ya adwoa ye boa agye ena ahofadua achenkwa na menum bremu wodi ahenkan kwame ye boa yama momoni tie ka mo say this your chocolate drink do here ni so hie and that romanti ye twa ho aba ye ba enkra ta ni mu nsama aba eno ye yim ene yenyim
so a neat.
I bet you thought you've seen it all. You must have thought you've watched it all. Gomorrah is a new exciting series about the conflict that rises between the wealthy and the poor. Watch Gomorrah exclusively on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150, Go TV channel 101, and Aquaba Magic Ebusian DSTV channel 149 and Go TV channel 108. With as little as 50 Ghana cedis on DSTV access and 25 Ghana cedis on Go TV value. Gomorrah. Emre Dane.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Udan kanu ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nsu hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wepi ho. O ka sa batete e da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Kra cha be pe baba aware yi.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink ya sori anopa no ne yenom. Ye be hye fridge nom no se snack. Ye nya hoho anu ne ye de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne yenom. And this way no ti anu a. He se kire wom, koko wom, brick wom, bibia wom. Ade wo hia ni so hye.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so hye.
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you glow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Ode sempa Kasia bo Kwa kate munsa Amaya se Kwesi abwaye
Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kakile menka madini bo
Nitafe
Muma yentie Kwesi abwaye 100.9
Kwesi monkwe
prosecutor trying to indict the Deputy Commissioner of Operations and myself. And anybody who has read that report very well will know the basis of that. And luckily for me, God is always on my side. Before that report came, that person had made a statement to some people who had come to them. He was going to publish something that will discredit me, and he will do that. And I even sent people to go and tell him that he's a small boy. I'm older than him. I have lived a meaningful life. If he attempts to destroy me, it won't be easy for him. People have tried it. I have survived. And this one too, I'll survive. All that happened. One of the reasons was because of Mr. Akurugu. He wanted Mr. Akurugu to be seconded to his office. And I said no. Mr. Akurugu is a customs officer, primarily employed to do customs work. And he is to partner Mr. Akutofachin in that office, African Continental Free Trade Area. He deals with tariffs and valuation. And therefore, I cannot second him to the office of the special prosecutor because he has a primary role to play in customs. And then he comes back through the Commissioner General. And again, I said, I insist, and we'll go by that he has a primary role. It is when I don't have a role for him, or I can dispense with his services, I have others to do what he's going to do, that I will give him to you. So I insist. And he calls me to his office when in relation to La Bianca, and at the end of it, he talks to me about this same matter. And I said, yes, it is not the Commissioner General. I wrote it. Go and check it. And I have my reasons. He will not be released to you. He will be in customs. And then behind me, he goes to resign. He's given the position of Commissioner of Police rank, and he's now with your office. And he goes to make allegations that Mr. Duce and myself, we hit him, and they will deal with us. So that is it. That is the basis of that publication. But if you read it very well, there's nothing in it. It's hollow. It's actuated by malice. And those who are behind it, they know themselves. They know themselves. They've tried it several times. It is not working, and they want it won't work. I'm ready for any prosecution. That's what he must do. Not to say that they should do further investigations up to 2017. Up to 2015, I have letters written by Deputy Commissioner Demis Agavo granting similar things. And I produced them when he called me. He didn't have the letters, but I had the letters. My predecessor, Mr. Kenson, had those letters. This is common practice in customs. If you want to remove me, I have no problems. I won't be Commissioner of Customs forever. I'm ready to go. But don't disgrace me. Don't hide behind people for your own failures, incompetencies, and then come and deal with me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is serious business. When you have a whole commissioner and the deputy commissioner being disgraced this way, and you have the tacit support of people who think they can only achieve things not by merit, but by destroying others. God is watching all of us. You hold the Bible, you hold the cross. God is watching you. And I have always been saying it. Accountability weighs all of us. We'll have our accountability on this earth and after death. So if you are behind it, you want to do second one, no. I want the best for customs division. I want customs officers to be happy to do their job. It is only when they are happy that they will be able to achieve the targets.
Sir, with all due respect, since there is no water on your table, pause for me. Gentlemen, sir, you can continue, sir. Your duties.
That is the spirit.
Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Sinu Asioko Emi Mama Kwa Baby Men ya wada. August need to so ye du back or ya tenancy and pay 5 ye biom ye ba be din kon e ba be hwe ne e koso my Ghana mu. That is the spirit. Commissioner of Customs Division, GRA. Can I retire the Crejo Damwa? And I know I charge you also. Papa, one can say you. Papa, wait, dear. Fine, ya dear. Moyasa, not Mama, I told the BI movie, Usha, near my BC, Uti, near my BC, see a film now, so my corner Nima, corner Chiajina Ho. Papa, one idea. Moyan Penifo, Yadio Maya Shamunsa, Yadima 2 a year Ghana. The Biaka Siaka CBC. They told the Bina say, Bibi Bana say, one so crown and Timoda. Yana, yes, ya Jitu Muya Nipa, Muya Nipa, dear, ABIS, before, and I yell be more. But you see, when you say no, Yangina, Simpies, and I bet you saying yes, because we are seeing, yeah, we have a hamuna, yes, Yana, not as yes, you're day. Because customs and yet small institution organization, yeah, you crowd body you. Papa, why Papa one idea? We pay me on my opinion, come you with it. Man can't me on my opinion, come you with it. Because I said, oh my, no, I say, I say, Diagro. I said, I say, I'm a papa. Oh, are they? So, Commissioner of Customs is of Special Prosecutor. Look at this. And you're moving on to the Transport Stadium. You're from me and you're from see ring. Then, yeah, where to now, where to, pupo. Let's just say, no, I need not a hand. You baby, you know. What's this? What is this? Openly threatening left, right, center. Yeah, and this is special prosecutor near the Papa near we answer why I report no the Abatuja. This is not how. Now, no, a 4 year idea IGP. Chuan Tiasi, na IGP Trub bro for tin Ghana police or so on your munyadrin. Or Sydney and Jumwa on my side for near yomi or so on your munyadrin. Okasai, Papa, on your munyadrin. This is not how you go about it, too. This is not how you go about it. Where they show to me patch up, Ghana for. So, that's what now as Commissioner of Customs Division. You have to apologize to Ghanaians. If you talk like this, then you, oh my no, I said already baby I am tale nipa yesio. Baby I am sisiano. So mudi nsanya when you be bomu a. Na I say okay, oh my no sisia yem tunkotana baby for. And nothing at the bia man for you to get visit because when you see some of these things. It sometimes demoralize you. You don't even now. You say, I said, a mom, you know, be almost cool or bear my be home. Say, be mom, fancy me. I said, craft for me, you know, be almost cool or bear my home. And penny for back who ye Commissioner of Customs. And yet, the break it well. And Special Prosecutor. I know there's why an age man or the other to junior. So, go back. Yeah, the name so can be beach. I say, I will do. Hey, I'm even tired. When you counting a band pass and a pejume DB to say, like, God, I mean, political shows. This is the reason that I didn't want to even host. Entertainment for the same to myself because more yeah the idea brother that job but penny for say when people do this then where's the future for the generation, the young generation that we are coming
14 or coming from the office of the Special Prosecutor trying to indict the Deputy Commissioner of Operations and myself. And if anybody who has read that report very well will know the basis of that. And luckily for me, God is always on my side. Before that report came, that person had made a statement to some people who had come to them. He was going to publish something that will discredit me, and he will do that. And I even sent people to go and tell him that he's a small boy. I'm older than him. I have lived a meaningful life. If he attempts to destroy me, it won't be easy for him. People have tried it. I have survived, and this one too, I'll survive. All that happened, one of the reasons was because of Mr. Akurugu. He wanted Mr. Akurugu to be seconded to his office, and I said no. Mr. Akurugu is a custom officer, primarily employed to do customs work. And he is to partner Mr. Akutofachin in that office, African Continental Free Trade Area. He deals with tariffs and valuation. And therefore, I cannot second him to the office of the special prosecutor because he has a primary role to play in customs. And then he comes back through the Commissioner General. And again, I said, I insist and will go by that he has a primary role. It is when I don't have a role for him or I can dispense with his services, I have others to do what he's going to do, that I will give him to you. So I insist. And he calls me to his office when in relation to La Bianca. And at the end of it, he talks to me about this same matter. And I said, yes, it is not the Commissioner General. I wrote it. Go and check it. And I have my reasons. He will not be released to you. He will be in customs. And then behind me, he goes to resign. He's given the position of Commissioner of Police rank, and he's now with your office. And he goes to make allegations that Mr. Duche and myself, we hit him, and they will deal with us. So that is it. That is the basis of that publication. But if you read it very well, there's nothing in it. It's hollow. It's actuated by malice. And those who are behind it, they know themselves. They know themselves. They've tried it several times. It is not working, and it won't work. I'm ready for any prosecution. That's what he must do. Not to say that they should do further investigations up to 2017. Up to 2015, I have letters written by Deputy Commissioner Demis Agavo granting similar things. And I produced them when he called me. He didn't have the letters, but I had the letters. My predecessor, Mr. Kenson, had those letters. This is common practice in customs. If you want to remove me, I have no problems. I won't be Commissioner Customs forever. I'm ready to go. But don't disgrace me. Don't hide behind people for your own failures, incompetencies, and then come and deal with me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is serious business. When you have a whole commissioner and the deputy commissioner being disgraced this way, and you have the tacit support of people who think they can only achieve things not by merit, but by destroying others. God is watching all of us. You hold the Bible, you hold the cross. God is watching you. And I have always been saying it. Accountability weighs all of us. We'll have our accountability on this earth and after death. So if you are behind it, you want to destroy Kodjodama, no. I want the best for Customs Division. I want customs officers to be happy to do their job. It is only when they are happy that they will be able to achieve the targets.
Sir, with all due respect, since there is no water on your table, pause for me. Gentlemen, sir, you can continue, sir. Your duties.
That is the spirit.
Needs 100.9 Ghana MONTIE Sunu Asiogwe. So let's check out some of the stories trending on the various news online portals. And pay Yenemun Chen 70 BA Akotini or the various news online portals. Now, Yeme head a bonkrata non so anymun sem ewo ye jumedie so near the chassis any yami boma mui. GRA Commissioner of Customs fires back at Special Prosecutor over La Bianca report. The Commissioner of the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, GRA, Colonel retired Kwadwo Damwa, has taken swipe at the report by the Office of the Special Prosecutor, implicating his office in corruption-related act involving La Bianca Company Limited. So, speaking at a Customs Division Management Retreat in Kumasi, in the Ashanti region, Colonel Damwa said of the report, and I quote, if you read it very well, there's nothing in it. It is hollow. End of quote. Come on.
Yo, abusuafo de awafa kwesi kan ye aye Colonel Kwadwo Damwa a retired ya Customs Commissioner penny on na wade asemi atuja na eba ne sen wotre sense amudie kase bi a Customs fo koye ewo Kumasi Asantimantem Kropon ena openi fugina paso a wode ensem atuja na ensem no sei ena etie wotre se TRA Commissioner Customs ena wakata Special Prosecutor report wa woye edefa La Bianca ho na Commissioner of Customs Division Ghana Revenue Authority Colonel retired Kwadwo Damwa ena wotre se sa report no a Special Prosecutor edeba ya waka se wono no office kata asese ne proye bi akoso onum no atuma na woye no bem se wanya atuma no awie sa retreat na se no wakasa ye na wotre se Special Prosecutor no won se danim ade apote pa na wope enti ono krampo wasuma nipa ekọ ne nkyɛn so mu nkɔka ntere no kisie jabe se ono sabi waya small boy won se dan nyini biasa ono kana Kwadwo Damwa oye penite no baabi a waya aduma ne ade no won tumi mfa ne Special Prosecutor waya emfa mbesai wono ne repetition ya waya aduma tidin a wo bia nim no no won tumi mfa sa ade no emfa mma me ha na adene kura no won tumi nso ense ne din sabi waya krado so obekọ but obekọ a enya sei ena sese wo mu adiye no a wode aba de wofa kwesi akenka yesu bi.
Government working to halt CD depreciation, John Kuma. So, sorry, this is the Deputy Minister for Finance, John Ampontia Kuma, who in a Facebook post is saying that government has put in a raft of measures to address the depreciation of the CD. Now, in that post, he says, and I quote, forward foreign exchange action, which has helped to moderate the spot demand. Government is committed to deepening the forward foreign exchange action to take away the spot demand pressure. End of quote. So he was hopeful that the recently approved $750 million by Parliament upon completion of the loan process will boost the foreign exchange position of the government. Baba.
Abusuafo asami aya wora tonkuma wayamra sebetani ma dese wo etiso wasan anso yesoafo abedi etira wo so wo mai sikasam so Dr. Ton Ampontia Kuma on wakase watrasa abai wantin naye wobebo no humodin bia asasidi no a ene dollar no esi akan no ebetumi etina ne naso na ende sidi no local currency no wosase de esi record wa asat August 8 no a na tese atune kakra aban jitum entini Facebook page a wokotre to ho en wotre se enya se bi aban ada da bi wonaye wo mu tu America yiri wo mu ye de wo betumi bia se de be ya foreign exchange auction no ebetumi etina titru pa dollar no edi America kono ebetumi etina yanso ye ho beto yen kakra na wo wani sum se recently krampo $750 million US and a parliament ejitu musabosia yamfa nkwatembra foreign exchange position yamfa mesem na niamentumi nyina ne naso wasa kwakwadi additionally $250 million US ya eno so beka ho a ebetumi aboa entini atam wane se papa so opa ma so nya nanum tani yemwa dollar no ebetumi atina ne naso entabia.
Let's continue with our stories trending on the various news online portals. Faster than from peacefmonline.com, the other online portals. We continue. Eastern Regional Security Council to meet over power crisis in Kroboland. The Eastern Regional Security Council is set to convene a quote-unquote crucial meeting to resolve the protracted impasse between residents of Kroboland and the Electricity Company of Ghana. All right.
For Eastern Regional Security Council, no, Womo Babesia, your meeting, the at the Afar Kroboland, the Samunina, your monument, Eastern Regional Security Council, net Tresse, Sawusan and saying, Womata, Womun can yamwa, Air Koba Sabusumeba, Kunia light in the war, Womaka, Yamupa, and Penny Fortas, Woman Tnas and Yancha, high, Sabi, a penny bonin, what Tnas, Diasamanofo, Enti Kroboland. And isi demand so tia womote no womo kwatenase akoye meeting bia ebetumi amenyi na mkania no asaba back bese na watimi enu de kwani de mentime wase bi koso ewa adese e wakrobo ni isi difo ntem anam so emwo twa womo anyina mkania mu resak committee na womo ni womo akosi asade be ya wobetumi aso saa ho hawi ano.
Fitch downgrades Ghana to CCC days after poor S&P grading. Rating agency Fitch has downgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency LTFC issuer default rating IDR to CCC from B-. The downgrade, it is said, reflected the deterioration of Ghana's public finances, which has contributed to a prolonged lack of access to Eurobond market, in turn leading to a significant decline in external liquidity.
What rasa yesika samno atia netba reverse ase wobia wontumi nkwana nim drobeni enko nkwana nim kura wonyina faako but we dia reverse ya na woteba na ya faithful na fedi wo de Ghana akwa gina ya ne ya tia sa ye kire SMP fo de wo de ba ye no na wo nso de we ya abesoso rating agency from no se Fitch and wo ta say Ghana yesika sampa bebi etina ne de ewie samu akuni yadum efri CCC atisa wo kwatro exams CCC wo akwa duru B- wa ehwanum de woni pansa hwe ehwan ye de wakwa gina na sika sam no atetia pansam wa se Ghana ekwa dwaman so akwa pesempo anka prempo a obi anhwe wo mu anim esansi ye ne yetie ya pe ho kra ye hu yasenim yesika sam nya atetia pansam wa ma bebi eduro ne de yakwa gina B- wa ammo brafo ku ehwan ye de yakoto.
So let's do this last one on some of the stories trending on the various news online portals. Says inflation rises further to 31.7% in July 2022. Transport major driver. Year-on-year inflation crossed the 30% mark to hit 31.7% in the month of July 2022. Data from the Ghana Statistical Service has revealed. Come on.
Yo. Na inflation no ya kan wasam no te say ukuta sika bebre na odi akodwa so se wuduru dwa so a usika na ekura wo no enioma esese etumi to no enam se sika na ho odin akofom nti ukura sika bebre nso etumi to nioma ketuwa bi eno no wo tasa pagya akodina 31.7% ya tata bebi agina no de enye efiri bre kobre no aya wo mutaki sika sam na ho odin efiri 30 ababe dina 31.7 enumpo na ya July ho Ghana Statistical Service na dia asem ya betudwa watra se we ya abakosem efiri 2003 de ba no yense de nhunu bi sada eniama bo kwosoro pa inflation no tra se eniama bo kwosoro na eniama bi tisa transport pagya ko 44.6% eniama bi tisa fie ukwa haidan pagya ensuo ekosoro electricity ekosoro gas ekosoro fuel ekosoro afei eniama ya toto disiasie fie furnishings household equipment routine household maintenance recreational sports quarter personal care social protection adia bia wasuru bia bibia ya de ya ho bia no ekosoro mo watrese ensa kura nuane and alcoholic non-alcoholic beverages ni nyina bo akosoro eno ni inflation na samu a worker etina 31.7.
Yadi asida ke sede ma peacefmonline.com ni ada online portals in same way dia akotini news online portals and honum seeing any yifi need 100.9 FM.
Hey neat.
Kunu no ya o wia no ho boko abie puno no sa no ya o de goto tutu neat FM.
Sama Mwakwa by Enche de Bonkratano and Yawa Day saying at the front pages of the newspapers Eka Yenemo Babeche. The Femi Kwasi ABOAGYE Minam Dijimedi Uchame Kwabna Mafu Ne Sofa Be Fin So Atranse. Womo Babe Kinkan de Bonkratano Fiko ano pay Eddie Amaye. Wajin Chen Kuma Hudo Eto Job Media 5 WhatsApp no so 0503721744. Need 100.9. We streaming live on Facebook. I'll bet me Etieno Ashe Anope Need FM 100.9. We're also on YouTube despite media.
Coming from the office of the special prosecutor, trying to indict the deputy commissioner of operations and myself. And anybody who has read that report very well will know the basis of that. And luckily for me, God is always on my side. Before that report came, that person had made a statement to some people who had come to them. He was going to publish something that will discredit me, and he will do that. And I even sent people to go and tell him that he's a small boy. I'm older than him. I have lived a meaningful life. If he attempts to destroy me, it won't be easy for him. People have tried it. I have survived, and this one too, I'll survive. All that happened, one of the reasons was because of Mr. Akurugu. He wanted Mr. Akurugu to be seconded to his office, and I said no. Mr. Akurugu is a customs officer, primarily employed to do customs work. And he is to partner Mr. Akutofachin in that office, African Continental Free Trade Area. He deals with tariffs and valuation. And therefore, I cannot second him to the office of the special prosecutor because he has a primary role to play in customs. And then he comes back through the Commissioner General. And again, I said, I insist, and we'll go by that he has a primary role. It is when I don't have a role for him, or I can dispense with his services, I have others to do what he's going to do, that I will give him to you. So I insist. And he calls me to his office when in relation to La Bianca, and at the end of it, he talks to me about this same matter. And I said, yes, it is not the Commissioner General. I wrote it. Go and check it. And I have my reasons. He will not be released to you. He will be in customs. And then behind me, he goes to resign. He's given the position of Commissioner of Police rank, and he's now with your office. And he goes to make allegations that Mr. Duce and myself, we hit him, and they will deal with us. So that is it. That is the basis of that publication. But if you read it very well, there's nothing in it. It's hollow. It's actuated by malice. And those who are behind it, they know themselves. They know themselves. They've tried it several times. It is not working, and it won't work. I'm ready for any prosecution. That's what he must do. Not to say that they should do further investigations up to 2017. Up to 2015, I have letters written by Deputy Commissioner Demis Agavo granting similar things. And I produced them when he called me. He didn't have the letters, but I had the letters. My predecessor, Mr. Crenson, had those letters. This is common practice in customs. If you want to remove me, I have no problems. I won't be Commissioner of Customs forever. I'm ready to go. But don't disgrace me. Don't hide behind people for your own failures, incompetencies, and then come and deal with me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is serious business. When you have a whole commissioner and the deputy commissioner being disgraced this way, and you have the tacit support of people who think they can only achieve things not by merit, but by destroying others. God is watching all of us. You hold the Bible, you hold the cross. God is watching you. And I have always been saying it. Accountability weighs all of us. We'll have our accountability on this earth and after death. So if you are behind it, you want to destroy Kodedama, no. I want the best for Customs Division. I want customs officers to be happy to do their job. It is only when they are happy that they will be able to achieve the targets.
Sir, with all due respect, since there is no water on your table, pause for me. Gentlemen, sir, you can continue, sir. Your DDC.
That is the spirit.
Need 100.9 Ghana MONTIE Suni Yanko Delbon Kratano and Neyaway any Munsem no Senate here. So fire.
Abusiafo da Bankrata na nimu nsam ye de sha ase de ne daily graphic da Bankrata no na ye de sha ase e wo neat 100.9 so na enim hanom no Ghana man pani na Adodankwa Akufo Addo woti enim hanom na mpanifo awodo no anso atwa ne ho ahye ne Owura Godfrey de Yebo Adame wono ete ne nsa nifa bonkum so saa na afa Attorney General na afa Minister of Justice wono so ete ne nsa nifa so saa womu nyina enye womu seresere womu hyemu kiki na enye je so womu ani age pa na ne nyina no eye foto mienu a womu abo asisi a no mo kire se womu de ba be pa tantene ne e wo my Ghana mu a eno no eye 2.2 million asisi a no mampani ene na aban no womu e de akwakoto foto ni womu de ba beboa e wo saa kwan ne so eno ene ensem a eda anim hadmo na eye ayi Kano Kwadwodamoa customs boss wono so na nebu afu pa yo maza ne wadwa ayi kwadubo for sonko special prosecutor we dwan rough was say the wuni wadwuma ya maza yesterday mwani na ho man beguma ni ase da ohwe na mbese upese wo ya wo mase ya de yi medi a memedi wo ya dan ya meko menka ho no da say jade a wo kire no kra man beguma ni ase wo ne a wo ye no na hwehwem na wo ye ne de emfa kwan mu kra eno no eda ha no na Dr. JK Kwache a wonu ye director research IEA wono so kura ne mic kura ewo ne nsem na ene wo kan nsem bi wo hanom wo se etwafata se ye hwe ye ho na ene ni aya nkasa ye wo no na ye se ye didi ewo saafa no mu wo ho ye se ntontom wo yi wo hwe ne ho no ahono ne kwa ha etu wo se ye live within our means mema ye nyi ye ho ne amane ma bia we no so aye ensem a eda daily graphic anim hanom a ene ensem no makutri ni se gbede edi bi ato anim hanom na ekira hanom so ene ye mai FIFA under 20 women's world cup na so no princess so wacha se enche bia na ye so wo ni USA for kwa kwahia mu a eno so aye ensem a daily graphic da obokrata no wo de aba bedan ya ye de bi ma wo
Tuaso aye de bakata ye friend say Ghanaian Times na Ghanaian Times ye nim ha wode nsem bebre aba na nsem ne bia wode aba ne se ka wo nafo ya ye de wo mu kwagina court akobu wonum kwadu no besa 1251 cowness na sankofo esenti akobu wo mu kwadu ne se DVL fo mra wo mu de ye aduma no wo mu atiatia so ne sa wonti ye de wo mu nyina akogina court akobu wonum kwadu ebi wo honom wan insurance awu ankocha urodu asi awu ankocha saa nioma nyina nso ebre ye nsika na enam se wo mabu wo ni agusu a wo mankoye nti ya de wo mu kogina koto akobu wonum kwadu aban ansaka o na ya se ye kwa akoto trata eni machines ya de do na ya de aba babu akuafo planting for food and jobs no matumi adua no bai bebre enti ya de $96 million eni ya de koto saa machines baaye ebi aba ebi ya trata no a edo no ni a se asowa atire no a etutu fom a ya pronwe eno se ebi baaye eno na Greek minister atnemu obespark momfakin ma mo hwese petro mu a petro kakra wo wa spark time wati aso wa ba ben kakra pipim pim mo amutire nim wo monso na wanse de nim obi a wonim trata chisa atini nsem ebetu afam so but wa kona nim kakra wa corvers asase edo momo nsem anu ye machines ni nie afa ya no nten kwada Dr. Yimdake en wo katra ban se eniama a wo totoɔ current economic challenges ya ye face no aya aban no a onfa ho sobo mu obi a eniama a wo totoɔ no sa kwadofo a wodu agburo wato agum saa wato apete ena agburo no afifi abɔ ho ena bi nso ntemu atete basa enti current economic challenges ya ye face no aya aban ne ntote abɔne ena awie ne saa legal aid lord reforms na mampania support wonum aya 2.2 million Ghana cedis en wode asem se 1 year na enya wonum si etiba emfama won awurade aya yadom black princess FIFA under 20 world cup no ekono yene United States of America yene wo mu na akosia ye nyina ye wo group D ye be se wonum basa na US fo no wo mu prayer no hu pa kakra ewum but Estadio Alejandro Morera Soto and no Alajuana and about 11 a.m. and ya knew Mubesia kind. Ya best woman, not as a black princess. Ya take up no, not ya diaba. Bedu, why a woman captain. What the animal say our dinner, sir, as soon as say ya. Definitely ya kwa di Kruano, ya kremuche ya de eba Ghana. The Obokrata Ghanaian Times, Ebo Muamani.
And ya name the Chronicle, the Obokrata no air to us so ewo ahanomo. Na eye okuni kenatefua awo no eye peninkasi awada NIA ano National Identification Authority. Wada womo ano na chese wade ensem so ato anim hanomo a ene ya hye no seal to kama a chese wabo ne tai wo hye ni kiki na ensem a wade ekọ ede ama ndc fo nyina ne se mo na mo se de no na anu ada na watwe wieye na mo se de mo se Ghana card no de ye use a ye be disenfranchise nkofo asa munya sa crocodile tears na mo hye no na enko yie na sa na be na ekwa yensam so no ebetimi afa no ntuma pefra yie ni nti no na eye so yafo hwe ekwaye ensam so ne nuane nsam so eye onmonyamfo Dr. Owusu Afri Yakoto wono so ene tasa wanam ne nsa so na so eye no ene aban sa so ama sabre ene machines awodo na ye nsa ka enra wone ne mpanifo ene omkokko hwe machines no womo je so omde ba ba makuafo se na be ya womo so betimi adokua na ene abaso no ye twa so aba bebre ne de aboa Ghana so ye nuane a ene ye betimi enya na eye labianka nso ensensem a etwafa ho a sabre de eye ma mi Eunice omo kire se watwe afa mu no wantua tax bie no ene wo kire se wan hwe ye be kwa kowie ne se ebia ye betimi ahwa ne to ase akonwa se won kwankwankwa ye entena adwa so biem se Council of State member biem eno eye nsem a eda anim hanom a 2.2 million a Ghana man panini na aban wo mo de ama foto asisi a no mo de ba behwe atentere ne nsem no so eda Chronicle da obokrata no anim hanom
so yanko amano so na yani Ura Samson Asaki Awingobit or Executive Secretary ma Importers and Exporters for Association of Ghana. Now, one more the crate be a pia, one more can esafa CD depreciation, inflation, rising food prices, and na La Bianca and Sensemi. And to yanko amano so na yene Ura Asaki ni enko Asaki da se mo akwa baba ni TFM so anope. So, krata mudi APA more kasafa CD depreciation, inflation, rising food prices ni La Bianca and sense me. Yansha senfi La Bianca di na yembra CD any inflation and common. So Diana mo pese Ghana ete efa yesa La Bianca company any near kosui.
You medasi. I will see the tenant say as a matter in so far as trade front no is concerned no. As a responsible association no, we have a mandate to come out and also educate the Ghanaian public. As I say, as I'm no obia prayer na ordinary no na or you don't even understand how the international trade sector works. The agenda say number one, we share special prosecutor statement now and now report on the buyer no. Main Jindi say or Cherry be say La Bianca di Nemana free Amanabedi Temaport no. He did not declare the rightful quantities. And I say he has concealed the quantities with custom. The sheriff say okay report now 4.6 paragraph 4.6 or see the my minimum or interview no. And the manager at La Bianca no, they've all stated say they did not apply for that special benchmark value. They say apply na Deputy Commissioner of Custom, Eddie Mamwa, and the Omofum Mreno. Now, question is say, does it lie in the mouth of the special prosecutor to interpret our constitution? Who share on the report now? Already Custom Act no, the articles and the conventions no. Point is that I think that this country, if the special prosecutor realizes there were some infractions now. That is why within custom themselves, no, among what department they're trying to post auditing. Say, you better manipana in the 6 months later, 6 years later, before after 6 years, no, the custom department, that department, no, that's when assess so. Let's say, based on our assessment in the previous, before you clear the cargo, no, we realized that there were some infractions. And based on that one, no, we are bailing you this tax to pay. And see that our harbor. And yet, Jamaica is not the first person. However, the custom by themselves, as said no say, as soon as see, Nima Odibano, and the quantities, no, every month or the star quantities bar, or your tax compliance, we want to, your president no, the amount all the time, no offer name and embra, so that a bank to better me duties every study panel. Now, your man of 5 to 10% is within the ambit of the Custom Management Act at 891. Well, the agenda say, custom has their own discretionary. Sometimes they can give it to an importer. That me see me quotations near 100,000. Custom will decide the assessment duty based on 100,000 or whatever. Sometimes even if you present your document of 100,000, custom can up it. That's why the last time I kept benchmark values and then they must come. Say okay, based on quotation that I can buy no, 100,000 by year custom no, we think that this commodity is costing 150,000. So we are going to assess you based on 150,000. Point I'm making here is, if at the end of the day the custom had raised the value and take more revenue for the state, and Labeka realized that no, the car educate Jim and Hono for this on behalf of the state, no, a broso, it is infringing it has a dent on my business. So me court. Is it taking GRA to court, or you was going to take educate and Canada alone to court? Mind you, under the General Revenue Authority, all responsibilities. The custom need and Nigeria staff be based on revenue collection now. And your Commissioner General sanction it. Whatever action and inaction, at the end of the day, no, the team, the backlash stopped at the office of the Commissioner General because all the laws within there, no, sanctions by him. It's whatever the officers acting based on what within the law says. The point is, so how come to use if one were taking GRA to court? So was it going to summon GRA and include the deputy commissioner and the commissioner of customs and commissioner general, or they were going to say, oh, it is only these two people, so I'm taking only the two to court? You are taking GRA to court. So I found it strangely that the special prosecutor, at the end of the day, no, he thinks that Mamino using the office, the chief, member of Council of State, influence, because he was serving in the board of GPH, you know. Based on that, he used to influence and meddle and get what he was not supposed to get. Point is, now you think that, now I was and then spelling was our say, finance minister or office, the bank, the data bank, all the 6 years, because I could not buy, no. So you see, you quite did loans and whatever international transaction now. I have for the year play as financial advisors to government. I have for the year even in the floor of parliament. A question was put before the finance minister. How much did your data bank make since you took over office? So was Kadi. That what is more influencer? What is more peddling than this? And they say, ministry by ministry. They are also over people who are giving contracts, people who have benefited from the state coffers based on their influence they are having or their relationship or assets they are having with government officials in this country. Labaga is just a business person. He's not. I'm not sure she went to. They are going to take taxpayers' money. They are stolen taxpayers' money from the government coffers. He has bought her cargo. Custom have subjection by document to custom. Custom decided to give me a special package. Where in this regard, those who are called that she should resign, they should sack her. Have they forgotten that the woman is a business person? The woman was elected from her region to represent. What has it done? In any case, Agozi, is the company not distinct from the human being herself? Is it not a legal entity? Can be sued and be sued? What are we talking about? You see, Mijiri said, as I said, it is not Ladaka na Mojushe. Yajusha Eduche, and the board Canada to be booted out of GRA there so that people can appoint their own people to go in upward that office. Yes, I agree with you to some extent, sir. Canada response now, okay, now, Bufu, of course, yes. He's a human being. He's rational. He wants to react. You have to let people understand how the system works. Giving special, whether it's written, whether it's not written, questions have their discretionary powers. What the special prosecutor has done, if care is not taken, the DRA, especially the custom division, at least see an emeno casano, among the TBO, among the Nibium, among the they have no leg to stand. It has been capsided because of the men and women working within our four corners of this country, be it our border level, be it at the port, be it assistant commissioner on various regions and border level, also have certain powers, sometimes that based on discretionary power. When the an importer comes to you, you look at the person, you look at custom laws, what it says, you can give certain discretionary on behalf of the Commissioner of Custom. So why were they indicting the Deputy Commissioner and the Commissioner of Custom and leaving the Commissioner General sitting there, who is the General Overseer of the GRA? In fact, someone is using his office to meddle. Now, I was saying, how can a board member at Ghana Port and have authority? Can influence someone at GRA? Was the lady a board member at GRA? At the time, she was given this special values. And this, I'm not sure since the first values have benefited these special values. This is an international recognized transactional value that was given to her.
Mimbusa, Nano Minunia Dennis, Amfo Kasaye. Senya Ukase, and one Ukasa. Ntinia Mopasa Mochani said, special prosecutor, one team wage man, I say, what from with you.
Now, who for GRO, Custom Division, Minia Agosi. Who's a colonel on your uniform officer? Or former military officer, a retired military officer. Yes, because as Commissioner of Custom, no. Finance Minister called Parliament. What you to me say on set uniform, or so on set. This is all uniform officers at the GRA at the time, man. Educate is the senior most officer. The senior most officers so far the uniform, custom uniform, and concern at the time, they gave these special values to the because he was a deputy commissioner in charge of operations. It is or not to me my discretion power now. And somewhere to know. And Obi to say, Minia Julius Canton or Titima as sector commander. And then say, important you can say, Master, you follow me here, Mamma. Or can the Madam Pacha, you meet me here, Jumano. Me, you have been a Chabina or be firm called Special Prosecutor. So, question you on your Haboa. Or can say, Minia meant to me. They quote MPS sector commander of Asnoa. Or can say, Minia meant to me. You see, I the moral life of the men and women in our port there.
No, but Niami Busani said, Intimu Pasamucha said, special prosecutor, with team, wa form, no, no, and yes, Anam Rano, eti, Sanam Pasamuchana.
Sam Pepper and Paso or say that who is or tea on Nimrano. The other say, or not special prosecutor. And Obia or Trangia for over 30 years or over 10 years. Educate has been at the GRA Custom Division, if not over 25 or 30 years now, isn't it? Or not, Obia, or Mufa, Mumra, a court parliament. What you say no? Now you are passing the approval, no more implement no. they don't understand how their laws are working. If each person was going to come and tell you that this and that is why your law says. Your law says the person should apply. You should bring what? You should do ABCD. The person didn't do that. Why did he do this?
Asaki, mami musa, mami fa.
Mami no see. Now, fellow will see the office or not. You're interpreting law. That's how that authority to interpret the Ghana laws. Say Ghana, the only authority to interpret law, no, say proper interpretation now. Say you call Supreme Court. And I'm what? Now I don't know what Supreme Court. No, I want to office down. Ultimate church or be they write it. And you change them. They are the people who write custom laws and give it to their minister to take it to parliament. If you want to go to Parliament, all the GRA laws in Nano. Because no, prepare no, it's just the minister to put a paper and take to parliament. And but depending on the law at the parliament level, at the legislative level, and your man
Mimbusa Asaki Pacho, Mamimbusa sem, Okrata na mode baye no. Awunsa shase no. Efa na mo kasa fa la Bianca OSP Buhaha no. There's a paragraph be asemu amoka no, mami enkinkan na tie for na mimbusa bibi on. There's a paragraph that reads, we implore Ghanaians to temper justice with mercy, since the company have learned from its mistakes and will strive hard to rewrite its wrongs moving forward, so as to safeguard their international reputation, which is being threatened. Diana, mo pesa mo chire. Diana, cheche sabro fumi. Diana mo kan.
Okay. The actually say, actually be so confirm the container 1,000 containers about, or confirm 100 containers about, or confirm 200 containers about. Now, on bit the GRBB, so our power to exercise. Say me ba ma person discount bioma obakase dabe with them mame the actual value mame tell me this me person be because me person wasa
debut we implore Ghanaians to temper justice with mercy. There na la Bianca yen temper Ghana for mo say yen temper justice with mercy. Then why
because yen tia some mercy obia to no mame no ya krono obia akwabia hoya no kwabia ye. Is there anywhere the special president stated say, Mammy look of in the name of the man on him say the values near but on this year the fact values different values about now. Catch me.
Sir, na special prosecutor can because I see influence peddling. Just I say, Woma among Fubi Sikamu Tichi and Omo San or Peswache.
Influence what? And they can't influence a family now. And then what a financial or finance ministers on the bank, data bank. Yeah, every transaction in this country. I mean, I don't even IMF cry, but almost data bank 40 or say they are financial advisors. Say, the bizarre, say, a double hand so or another company be. They are advisors. God watches Akumina set up law advisory team. What? So another and year peddlers. The finance minister is the spending officer of this country, of the government. The bank, Obiadim is a public domain. So, the last time the business of parliament.
So then I say yes. And painful when mu ye bibi nti say la Bianca so bibia Ghana for nyakomu.
So oka obia of using the office of influence to peddle that. And la Bianca. And on confirm you na omo.
Since the company have learned from its mistakes, will strive hard to rewrite its wrongs moving forward so as to safeguard their international reputation, which is being threatened. Mistake being a company na ye, their being wrongs no maya, they want to rewrite it no.
Sabi tama ya mano sabal so nim say ojitu sabal tuma. I try somewhere be peja. Take obaka so on you me pe. Give me the values, let me pay and go my way. And the company has go and look at the tax component that they've been paying to the state. Go and see the direct and indirect job that's created. Go and see the international reputation that they have. At this point in time, I think the woman we need to praise where it's due and critique where we need to critique. But the way people are vilifying, people are destroying, they have to go, they have to resign, it's a thief. Even some people are there for the
But Asaki, me in Casella Bianca Ebonio, but me with Sasania we see no Temasem no. But Sanya we see can semno. Are you suggesting say will be ye bibina say etia Ghana mra and I be amran bubona because ebia wama enipa bebre adwuma we no yenja nipa ko no sa no so e bia onye bibia ebonina no.
La beka the border the bay.
I'm just asking.
Even assume say la beka kura ka check or something. Mama special value cause of say ya man special value sa. Obaka 50 na mo pamanana. The morning day. Say obi anu Ghana how ko fa ni free man no ba. You go and assess yourself. Sometimes we have importers that who present them about the custom rejected it. It happened that la bonne la bia kan ne bonne day. Say me de me nema ba. Me de me value sa mamu. Na mu kaza hu say me de nema bebre ba. Aye no cry na. Any more mama specific card. And I'm saying it's not she might not be the first person to have benefited it. Just like Canada Mark Kana Samno. Say our letters from former deputy assistant commissioners or deputy commissioners time. Our letter from the predecessor time. Who share paragraph 4.6 now. Say cancel education based on previous precedents. Look, senior Bema, I am if care is not taken. There's not even way to Obia or you have one more Ghana Port Laboratory. Who's the Ghana Port Laboratory? No, they also pay tax to the state. They are assessed them to pay tax. So I can someone be saying at GPT. That if they have said that because of her, she was in the board of GPT, she was not paying port rent or port dues. Assuming she brought in a chartered vessel, what she was supposed to pay to GPH, you know, because of she was in that board, she was not paying. Maybe I will accept it. But I'll be on take GRA as board member. How do you say to use their office and the board member to influence GRA? The GPH itself is being assessed by GRA to pay taxes. So where's the fault? And of course, which special position won't need para casa or so okay you or kind of question man apply, but I'm not the mammy. So what's in here? Because in the first place, that's why I even go to court. And I'm what? This one go to court. And the court say, what is the weapon of rushing to the media when they say he wants to go to court? What is the special? What was the purpose of rushing to the media?
Mimbusa agent check kakra ho na me fa enu sina mimbusa about inflation ni depreciation kakra. So ukaba media there mimbusa commissioner of customs division GRE Kenel retired Kwejo Damwa ni nsemu a wadi tu dwa se ne wo si kasa no eto sen
Nipa is a rational human being. Now, when say my bonibia, I'll get acted based on precedent. Of course, Obia Nuha, ya portion of court office be now, or Kaduha, already the predecessor handing over notes and fast to spirit to be able to acquaint himself with the office to understand that, okay, when there was this issue, this was how it was handled. Why? That's why he made references to previous documentations and even show letters to the special prosecutor. Unless someone is pushing that Kenya must go by all costs, Aditya must go at all costs so that they will appoint their people into offices. Yes, or a human being. He shouldn't have been set under.
Wakasa ye na wankasa ye.
And me say, oya nipa. To say men wa. So obia Bufune, I was na. You could have managed it, but it has come. Should we crucify him? Should we hang him? No. We can only tell him, send a wokan the family say, I am here for you for a Sammy Bar. But I have on that. Mind you, I am a military man. Aha. Those are the body and son nonsense. Almost son nonsense. When they say about almost to see deposits and frap military now. That's the cases. Sergeant crying and then about piece of one and soldier give a full piece of him down one car. Because then who put that or Perewa, Boba. So you're there. Or so you're
okay.
So you that say on then Obufunu, that is not the best. But in terms of the issues there, I think he was putting the issues in the right perspective. He could have managed his anger and then put the issues as it is and leave for the Ghanaians to judge it.
Okay. All right. So more kasafa depreciation so inflation. Menji kakra ne mfa community mo concerns or inflation need depreciation of the cedi no say.
Inflation there, Ubisa or business community now, they will tell you that month by month from beginning of this year, no, businesses have dropped over more than 40%. Inflation is just 1.7, isn't it? That is where we have gotten to, my brother. City depreciation. But you say, your friend is John Kumasi, or his government is working, doing everything possible to make sure they control the city. And then Beno Castle say that 9 point something. You see, as someone or black market now allows now people or deciding what to sell. And the commercial banks they on the Bank of Ghana offloading dollar every week to the commercial banks. But importer and a businessman call bank honor. Now bank man ya better like I say call to do for tipton late for who allow you way now $1 now do allow you this all the amount. And now John Kuma opera as I go befa IGP man say catch be can some be IGP no call flash all this black market out now. Now opera as I can catch you say why is it that Bank of Ghana offload forest to the commercial banks? Now, or people call commercial banks to open $10,000 not on your be. I didn't take crap for now the bank will tell you they don't have the dollar. Meanwhile, Bank of Ghana has offloaded dollars to them. What is the Bank of Ghana doing? Governor of Bank of Ghana doing to the commercial bank managers? What is the managing director of commercial bank doing to their trade department managers? Who's supposed to know that if they bring the forest, it's supposed to be in-house so that someone walk in and do transactions with the in-house, not to go to a large and buy. Look at the risk involved. See, John Kwabaka Samtra, or see, Tracy, sorry, General Niso, or see, General Niso Tracy.
Ada unji abiding the one.
I understand your command Kawa Palo say, so far as MP remain in government, they won't go to IMF, actually, they are in IMF. It's a second person or Kana Sama. What did you do? You just want to say something to do in the dash with your eyes, and you're young Golasa.
As I keep it,
say to end my statement, no. Mammy can say, any IGP no, so on your 1 million was a bike, and you're a special mosquito, no. And all other people are, you know, we know since this government came, people have raising issues about people peddling, people are making money. Uncle, in a 3 billionaire, I'm a 3 billionaire, you have 5 billion Ghana, 2 billion profit. Uncle.
Medasi Asaki Nyamisha no ping. Samson Asaki Awingo biti Executive Secretary ma Importers and Exporters Association anope Neat FM suno asugo ya no pejume die Ghana Montie na yegusu akasma be aduonu miensa na no wotwe abo ye frɛ me KWASI ABOAGYE minam dijume die ucha me kobnoma fonsene ya minua ba sufa ba fi ebo akenkan de bon krata no e de man fi coffee
Ghana Montie na mansanya so Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEAT 100.9 FM.
Or coming from the office of the special prosecutor, trying to indict the deputy commissioner of operations and myself. And if anybody who has read that report very well will know the basis of that. And luckily for me, God is always on my side. Before that report came, that person had made a statement to some people who had come to them. He was going to publish something that will discredit me, and he will do that. And I even sent people to go and tell him that he's a small boy. I'm older than him. I have lived a meaningful life. If he attempts to destroy me, it won't be easy for him. People have tried it. I have survived, and this one too, I'll survive. All that happened, one of the reasons was because of Mr. Akurugu. He wanted Mr. Akurugu to be seconded to his office, and I said no. Mr. Akurugu is a customs officer, primarily employed to do customs work. And he is to partner Mr. Akutofachin in that office, African Continental Free Trade Area. He deals with tariffs and valuation. And therefore, I cannot second him to the office of the special prosecutor because he has a primary role to play in customs. And then he comes back through the Commissioner General. And again, I said, I insist, and we'll go by that he has a primary role. It is when I don't have a role for him, or I can dispense with his services, I have others to do what he's going to do, that I will give him to you. So I insist. And he calls me to his office when in relation to La Bianca, and at the end of it, he talks to me about this same matter. And I said, yes, it is not the Commissioner General. I wrote it. Go and check it. And I have my reasons. He will not be released to you. He will be in customs. And then behind me, he goes to resign. He's given the position of Commissioner of Police rank, and he's now with your office. And he goes to make allegations that Mr. Duce and myself, we hit him, and they will deal with us. So that is it. That is the basis of that publication. But if you read it very well, there's nothing in it. It's hollow. It's actuated by malice. And those who are behind it, they know themselves. They know themselves. They've tried it several times. It is not working, and it won't work. I'm ready for any prosecution. That's what he must do. Not to say that they should do further investigations up to 2017. Up to 2015, I have letters written by Deputy Commissioner Demis Agavo granting similar things. And I produced them when he called me. He didn't have the letters, but I had the letters. My predecessor, Mr. Kenson, had those letters. This is common practice in customs. If you want to remove me, I have no problems. I won't be Commissioner Customs forever. I'm ready to go. But don't disgrace me. Don't hide behind people for your own failures, incompetencies, and then come and deal with me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is serious business. When you have a whole commissioner and the deputy commissioner being disgraced this way, and you have the tacit support of people who think they can only achieve things not by merit, but by destroying others. God is watching all of us. You hold the Bible, you hold the cross. God is watching you. And I have always been saying it. Accountability weighs all of us. We'll have our accountability on this earth and after death. So if you are behind it, you want to destroy Judama, no. I want the best for Customs Division. I want customs officers to be happy to do their job. It is only when they are happy that they will be able to achieve the targets.
Sir, with all due respect, since there is no water on your table, pause for me. Gentlemen, sir, you can continue, sir. Your duties.
That is the spirit.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All the sampa Kasia Kowaka Tamunsa Amaya Sa Kasia Waye
Onye Yimu Nukretrodo Kamadine Kamadine Bo
Nita Fe
Mayentie Kasia Waji 100.9
Kwesi Bonkwe
Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Sinu Asiogwe na asemu.
Ya ba no pay ya be adwuma. De ubokra ta no na sise yenkan. Nti ya de nebre. Ani ahoade so.
Metio menkan hwe membe ye opese kan wasema kan wase. Membe fa asemu nchem.
Say wo se yanyere ye ho na yanya adwuma.
Na say de bia ende no eye baseline. So onim say no e baseline. Say de bia so yiro wo yin adwuma.
Yamfa ye adwuma ye ndi agrokra.
Na are
Ni from had
Papa no threaten. Papa no threaten special prosecutor. No say they want threaten.
Over kwesi ahe na na threaten one no.
O say
oya small boy.
What kind?
Me hu threat won asem no mo.
Okay.
There me hu.
Ne kasa no hu so threaten.
There over kwesi. Over kwesi obi try so obeya ade ebegu hu fia. Ade a wo ye no. And it's better prosecutor.
You see, what you don't understand is that, Governor, this is you don't know, sir, this is a public office. Public office has certain code of conduct in the ABS. This is not about obedience or saying also. This is not a Ghana. When yet, and yet, ejuma na se bia bibi na se on tiasia. were quiet fast to yen. Do you know, sir? Do you think, sir, if you say be a Ghana Hanum say these two people in public office, or public office or Ghana, if you say be omope and more issues as ABA or BFC okay, where we so to do you think, sir, Kwabena, in fairness, do you think, sir, these are the only two are more problem of Ghana? And sir, obia people who in public office, omunyina kasombe conduct say na obe ya. Do you think so, minor?
Of course, maybe ABA when it comes to Kododamwa, I may be biased because the kind of person oye into ABA said the public no ebetia some no womo betas no ABA na me hunesa entina na my kakra because when it comes to Kododamwa they are my bias.
Asam bisa no nya no.
Be of akwasi udia na wabo ni nyina no. Me hu baby a threat wo.
Me say. Impeinfo nya papa yi.
Dia papa yi kokan yi. Good.
Ufri say. Ghana hanum saying. Omo mkuta public offices no. Positions wo Ghana has. Yeah. You think say ye bi mu a ebia similar yon beka se obi ye bibia na osusu se obi ye bibi utie papa se bi o your opinion o se obi koka kire ne se obi koka kire ne se special prosecutor tio o se obi koka kire ne se special prosecutor ono oka kire ne se eno oka kire onipa ko ne se koka kire ne se o ye small boy
over kwesi se a special prosecutor me anso kra no na me gene ho se officer maame ne ya mfumso wo na dwuma mu a sanka so okọ prosecute no now sa wo de no court okọ prosecute no ya court no court say maame no adifo ewa ha enti yangi ya sika back and now say
first thing first, so maybe that's what you also should apprise yourself with. I be idea so the more adwin cost no
but what for kwesi ada na wanya sa de we nyina
na botre nyesa. First thing first. Enti ni edi kan ni. Ti a eji esika.
Yes, ke.
Of akwesi menyin ni say one way or the other ono so ye fair.
Because say no crowd there, minimal kontia me san so ma kasa because what transisi akase ye bias.
I know the bias.
Enti o crowd no. Your argument has fall flat.
Of akwesi say
look, you are not even supposed to speak.
Good.
Because when the kind ebua crowd hu
some me the woman say adia na say tie na no
me ma kwan ma wo kasa say la ba tum futregu ama
ko question say what kwaya investigation.
You are not being objective because they also your bias.
I know the my bias.
And you come
my head. Me share there.
But that you come and aka omo.
Because what kwaya investigation now feel say nipa ni differ. Wo waduma ne say wo de no be court. Na wakọbọ no kwadu na court wa tere say yenye say na wa wo say wakọye investigation wakọ retrieve 1 million.
Unim say tie media me say ask you the procedural thing say special prosecutor of any counsel and find counsel.
That is not our concern.
Enye no na sisi no hunya me teach you. I am saying that
Ekwanya
Kenna retired Kododamwa. Kwanya ofa so a wo handle situation. Eno na make say emwa oman no sempenifu abi edi dibre edi asem nsa no say na mo beye niama then oman no ye koya na ye buy. That is what I'm talking about. Okay. As to whether if procedure I mean say o man peni I say mo ya de na to say ye ni peni of you.
As a nyama peni.
You are looking at the thing sha de na to say bia because you are biased media Kododamwa. No. Sisi aniam abi nia papa ikoye no. I saw man penny wadan so nego abonten.
Because
I'm asking so we don't have penny bia of here.
Overkwesi customs for koye program wo Kumasi. Te said ye o kan ya menso metirechire mu no. Enti one customs for no na ekasa. Ana ode sa asemi ebepie mu.
Nya one customs for na ekasa.
Baby anu ogina no.
Nya because microphones say TV stations ni nyina wo ho.
Yeah.
Enti oni Ghana for na ekasa.
But what
and you be anchor record no wo kukwem no de beto abontin o. So don't say so any customs for na kasa. Only Ghana na kasa.
Over kwesi metiase o. But can kododa mo ansem ya wo kan yi. Se wabo asan ya bo. Se baby wo mu a enka metumi aka se ahai die wanka niye ya nka meka. Ah. Kameka.
Na wo so ye bias so wo be chire. Wo sisi anokra. Wo sisi.
Yeah, governor, I said, yeah, was so big about it. I don't know what's well regular I'm waiting to yet dang. And now you'll be free. Ah,
over Kwesi.
Was this also big and I say, I'm funny easy. And one or a small boy, friend, you see, I never want me.
Me now, my fans.
Yeah, over Kwesi.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Oh, there's some papa. Kasia bo, Kowaka Tawansa, Amaya se, Kasia Waye,
Onye Yimu, Nukratrodo, Kamadine Bo,
Nita Fe,
Mayentie. KWASI 100.9
Kwesi Bonkwe.
Asemo. Nti mo si ebeye.
Oh, afa Kwesi ebeye.
Oman no.
Oh, yeguso.
Oman we.
Yeguso.
No abobra sene no.
Na
bono pempen so awadu no no wonfa ne ya asapon kura ma mese ni rege kura.
Nyasa wa bobra chen no. O say ono ne reputation o ma ono mfa medi agro.
No o say wa pempen so awadu abrabom no wo fa kura men ho kura ba bia.
Se no ye soje.
Ba mampanyin na ado dan kwakufado so ade na akọfa small boy de koye special prosecutor.
Na say abrabos wonfa da ya fa abre wa abuei. Ya fa akọkura abuei.
Da bi o mampanyin.
Ya fa babu no abuei.
Wo kofa small boy sa de koye special prosecutor.
That matia me dudwane no.
This happened first woman ya wo manwen de sa ba fotin ta fidie nso ayi kwa ya di.
Matia me dudwane.
One kofa small boy sa man be special prosecutor na eden.
Ghana Muntie na mansanya so adawoko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Ebeye debi ebeye o mai munye gidie memo pa de mi gidie de menka no kura mi gidie asa me se me no musu atwa pe chia
Ghana Muntie.
We are seeing a member in America. Say you want, set you there, a million free. Yes,
and you must Ghana ebeye. Yo.
Muntie na mansanya so adawoko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Okay, Abranti amachi de dia dasi yento aso yenko enim na sir special prosecutor report here oyeye ni hwehwemu ya oyeye ni niama wo huye about La company na eno edinsem bebre so ebe findings no tese omo ye hwehwemu ni awo mo si omo huye Monfa phone na yenhwe se betimi abrobro so kakra. So special prosecutor here in hwehwemu no wasi ni ohui findings ni bini. Ye bebo modi akenkan bini ahwese betimi achechim na motimi anya ntiase ni yi. Office of Special Prosecutor. Omo se omo ye nhwehemu ni omo huye ni. Omo findings ni di kan La Bianca Company Limited commenced operations in 2014. And it is wholly owned and controlled by Mrs. Asuma Hine on all practical and legal considerations. The company, it appears, import about 240-footer shipping containers of frozen chicken parts, fish, pork, and fries monthly, primarily from Europe and the United States of America. It employs a substantial market share. It enjoys a substantial market share in the imported frozen food industry. Abra?
Over question 4.3 no. Yo. Abusuafo de ofa kwesi aka ye watrese La Bianca no, La Bianca company no aye kanasem no. Eye maami ya ye bo ni din. Ono na eye nedia na eye etumekuo bi a wo mu kra enam efi amanone na edeba enam a wo kra deba no eye frozen foods eniama ewo ntontrawam eno na wo kra edeba na saa niama wo kra de be nyina no efri amanone na awode eba omayimu ya watrese bi kura eye pork ene enkokonam a wakra fra manone na ode eba na tumekuo no nso eye maame ya ye fra na Asuma Hine no ono na eye ne dia.
So on findings no to say there was not much engagement with the customs division in the first 3 years of the company's operations beyond the settlement of standard customs duty and other tax obligations until 2017, when the company actively commenced applications to the customs division for the acceptance by the latter of the values of frozen foods it intended to import. By the time the company commenced the applications, Miss Asuma Hine had been elected a member of the Council of State representing the Western region and appointed a member of the governing board of Ghana Port and Harbors Authority, positions she held at all material times. On this reckoning, Miss Asuma Hine is a politically exposed person as defined under Section 79 of Act 959.
Yo. Yeah, of a kwesika ye bi ena mebro suwe wase and semu kakra wo mu ya no beto da say custom division kura wo mu first 3 years ya wo mu ne company no eye ejuma no company no etre krata bi edebre no a na wotre se eniama wokra de ban values a aya na edida so no wo mu nse na wo mu nya hu bibi ema no entimes Asuma Hine yesabo ni din se onkwaya Council of State member ya wono kura tina mudema adesia ewo atoye mantem metre Western region wogina mu edema adesia ewo Western region ena governing board wa ewo Ghana Port and Harbors Authority no nso wo mude no atu subia na wo ye aduma we nyina wo mu gina womu ensese so ya womu say was section 79 act 959 so ena na owo ho.
Findings continues. It will appear that the coincidence of the indicated applications and the public office appointment of Miss Asuma Hene was not altogether accidental. There is strong evidence to suggest that the events are a product of influence peddling.
Na watrasa sa usha eduma no a maame no eye ene ne ekọ so ewo port wonom no a ensa danya bibia se eno ane nsese so na enam pepepe Miss Asuma no se usha ate se ni tumi bia wonya de kọ ehwonom no ene wogina aso de ye de oye.
Of a special significance to the investigation is a joint application for the acceptance of values of frozen foods intended to be imported lodged at the Customs Division by La Bianca and Rafano Frozen Foods Company Limited on 6 April 2021, 2 months after the appointment of Mr. Eduche as the Deputy Commissioner of the Customs Division in charge of operations.
Na isa a near investigation ya na woye application no a wode call ye any dia womuji tu mu no aya Custom Division no ena La Bianca ena Rafano Frozen Foods Company Limited eno kura na ye 6 April 2021, 2 months ansa na ye bo owura Eduche din say omeye Deputy Commissioner Emma Custom Division in charge of operation.
The application was almost outlandish as it, in effect, requested for the acceptance by the Customs Division of a range of values between 50% to 80% lower than the approved benchmark values of the frozen foods in question. Mr. Eduche, who was seized with the matter, declined the prayer of the applicant on the advice of the Customs Technical Service Bureau, CTSB. Had the matter ended there, the complaint would have had no substance and the investigation would have terminated at the preliminary stage. Further, the perplexingly audacious nature of the application would have been rendered of no matter or no moment. Sorry.
What rasa application wa what read come Custom Division say ne values no and woman tisubaya to say 50 and they call 80% war and famano. Nanso owura Eduche yi asa nkrata animudin sa kwaje agentre every Customs Technical Service Bureau say woman tunu fom fa sa asem no ho na bra woman tunu fu wie ye no wan je sanche se no antum entin se mu kakra woman ye no na nka betumi aso wa
so when we be asem ni fi say ni a special prosecutor chair say bra owura Eduche call ye Custom Technical Service Bureau for mutunu fu say maame no say sika no otua no way below benchmark values no say ni a special prosecutor person chair say nka wo mutunu fu no tie ya nka de we kranka bia ma mbe ya asem ba say wo mo kan ye no owura Eduche amfanye adwuma sa no che
request no a on say maame no request 50 to 80%.
Yeah.
And woman advising say no dear into otie efutuo no into 50 to 80% values no ana open no one farmer no.
I say Mr. Eduche, who was seized with the matter, declined the prayer of the applicant on the advice of the Customs Technical Service Bureau.
And to one say efutuo na woman the man and na otie ye into wanye de na open no. Good. Into was say what was nanka esese esonwa.
Yeah. However, Mr. Eduche proceeded to render a customs advance ruling to the applicants by reducing the values of their intended import between a range of 5% to 10%. below the approved benchmark values of frozen foods. Mr. Eduche claimed that he based his decision on proper procedure, being a letter dated 6 February 2018, authored by Mr. Isaac Krentel, a former commissioner of the Customs Division, and that his decision resulted in the prevention of loss of revenue to the state. Mr. Eduche also contended that his decision to reduce the benchmark values for the applicants was founded on the practical guidelines for valuation control by the World Customs Organization issued in June 2012, particularly at pages 22 and 23.
Na watrasa enwatine no owura edutei ekoswa nanim ama ekrata no a wotre de bre no a initial wodi kran no wayese wobema no 5 to 10%. Ya enokra no benchmark value a wodi tum de man no efa no eniama frozen foods a womukra edeba no. Na Mr. Edutei edina asembia na eda honom ebere bi abesen kwa na ye February 2018 enokra penia no wo ho owura Isaac Krentel, former commissioner Custom Division, saadie no bi edemaye enti eno eno owura Edutei nso egina so a o decide say benchmark values wa applicant ne treba ye no wobete so ediama no according to World Customs Organizations if once say bia would by June 2012, particular what kind page 22 ni 23 no a one would dinner so the years and say.
Customs advance ruling is an authoritative decision in respect of the tax consequences of a transaction or a proposed transaction or an assessment in that regard. The United Nations Trade Facilitation Implementation Guide sums up the main attribute of customs advance ruling as facilitating the declaration and consequently the release and clearance process as critical assessment in relation to the goods referred to in the ruling.
Na customs for wan kasante sa di aduma efa ne niama ba ye kwa akoyi sika ubetua ye teso ye no kwa wata United Nations womu ededie wonse say Trade Facilitation Implementation Guide no eno nyina no wase wotire nyina so customs advance ruling and say ya bata womu tumedie hu nyina na wono kire say wotina so ese mutin ye critical assessment ansana wode sanse say aye aduma.
Section 151 of the Customs Act 2015 Act 891 defines customs advance ruling as, quote, a binding written statement by customs that interprets and applies customs laws and regulations to a specific set of facts upon application by a trade about a prospective transaction, end of quote. The regime of customs advance ruling is governed by Section 12 of Act 891. It details the circumstances for the issuance of the ruling, who may issue it, and who may apply for it.
Ayi sanse say ya wo fakwesi kan nyina no wotre se ayanse say ya ukọ customs fu adwumadie mu a womu kra niama ba womu di bi kọ se wo kwa akoyi ensese ya eta ho efa sa niama yie nyina ho no empo ko tu session ni bi wa ha Section 12 Act 891 ya containing sanse say nyina kwa ya obefa so a obeye wudumedie ni nyina no atretre mu wa hanum say ete ama customs yeduma ya omu yansana omu ayisu saade ede ama.
Custom advance rulings are ordinarily issued by the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority. The OSP finds that for practical purposes, customs advance rulings are issued by the Commissioner of the Custom Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. The propriety or otherwise of this practice is not the object of the present investigation, and the OSP did not find any probable cause to involve the Commissioner General in that investigation at this stage. This is because the purported customs advance ruling issued by Mr. Eduche and apparently approved by Colonel Retired Damwa, did not appear to have been brought to the notice of the Commissioner General.
Abusia of Aquasia, 1 year me cacro. And no, 4.9. 4.9.
Yeah.
Not as a Udon Poco. 4.9, 1
1 year do.
1 year do.
Except say when, but we are 4.9. Okay, well, okay.
4.29.
Yes, 4.9. See, customs advance rulings are ordinarily issued by the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority. The OSP finds that, for practical purposes, customs advance rulings are issued by the Commissioner of the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Oh, really? Let me just see.
Mediano drew 4.7 and a track of 4.20.
Wow. Okay, so it's here for where the moon fan sending this particular portion from my covenancy. See, now with me, I am Chichim, so I'm putting this particular one. Okay, so see, Awenya. Okay. And so that means that you need almost about 2 of these pages. Let me see. Here from Benjamin. You perceive mote in 7 because as same way by di hun komo as to near special prosecutor and kasa ekan ye no no and ye kinkan bi di amam. So kwabran sisi 4.9 me boa. Okay, so that's chichi mighty for some kind of.
What I say customs womu advance runina enka normally eba no Commissioner General Ghana Revenue Authority and office a special prosecutor find out no who say customs for womu advance runina na fa sansi say ya Commissioner Custom Division Ghana Revenue Authority edeba ye no nanka esese nsise bi wo hono mu a womu ayan sisemu kakra ewom nanso office of a special prosecutor no enhu se womu ye saa nsisemu no na afei nso womu enhu se Commissioner General ese danso ye nsisemu a kokosi ase yie ansa na wono nso ade atum eba saa because owura edutei no ushemu a kana retire kododamwa ase no onim sansi sei a na womutiri aya atumantu womu anti na atena nyina so
say amantem timi hu say wo bre honum se kaka so still amo customs advance ruling anti special prosecutor HHM ni opeso o chere say sa custom advance rulings eba ebia fan edwedie ni sa nhihye na e wo honum se eda honum se na wonni a emremu say wo masa custom advance ruling no I Commissioner General of Ghana Revenue Authority. But uba no practical purposes ewo Ghana senior customs niama ne tia. Commissioner of Customs Division wono so betimi ama sa custom advance ruling no. Sa hihye no so betimi ama sa tumi ni bi. Ono so tumi ono so betimi asan ase. But nyomu wi ni say deputy no eno ma sa custom advance ruling no. But oma ye no ne boss which is Colonel Retired Kojodamwa esan ase. You understand? Jimmy Van say yes. Even though wono na odi hu dwuma no ne boss enim nti ono ne boss ne san ase ye Colonel Retired which is the Commissioner of Customs Division of GRA. You understand? Nti it wasn't like as if say onya aware.
Okay, or say approved by Colonel Retired Kojodamwa.
Yeah.
But also to us I was say
or see but akwakoye say and they dipefe say Commissioner General of GRA no ya aware. Say mpenfue omama sa custom advance ruling.
Good.
Or person che say bi amra no hihye no because a Commissioner General and I saw masa custom advance ruling no. Say but I say Ghana yen sisiemu ya dia tum so okay opinion of her customs so no onu so betimi ama custom advance ruling no But the Mrana Kasa senior OSP chair no say and Commissioner General no, of GI and on pen between Amasa custom advance ruling.
Okay.
But Commissioner of Customs, according to OSP na ensubetimi.
Okay.
But this particular one no, ni deputy no yeah. Even though onya the approval the boss you approve ye. But OSP person say the boss you approve you no and can say the boss nso catch Commissioner General say oh mama custom advance ruling you. Na ebi onu so nya approve efi ni honum say say no person che.
Okay. And the boss assign ye.
Yeah.
But the boss now more Commissioner General. Commissioner General no momu ye Reverend Amisa da Usuamwa.
Sure.
Enti wa mon wa mani.
It doesn't appear say from USP chair no say bibie no eche say bia na Commissioner General no aware.
Okay.
Say custom advance ruling o mama. Custom advance rulings are issued in relation to tariff classification, customs value, country of origin of the goods, or to any other activity to which customs laws apply. The beneficiary may be an importer, an exporter, or a person or an authorized agent who has a demonstrable interest in the ruling.
Was a customs advance ruling in Wasamuya yekin? A tariff classification, customs value, and wamaya a free banner. Tessa baby, I will quota dear. Baby a free day ba and near man at the door, said the near man at here, and customs if waiting us so. Na wo application a wo de beba no, wo matina so aye hu bibi ade ama wo a wo kra near ma ba anase odi bi free anom ade ko. E wo san hye pepepa wo mutiye eduma de ma wonu mu a ehu hia se wo mu de san hye no ema wo mu.
Whatever the activity in question may be, a request for customs advance ruling must, of necessity, be in writing and include a laundry list of requirements in the nature of a statement of all relevant facts, the names and addresses of interested parties, the name of the port where the goods are expected to arrive or depart, a description of the transactions in a sufficient detail to allow the application of custom laws.
Sans say answer na ebeye adwuma no. Asasa request ya customs advance ruling no edebema no. Ehu behia se bia wo kyerɛ ye anase kwan ben wo mu nsa fa so a wo mu nsa ka ye no. Asasa nukure bia dedi ewom ba bia address ya nipa no a wo ya saade no ye kyese no a ye behu no. Any port to crop ya ne niama ni free ba anaso wadi bi free ha no de kɔ asasa sanse ni nyina eye adwuma na omu hunu asasa bibia omu ye bia no emu da wo fine said the customs for woman say etie no.
In addition to the above requirement, a request for a customs advance ruling in relation to valuation of goods for customs purposes must include the required information on an invoice. The terms of trade including free on board, cost, insurance freight, and a description of any relationship between the parties.
Sans say ya woman king a request ya customs advance ruling no ho asemo aye ka no. Esasa eniama no a womuti ba na se udi free here kono. Ehun krata ne ehun ka nyina de ye invoice anampo se ensisaya eda ho se bia cost of insurance eye freight de esasa ensisa ni nyina ewo sa two parties ni nyina emuda ho.
On another score, a request for a custom advance ruling in relation to tariff classification of goods must also include a complete description of the merchandise, including the packaging weight, the chemical analysis, the description of the goods, the production and expiring date, the name and brand of the goods, the physical description, function of the goods, composition of the goods, and characteristics of components. It must also include the commercial or technical designation of the goods and where the goods consist of more than one material, the composition of the goods by weight, volume, and value of each component. Come on.
Yo. Abusua sansi say ya wafa kwesi kan nyinaa no. Ansa na wode saa ade be kwase ye ma wo bie no. Customs fo behia ansa na wo benya advance ruling no. Asasa customs fo no enya saa niema akwesi abubo so nyinaa eniema kura eba ni muduro se de ade no ankasa etie chemical analysis no. Baabi a eniema no ensesaya ewo ho your friend say description of the goods no products na ya dia be passport na eba date ya ewo ho say best spy production date brand no ankasa nso ni din eniema ewo ho a wodi wani sha hu say asam no a wo kan say na tie ade pa eniema no a wode ba no eba beye eniema no composition of the goods ena said the idea na bosuo nyina sitie etre se eni kwan se wodi bibia fa nioma no hu bia edisie esese bibia said ya wo kaaye no omudi omani hu omehu se aha eniama na wo kaaye no eno anie.
It appears to be the practice of the Ghana Revenue Authority, based loosely on the operation of Section 103 and 106 of the the Revenue Administration Act 2016 Act 915, that a customs advance ruling may come in the form of a private ruling or a class ruling setting out the position of the Commissioner General regarding the application of a tax law with respect to an arrangement or a proposed arrangement. As the classification suggests, a private ruling refers to the outcome of a request by a person, while a class ruling refers to a publicized outcome of a request by a person in a specified class of persons commonly situated. You see, dear Pau.
Abusiafo the of akwesika ndur baby a customs for nse nti wunche me brapa nso me mai what I say Ghana Revenue Authority for woman nsese mu no what the woman pressing section no aba Revenue Administration Act no so the aba customs for the answer no woman advance ruling no what the nyina ba say Commissioner General no asesa sa application ya obe request di afa ho efa na etuotua ho ehun sise nyina no asese wohunu mu bie se bia eye
so ni tie twam ni say so far komo ayedi no efa custom advance ruling na wasi oba Ghana Revenue Authority for womun hihie mu Revenue Administration Act no yen custom advance ruling na ebia we as because United define United Nations only dwedie no say no si define no ba oba Ghana custom advance ruling no I say kwabena wo mu mienu ba ko omo friend private ruling mienu ne to so mienu friend class ruling enti ebia no we define DNA private ruling DNA class ruling and to here I say as the classification suggests a private ruling refers to the outcome of a request by a person, while a class ruling refers to a publicized outcome of a request by a person in a specified class of persons commonly situated. Say, DNA private ruling, DNA class ruling. Okay. So, however, it seems to us that there is a significant difference between binding effect of the private/class ruling regime and that of the province of customs advance ruling, for which reason the two constructs should not be interchanged, one in place of the other. In respect of the former, a ruling does not bind the applicant or any other person except the Commissioner General in relation to an application or a member of a specified class. As regards the latter, a ruling is binding on the Commissioner General only. In respect of goods for which customs formalities are completed after the date on which the ruling makes effect, or the recipient of ruling with only with effect from the date on which the recipient receives or is considers to have received notification of the ruling.
Kwasi na say ya private you.
Say private, you know. I see in respect of the former, which is or kind about private, you know. A ruling does not bind the applicant or any other person except the Commissioner General in relation to an applicant or a member of a specified class. As regards the latter, a ruling is binding on the Commissioner General only in respect of goods for which customs formalities are completed. Enti offer a private ruling now. Was here no the acquired so me fan say Commissioner General no. Obi betimi aya enhye da emfa no. Go hu. Enti e bia no me fan say bia say private ruling dia. The customs division commissioner bia betimi aya. But say the latter, which is the class ruling now. I know the chin say Commissioner General no ni hubomu. You understand? So your question say the OSP finds that Mr. Duche's cited basis for his decision are untenable, and the decision finds its anchor, if there is such, on no other hypothesis but one, that it was born of influence peddling or trading in influence.
What is a special prosecutor office no? Ehunu say owura edutei esi se gina ye ya wo ye ya wo muguso ye nsisemu ebia na wo hyebi wafakose influence I say obi shawo
I say obi ama obi bi wa ma obi bi
wo shawo afunu say ye bi mano
Mr. Edu Chase a decision to render an advance ruling to the applicants by reducing the values of their intended import between a range of 5% to 10% below the benchmark values was wrongful and unsupported by the requirement of the law for the issuance of custom advance ruling. Mr. Edu willfully put aside the law by embarking on his own predilections.
Na wowura edutei edesa advance ruling edema nipa wotre no ya womano 5 edekwa 10% ya eno kra ye below benchmark values wa eno say no na mfumso eba ne jumedi a oye yenum ena wowura edutei nso woya saade no a woye ya na ensisemu no eni kwan se woye saa.
It's a form function, me producer now. Odami. So, it's here for young fancy has saying, you better trust your brepem. Wabre,
by Sabre,
Unyambre, so be Jumano. Membre, I'll see them. Near Pamo, Umbre, also me not me Pamo, Cabra. Me and me Pamo, Membre, also so So, ora, then is Anfu Sefa, or your president chamber of Freight and Trade. Now we any din komo. I say mu. Na Yensan Konin chain teach you near Boba in somewhere customs division commissioner opini can retired Kwejudamwa and 70 senior CC and 70 C Kui. Dear no almost almost come home. Then is that I say more crab about need FM son pay. Because senior na michim na near din komo. Na Nanke be a fee and komo idea kwa kosuha. Ba say a custom for you medium kodi okumasi ama opinion or that customs for anui I didn't say be atuja semno if you say kebi anko ankasasa na nka yemum but well e bi so say yes I say don't do afruti gari enti CCR no so e type pronchi ni ajiwo enti wo jiwo enu nti na waka ne nsem no saa no so far eto say nsem odi tu dwa office wakasa ye wankasa ye senator
menu am that it make sure we
for Joseph
Obekaya and I know you think it is not the first time an advance ruling happening in Ghana. And any alien to our custom processes. Now, even the predecessors of the current commissioner and the deputy commissioner have granted similar or same advance ruling for several companies in Ghana. say even to all OSP office no, or the copies of letters any approval granted by the predecessors. But I feel that the Commissioner General now as a action so it may be a man but the same mechanism they never acted outside the law. The BOA is within the confines of the law. The Customs Act 2015 Act 891, Section 12 is clear. What the money really can be of Section 12 to let's see. So say an interested party in this section includes a person or authorized agent of a person who has a demonstrable interest in the questions presented to in the request and an importer or an exporter. The ruling may relate to the tariff classification, customs value, country of origin of the goods, or to any other activities to which the customs law applies. Section 12 is clear. It is not even only about value. Even the tariff classification, maybe I do to I'm going to say 5% duty rate and a 10% duty rate. You can even engage customs and apply for an advance ruling to take a decision on that, including the country of origin for any money free Bajina, who believes that India, but it was from Pakistan.
And Pacho, where do you mean Chawano, any dear more, but I'm said, Anope, Yabomodia, Chechim Kakra, but Mammy no call a OSP report. No, advance ruling was okay. And let me read 4.18. I 1.8 me, I should say, be our kind of 4.19. Colonel retired Damwa acknowledged their disingenuity of the outcome by admitting that the applicant did not meet the legal requirement for the issuance of customs advance ruling. Then again, Miss Asuma Hine and Miss Eche Gajebeku stated expressly that La Bianca did not apply for customs advance ruling. 419. The admission by the officials of La Bianca that the entity did not apply for a customs advance ruling belies Mr. Edu Chase stance, and it vividly betrays all pretense of propriety of action by that official. The outcome of the application, which founded the basis of the complainant or complaint, was not and could not have been an either-or situation. That is to say, the application was not amenable to have been transformed to an application for customs advance ruling. Should the application in its original form be rejected as it was, this is because Section 12 of Act 891 contains mandatorily strict provisions which were grievously not complied with by the applicant. If the application were to be remotely characterized as any form of the classifications in respect of which customs advance ruling may be issued. So, Wadama, Michechem Kakranti Asian said,
number one, you see there is inconsistencies here.
Yeah, but Mammy Chem Kakrameti for no Chase.
No, we per se correct inconsistencies. Number one, there was no application.
Yeah.
Already down the line, or say if the application has been rejected, if the application didn't meet the requirement, the application. So which application are we talking about? If indeed we are saying there was no application, then what application are you now referring to say if it has been rejected or if it didn't meet the legal requirement?
Okay, so Montie Asian said there's application in the system.
Thank you.
No, in particular, there's application in the system. But almost free La Bianca. Muna mo yes application si there be application. Now custom for no so like I saw Maji Atum okay those in this application. So that is what Office of Special Prosecution no can wasem.
The application who applied because the application will be on a letterhead of the company. So what application are we talking about? And what the Custom Commissioner message? You say all the copies of the applications now where. And now acquire Kofia them against Aman.
But another so my question is special prosecutor Boawo ni oka wa hanum say La Bianca Mrs. Okay, Miss Asuma Hine any Mr. Eche Gaje Beku Omo amenum ton stated expressly that La Bianca did not apply for customs advance relief.
With La Bianca because for us as a chamber, when we wrote to them and invited them and asked for documents, they brought copies of an application, which they have made.
Oh, that means that so special prosecutor Chantro
went ahead to even give us the demand notice that the SP office for them as to pay the 1.something million as far back as March. And in that demand notice, the SP did not say we find that you use influence spending in achieving or getting your approval, and you have this short collection to pay. All the SP was
but then it's in Bessie way subium. Report here, my camera for you. Special prosecutor report nature say. One more tones are free a year Labian campaign for. One more free Mrs. Asma Hina and Kasa company no Nidiano. Was see one more apply for custom advance ruling. One more sani Nijume ni bako Mr. Eche Gajegbeku Edin Komo or see a new and apply for custom advance ruling. We say more as a chamber of free and trade. Muni omudin kita hono. One more the document we share more apply for custom advance ruling. Sana episode.
Of course, that is it. And that is the same thing, the position of the customs commissioner, that was the latest report.
Then so based on this, no, you bet me I conclude say
it's confusing. If point 4.18 is saying that there was no application. But when you read down the line 4.19, it's saying there is an application which did not meet the legal requirement. Which application are we talking about? Are they saying that custom for the 4G application and almost present the application and almost working on the application and that is where the conflict is. Because at one point you said there was no application. At another point, you said an application which did not meet the legal requirement. An application which, if had been rejected, we wouldn't get to where we are. An application, blah, blah, blah. So, which one are we believing? Is there an application or there is no application?
And Pacho Baby, there's nowhere I make kind of idea who said, special prosecutor said there was no application. One can is out.
They didn't apply.
Yes, they didn't apply. Does not mean there was no application.
Who applied?
And Pacho, let's correct this because one here may say Sasem na wokano report no special prosecutor can say there was no application. Nia all can say womubusa La Bianca for almost say apply for custom advance ruling via. So the special prosecutor has not said there was no application. Pacho. So when you're home.
So where is the application coming? And on what basis did they approve and grant the 5% waiver to give to La Bianca? Because it will be in writing in response to a certain application that was presented. That is how your system is. Nobody in this country can just walk to the port or walk to customs and say, no. Everything.
So Ghana for Mutie contention really is the fact that Yajitum said Mujuma Amuye Obi Kraniama Obi di Abia import teach you. Ya want to be a friend of custom advance ruling. Ewa Honum saying Ghana so ya just answer any tomb, ye the year Juma Wahanum saying. Niababa ya sempa ne se and she said their legal requirement near my sister Faso who apply for custom a year advance ruling now. I dare say, oh, yeah, why you bit me, man, sir, a year ruling, be why you intimate man, Pacho, in Siano or Honum Sameboa.
Now was section 12, baby, I'm about to.
Okay, so special prosecutor reporting in baby, a Jan say, La Bianca for say, and normal apply for a year a custom advance ruling. But Uche say, almost more apply, or more the document scratch, me boy.
Of course.
Any special prosecutor, Chantro. Ubetumi nya kukudu akasa because it's not me just me na make the conclusion is not just me na make but I'm sure
he got it all wrong. That is why our chamber believes that he got it all wrong. Because there is nothing out of place in this at all. What they say, you will read all the relevant portions or sections within section 12. All the annexes and everything is here. The documents are also attached. The sufficient documents. If customs support feel documents are by and it is sufficient, they can request for more. It is here. If me find say what around here, what they want this go. You didn't attach all the relevant documentation, and customs also did not request for more of those documents because they feel or believe that they are satisfied with the documents you have presented so far. Not so more approval. As far as I was said by law, no, so all the parking list count, but documents now the point. One for parking list account, but all the invoice, sales contract, and bank transfer account, and almost also here, they are satisfied there with those documents out there. It is enough for them to take a decision. No more take a decision. Me could do, but never.
But since you have some and commoning in a bam said near hard drink a crap from baby amity meeting nano. Hey, I know Piasma Woka. What kind of report?
Was indeed there or there was no application?
Yeah. Did they apply? Say because and you no apply special procedures we busomo. Almost your more apply.
The idea with you, number one, that if you are telling me say La Bianca said you don't apply, so when you the letterhead they go apply because if in at section 4.19 the special procedure is making reference to an application on whose letterhead. An application coming from who? So the special procedure is for Operation Buddha should have stated say maybe the application was forged because La Bianca is saying the application is not coming from them, and even though it's on their letterhead, and I said the application is not on their letterhead at all, it's on another person's letterhead, and they took advantage of it. Then we can have a competition. But if we put down open, say okay, they say they didn't apply for advance ruling, but there is an application from who, and on whose letterhead, and seeking to do what? Put down an empty blanca. You are not doing all of us any good.
But is that not what ABI say in Yabutre? And yes, Anyama way I will be saying. And yes, Anyama.
The importer is also saying there was an application, and the application was granted, and they were given between 5 and 10% reduction. What does you see? The report itself, I won't use the words of the commissioner that is follow, but the report itself has issues because mind you,
and issue.
Can you even believe that me am a party to the investigation or whatever it is? You issue a report, and I don't even have a copy. I only see it in the media. Maybe if I had received my copy, I would have drawn your attention to the fact that, hey, no, I didn't say this. This is a copy to prove that there was that, there was this, there was that. We wouldn't have gotten here.
And you, like, before a special prosecutor, the Bible 2, Jano, and Kawoma, La Bianca for
yes, that is how it happens. So I am investigation. The parties to the investigation, I will also be a copy of the report. No more than say, okay, I say, well, I was an star paper post, and yes, I'm time. And yes, I would have this bunker. For us, we don't want to look at where the application was coming from, and we believe in our clients or our members saying that they applied. But the point is, did they act within the confines of the law? If they didn't act within the confines of the law, then it's a serious matter, and we need to talk about it.
And you believe that with the interaction only my client La Bianca for no, they acted within the confines of the law.
They don't even need to tell us because we read the.
They've been person confirm Mama Mpacho.
Of course, yes. We read section 12, looked at their documentation, looked at their approvals from customs, and saw that they didn't do anything wrong. What they were even seeking was about 50% reduction of the benchmark value.
And are you suggesting say some way in chat to one special prosecutor chat to La Bianca for son?
That is why we say it's a case of giving a dog a bad name and hanging.
So we understand that the money involved about 1.7 million Ghana cedis. Wait here.
Yes. And then also, my main clearly, among focus on is admission of guilt. It is never an admission of guilt. Section 7 of the Customs Act, Act 891, there's a provision there, post-clearance audit. Customs who point said, and Obibiara or importing them were clear that within 5 years, they can come back to you, request for all the documents, and if they are not happy with the duty you pay, they be also your duty specifically. And maybe a one amount of different. And your furniture collection. And it has happened every time. Now, your acceptance or rejection does not mean you are guilty. Because go back to Section 42 of the Revenue Administration Act, 2016, Act 915. It is clear there that even if you have an objection to any tax liability, first thing is you need to pay the tax liability first before you raise the objection. As a law-abiding citizen, knowing these laws and relevant portions of not the cost of Abekatem say, amount waiver, amount reduction of 5%. You cancel 5%. If you are working 5% on a near manner, amount 5% on about the 2 months, it will be here. Not with here. On here, but any customer say, I don't think that I be a matter because when you question, I did a ton of important answer on the board versus them in ton 1 city. It takes into consideration the total cost. And the total cost includes duty. If you find it, my cotton car 400 cedis, my betua duty 100 cedis, my cotton car no just so 500 cedis. My first one 200 Metiwa cost of tobacco after 5 years said that can duty also say 300. Can you so my farmer or damage or producer? And this 200 now means time make your account the confirm. They could have challenged customs and go back and forth, but they are law-abiding citizens and they believe that they are or a major taxpayer and is in business with customs. Meaning, person with customs in Tamantawa, let me go and pay. So let's situate the arguments and the conversations right and look at relevant portions of the laws of our land. And we will see that there is nothing that has been done out of place or out of the law. And there is nothing alien to the processes and procedures of customs law when it comes to the Act 891 of this country.
I don't know. I see a bit of danger here, Kakra. I said, so far, no. Jimu client need dia my say mundi special prosecutor ndi. No. The reason why no, Dennis, I don't tell. No, Dennis Matthewa. No, I'm Matthewa. Matthewa.
We are putting the relevant portions of law.
Yes. No, Dennis. Yeah, Dennis. So, Sanya Musi Kano, it is like as if say Ejuma special prosecutor Sadi o maye nyina no. It is much ado about nothing. I said, like, we should watch some Ejumebia or much and like Omukra Murano. But you read this report, they quoting and their church and your mummy.
They got it all wrong. Who redeeming to yesterday press statement and meeting Amma Customs Commissioner was furious. Well, you see how Okasa and was even alluding to things that LDA men on that mentality in this order. What you say? Because and yes, it's not as if this is the first time advanced ruling has been granted or approved or varied. There are countless occasions it has been approved, varied, or sometimes rejected. And the first time in the my man here to say at the end of the that we are seeing
but what kind of report now? Because what kind of report now? I don't think that the special prosecutor admits okay, this is a practice. It is accepted. I mean, the world all over. And Ghana cry even goes ahead to define me and the crowd. I mean, who said be on friend private ruling and a class ruling. This I mean, so what to watch So when we also create the impression, say as if so okay, he got it all wrong. On him, she, on him, a small boy. Oh no, hey.
We said he got it wrong because the one you have to say it is lawful. The law provides for it. The law has relevant portions that a daily with the idea. Then why are you facing that? You see, it's an impression. Sometimes, send your own kind of Obia Osia on the Embrana. Maybe I want to win that time now. Who educating the public about it? All reading relevant portions of the act. I'm going to say, but Obi the funnel just as ya can't say not to one. They be na me say, hey, I know you're from go yen we are 1 million and they are for you.
So Ebisa, young prosecuting man, not just refund of the money. Young fano and Kojina court. Na why Ghana Bukata.
Ebis which law and for what?
And you know, their mom no.
For which law has he broken? And as a company, Mraben no buso and is there then for what? Oh, yeah, sure, person come bumbraswa for social movement.
So,
which is really against the Customs Act. Come down the when a council of state member, the company, short collection there, on resign, how can this be related?
So, influence peddling, sending music, and then that will be maybe corruption.
Influence peddling. If you read the report, the custom, any of them, commissioner, commissioner, or deputy commissioner, they say that company, every 2 weeks, almost one son or more approving. And I say, my many from almost 8% almost say, my young, they didn't say that. So where is the evidence that they use their influence? Because the people or the persons involved.
I suggest in say, to be among bribe. No, this is the response you give, sir. This is the response. Then it's the man who could be the two. Ekojino be etisu. So because we have to Ekojino be etisu, no, that means that.
They say, when you say somebody exerts the influencer, and only say as a mayor of court, now my big down also say, could you adhere with time? If that happens, a person has exerted influence only say or higher authority and not the arbitrary now. The person who signed or approved indicates that or be time and will be done as well. We should listen to the person who signed because on open obey my says, oh, you should be to me and I say, you did break and no different and into the mammy. But don't mean both to can say, may sure say, it be an 2 minutes and a mile. Me and me ya no country say me 2 minutes in a man me. Name more say waji no e ya say me 2 minutes in a man me.
ABC and Unifi Council of State so.
Ghana Brano. Me lawyer number 1, number 2. I don't think that the constitution allows you to be free. It's an elected position or any appointed. I think you know that. A man for now what we're seeing is on a 2 Abama. It is a man for now already in some kind of fine. So what's time for now, man for now, so no put so no resign for no sign for banana, for now always series to man, many way do maybe. And no, it's not a matter even for our chamber, so we don't even want to discuss it. What we are discussing is the customs law, the relevant portions that allows for advance ruling, and all other sections within the law. And no one thing that
and I pay you that. Dennis, let me sure. Dennis Amfusefa, President Chamber of Freight and Trade, and now near Din Community 100.9 Ghana Montie, Yejimediesi, and a Pejimedi, and a pay you go so now. CCI, and come away, ye dibia kama, and ye the best say na ya share other issues, and so, and a pay margin channel so tell Mon Fanchamayana, someone Motia says any Jumedian, yes, many saw Madame say I'm with the message, but I'm sure some was Musumun himself, Sabi Mentra Hanum see Madame Sashem Demifilm. So I never bought Peso Sana and Yami Fort to sa, but my mini brain soon can cram for Mamma. I would not reshuffle my lazy minister, said the incompetent President Nana Akufo-Addo. That is one here from Glee Senaji, or the Fee Taifa and or the buyer. whether the NDC executives like it or not, the EC will use Ghana card for voting in 2024. Or pari suhum and odiano eba. Ghana, the token has become too much. Boating, Denmark. When inflation was 7% in 2016, people said we don't eat inflation. Today, inflation is 31.7%. I'm asking you, do we eat inflation today? Anna, I'm glad if you come as zongo and or the free and or the buy. If the MPP happens to hand over the good economy to the NDC, they will perform better. Was it best? If then I don't get it right. Me so I'm saying now, main kind way. Please tell Mr. Furiata and Nanado's government to pay attention, to pay the innocent men's gold customers. Please let us all team up and take them to court. Nana Finn or the free kaswa and the buyer. Ghanaians should be circumspect with a problem between Special Prosecutor Kisi Ajiben and Commissioner of it's not Commissioner of GRE. In fact, it's Commissioner of Customs Division of GRE, Colonel Kojo Damwa and the La Bianca Limited. We have to go deep into that matter and find out if the incentives given to La Bianca Company Limited by the customs as common thing to do or not. That's Yao Sankide, Taifa Nodifri, and Odeba. I'm Winnie Fita. Well, as Aman Kasi, former President John Mahama should stop blaming the government because Ghanaians will never vote for the NDC again. OPK Edifri Gosso will say the NDC, whether they like it or not, the EC will use Ghana card for voting in 2024. Is it that Yauza Swame says the persistent increase in Ghana's inflation rate, coupled with the world's rating agencies downgrading credit rating, is very disheartening. But I believe that stringent policies and initiatives by the government to mitigate the situation will soon yield some results. Yauza Swami, Enodifri, Enodebai. Blueprint, writing from Esquiado Ketan, says the voter register Bruhaha. I believe if we have to maintain the system of people guaranteeing the eligibility of others without any identifiable, anyone to identify them to register, then the rules must be tightened and offenders are prosecuted and banned as the laws stipulate. Blueprint with that one. Do you think the other members of the Council of State can emulate a Togbi affair there? What better advice can they give to Yentiobia President Kufuado? That's Anna Fnanaku and Odiano by KK Edifria Kaswa. Will say the good citizens of Ghana should continue to support the MPP. They are our only hope. Senior, so what is the sense of what the customs boss is saying? They are all thieves. You see, come and see a mansion that has been put up by one of the custom ladies stationed at Tema Port. If you see the building, it looks like National Theatre. But yet the whole Ghana is defending them. God save Ghana. Kingsford, Kofi Edu, and Odiano Edebaye. My people that too. Need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Sunu Asiogwe.
Ghana Muntie. Na mansanya son. Adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo need 100.9 FM.
Right, so mamima so far ne kwabenambre mu yentie de bonkrata no enkomo no bi. Yanko.
Yo, ya sha se dia ene na me de daily graphic da obokrata no na me de sha se wo ha no mo. Na expect ono owo daily graphic. Ono odi afutu ekọ edi amagana fo nyina se yembo moden ne nhwe se ye bebo moden na ne esika ekura yen no aha se bia ade we na wa na wanka so kwahwe se eno na ade bebo obra enhwe obi ho na mfa ho no wo kwa ha o se yen live within your means o man no asa ye abobra no atrasika yen ya anada ne da nyina ne ye hwe se ye de bebo o man ne bra no ehun ye twasika bi de to wono futuo we ne ye de eba bebo man ho bra afi we ubo se fe de ya tra sa sika na ye de bo man ne bra no en wo se eno no emoa wo se ye ne sa emoa kra nti Dr. Kwachi etu eye mampanifo na afi aban a wote so efo ene Ghana fo nyina afo wo se ye bo modern na se ye bo wura afi bia mu a foto a yabodi ato ho no akoma sika na yeyidi ato ho no a yehwe se ye de bebo oman ne ho bra no yenhwe na sa sika no ano yen live within your means na fa mbo oman ne ho bra na ye adwene se e bia oh me de sika we anso ye yenza ngongofa we nka ho a wose ni nyina no ahwe be wi kire no na ahokyere no na wo san so oman ne de akomu san ti da bia ne yenza dansa yam ne yesre bonifita ho emoa eno so no wose emoa enti yanse san yesuban na oban no emwa na afi ofa nhye ne tirimu se kakra na ye wo no yanka se no a ene ye behwe na ye de adi dwuma e wo oman mu a wo de nsam atu dwa e wo breakfast dwumadi a wo mo e de share so na ye breakfast meeting na wo mo de share so to nsa e de efrem panifo ahodo no a no mo to ato adwene e de fa eye ahawa hodo a oman ne ye famu ene kwan ye befa so ne ya so ano eho ene wo de afutuye nyina no ekoye e de ema wo no
na dabe no ehu se Ghana I mean nipa bibini ankaza we live within his means would I be that o share dabe no se we
mano bros
anope we amama kai bem se post bi am hu mi nyonko ya post bi wo Facebook and our kind of saying or say I'm back. Let's have a convo. That's a conversation on housing. I'll share my suggestion with you soon, but I will be happy the day to understand. But of course, your person can say, or say I told the be tree na drink kakra. Say Ghana near or rented 2-bedroom house. Or rented 2-bedroom house. So and nyamia na darum onyes kakakra. Onyes kakakra no be sit down. And then no be no be anka no rented 2-bedroom house. So sit down. O sit down 10-bedroom house. We don't see 2-bedroom. They say we don't want to live within our means. Okoka beka to say me busu aso. Enti bon say to the
ordinary dachi.
Edan no osi no. Osi kukuru edan kunkuro. Na edan kura bro no so edan mene no. Edan osi o. You want see me and ho na bet me. That be this video with them amis.
The ho beso. Obesi akodu ba bi kura do length level no aka.
That be na who say Ghana ni say talk am talk aketwe Kia we debi except to V8
ebinum su om ho ebi nso nsu om ho kura ebi nsu om ho kura efe obanza no want me ntọ petro obakwesi wo baka ya da no na ya ni ankase ya ni afa ni face na otu yefo na ne futu anu ode ma ne se anwo se ne Range Rover no a ye toma anu no wase ye kamom ne ye de ma no because ono ahye ne hone ne nioma na nka nso na kwankro wose woto petro gumu a otu kwa haba ya nasa enti nanka ono ahye mu anukura mu no se nanka onya da wuma teseketu bi anka boa ne chen ye na ekura no no awu se etoda bi a ye ho nioma nso ya kwankro enso ye nya ne ye ho beto ye na ye twi ye mu ni ya stress ye ho na ye bobesia na ye shankofo abrabo ho na ye de boye de overkwesi what ye boni wonim baby a wo fa so a wonya ano wonso wo pese by force wonya what ni bi ebi kura na ye de che no ebi a wo ye savings be ye say 3 years ago ansa no wo de to but wonim bi wo niama nso akwankro no wo bobesia no wo sresre no wo kwaje nkofo niama ena na obi wo se na damfo banifie no abetita pictures omo cars ha ni omo eniama e wo fie wo no
okakakra ni enko okakakra no de si srewa ni enko ni na odi enka de
me tufu
tufu kakra ye metese okakakra na
no etwaso
no etwaso
masamwa
mpai watintin da edu abo
sam ni
abrewa that am tese okasa asem
fesit
oni abrewa na tan abrewa kan tse say mpai watintin da edu abo
we na do mi nyankopon na
wono asam ba kwa obeka no wa bonza yes watrem abusuafo da bakata daily guide na da manim what Canada Japan your friend Kampon oni na ye penny power that Kampon travel and toss wano aya kate ya ye kwa kobo World Cup urade ya do November Ghana fo ekwe oni na de ye kro na wotu anamon eko former president His Excellency John Dramani Mahama naso what in wa tu isan say ke wo na ti say wo se me se ho awurade adom kata ya ye koi ya ne ya dem okro nti de tekiti ene wode ne tekiti se ne nsem na kata no aye kono se ukofa adwumakuo bia so na se wode ukọ a wobenya asem obi a obetumi de wakọ aba asumdiem campaign travel and tours a oman no ama ne tumi se one no wonfa yenko na wonsan fa yemra na wosre no se kata no aye kono John obi a supporto Brastars pa anti one ye nyina anko ne yankwaji kuruwa no mra na wo na His Excellency the former president John Dramani Mahama esre no se obi anum adwuma pa woye eba no travel and tours a onfa Ghana fo nkwa asumdiem baabi asase obi ada wonyanda baabi asase yakoshe boy nyina yankoshe kama na wonsan fa yemra asumdiem a ya ho ma asemone bia eno ati ofisi asempenifo aka ho nyina gyina yi a womutita pictures kama eba no akwantuo we di a campaign travel and tours ono na wodi yekọ asade ya ba asumdiem
Eni na me fa daily graphic there wakrata no ento aso ekrata fa to so dunso ho no mo no ho na church for penny the mark Great Consolidated Popular Party GCPP citizen Atsudazi wode ensam etudwa watch say CC ano interparty advisory committee no wo mu nyina aka abomu wo mo electoral commission no age atum say Ghana card no a na CC ano limited voter registration no wo mo de ba ye esan say no mo gidi say ebetimi aboa ama Ghana for etimi aye registration a emu beda wo no say fine editi ade IPAC wo mo ne political parties awodo no amanyokuo no wo mo age atum na saa ensem ye church for penny edema GCPP wo kan na NPP amanyoko NDC amanyoko no so ora Elvis Afriye Ankra wo no ye director of elections edema NDC amanyoko no so de nsem atu hanom no wo che say samoka say IPAC for akwatena si electoral commission wo mo abato commission no na IPAC for ne politicians for anase political parties no akwakotwa hia wo mato adwene ama wo magye atum say Ghana card no eno anu wo mo de eba be limited voters registration no a wo se wo kan za na de na abeze o che no political parties they say NDC amanyoko ni shemo but MONTIE say NDC amanyoko no wo mo di kan aka ewo owura Farijam penso say enya de Ghana card ne de wo ye wadwene say wo de limited voters registration no a ebeboa esan say ebe disenfranchise Ghana fo bebre etu wo mo nyi ntumu nne enyi ntumu china etu owura Elvis Afriye Ankra wono director of elections that the man NDC amanyoko no wo mo sisi ya mo te hanu pa de nya de a wo mo ebeti ase na te ase china e de ama electoral commission ama wo e de mra so wo nse no ma ye nea wo mo pese wo mo ye no esan so wo mo ne wo mo nkọ bankro mu wo mo se ya no an se na ame ya ma mra ye de bobra no e da ho no mo fan se Ghana ni ba bia na wanya mfinhia du wotwe 18 years no ebradu the electoral commission wo mu bie wo mo enkrata mu no mo hwe se saafo ni nyina wo be ye wo registration na ekoba ne se bia wo mo manya mfinhia du wotwe wo mu ni Ghana card ni bia na je se wo ba bebra ne so wo ngwangoto aba na ase den enu mpo de ende la mo fa nto nchen enya de o beti ase ndate ase china wo se mo anhwe ye krampo electoral commission wo be se wo mo se ye kebe menka bia kabima menka bia memuo anase dodo amemu anase democracy no eno so de wo mo emma gaba kra ejo referee yes wo mo di si a wo mo so di besi enya de Ghana card ne de wo betwea ma mo enne atwea ma mo china se wo mo emfa enye limited voters registration no enu mpo de wo mo emfa nto nchen po
na erade ya adomo a August 26th edafiada na Abrantie Prince Yosen wache wo mu 81 week no onya 65 years wo mu baya no wo Accra Tourism Information Center wo opposite Afrikiko wo opposite Afrikiko na wache kanepa tete ebra na wo bra maame dokro nom ne amankwa ampofo time na adwa smart kura nso ka ho na ba kwempo mi refi ne din na nse ate ukura mic esresre yi de ma mobro wafo what the same puni mi refi me ba mekai na wo mu nyina ka ho time na kan drama pa no ana ne yesa de bia eno mpo be kwa akosha kan drama Ibrahima amafie o chisu adware wa nyare ya wo nkohwebi no obi ade na konya akosi woni ya hwe ne kama na saa wache ene wato anananom wanse edo nti omu bedi ne 1 week. Accra Tourism Information Center opposite Afrikiko. Awurade yɛ adom a 26th August and ye bedi wate 1 week wo. Na ha ya nso na kuapim polo. Sabre wafiri Kristo sumu wadane Muslimini na watrese Muslims som no eye no akono pa nti eniama anaka ne wotonton meton flatomi meton ku e wode ya woto ebeye kese wasakra wajaye nti saa nioma ni nyina wonton bio se wo pe bi ato a unya no enya no honom na sisi a wonsa beka bi waja aton sisi ade alhamdulillah wone Muslimifo na esumbom nti ampa wadahanum se ya yegunu ma ya fi kama ya efi ade bia obekọ mesreti na wakọ akosum nti Kristofo sisi ekua pimpolo wonkam ho bio wakọ akoka Muslimifo
ene na meto aso dia daily graphic da wakrata na animu pe ene maba begina na sisi ano fotuo mienu na yabo ewo eye atemuo adwumakuo no mu a wo mo eche se wo mo de baba beboa na atentene ne nso no atimi aye adwuma fe ye mena pon no nso wo mo de behwe ho nsenkaye entita fotuo we no yade a eno adaga na mampani na adodanko akufuado wobo moden eye adwumadi awodo no ana ene wo mo de bie ano a wo che se wo mo agina mra so kan ene wo mo de abosa fotuo we no a wo mo de eba beboa ewo kwan hronko so we ni legal aid commission eno no eye baako na je se baako no eye law reform fund ena afen so baako so ye law reform commission LRC na ni nyina no wo mo se eye mra pon a ye de bobra rule of law no ena afei emra kro nso eno so ye de hwema atantene ne timidi ye adwuma no ni nyina no ebi abegina ne kwanten kro na ye se wo mo ebegina baako na wo mo atimi ade sika wo mbenya wosafotuo ni mu nyina no na wo mo ade ahwe ama atantene ne aye adwuma ene ba bia wo se wo mo timi yisika na akade ahodo a wo mo atimi ede ma atentene ne ede adie no wo mo timi de ekoto no wo mo de eba be ye ne saa pepepe no wo mehwe no mo de aye sisi anso abefo kwan so anomanfo edi dwumadie enti atentene ne nso anase ye justice system ne nso etwa fata se eno so no ye fosa akwan no aso na ye de ebu na bibia nso etimi ekoye papa nti foto mienu we de wo mo ehire se wo mo de baba beboa ma atentene ne na afa ye mra pon ne nso ho nsenkan no etimi awie mudie enti Ghana mampani na adodanko akufuado ne na aban no wo mo edi 2.2 million opepe mienu echiripo mienu na je so wo mo de atum mu krampo no a baba be hye ne dwumadi ase a we no enso eye nsem a eda daily graphic da ogbokrata no anim na afa o masa kuchiri bi nso edi atokrata fa miensa ehonum
na the new crusading guide katafa tosonson and what is a professor political science department University of Ghana Professor Ransford Jampo and waka say what rasa mampeni na adodanko akufuado waso wanya resafo was and the adesrede amane se ne nkofo no bebre abre post na wo mteso no wa bre wono a wo hye wo mu anim a hu se afono wo mu abrebre enti wo mu ni ideas foforo bia kane tetede no a ideas dada no a eno a no wo mu de tetete wo enti wo ka tene se ewom so waso wanya resafo adesrede no de ma no wanya resafro na nkofo ni bia bre asoafo ye tetete wonim eno ane se tetede no anso chatu mu ehihwa wa address wako office yasinsie mudie bi wa wakokasa wase wapon wako akoda akwantu aba watu kwa wako waba but say womu baye innovative kakra edi bibi new ideas bi bewurawura womu tumedie mu ade ahoto beba no redundancy eno anso womu guwa enti watasa asoafo no bebra bre ti wansesa wonu
ene na me de chronicle da wakrata no krata fa etoso mienu ene miensa honom ena me de eto aso ewo ha na enu ada ena soafo a wo hwe enuane na afi akuyansam so ekobo modern na ene akade ahodo anase machines ahodo ani nyina de betimi aboa ama akuyansam no etimi agina na so na akuyafo nso wo mo satimi akasa funtum dade ani nyina ene ahyan ahodo tractors ahodo ne ekeka ka ho a wo betimi ama akuyansam na agina na so no ene wo chese yetimi ekra ya anase free mu efree ye efree Brazil my mu eba be pie mu ewo my Ghana mu a wɔn de ba bɛboa akuafo nso na wɔn nso wɔn dwumadi wɔn di se akuafo no bibia nso betumi akɔ yie papaapa de ama wɔn mɛma wɔn kua na wɔn yɛ ne nyinaa no ayɛ mmerɛ na wei no wɔkyerɛ sɛ aban no ɛɛsɔ wɔn asene kakra esan sɛ wɔtua so aka no anaasɛ wɔte ka no so bi bɛyɛ sɛ ɔhamu nkyɛmu aduanan 40%. Ɛno saa na ɛba saa akuafoɔ no nso wɔn nsa ɛka afidie no a ɛne sika kakra bi a na ade atua na nso no wanya afidie no na ne ɔbɛ sɛ wɔde kwakɔyɛ ɛma okua yɛ ne nyina no etimi kɔnkan no na etimi aboa papaapa wɔn mo kyɛ sɛ wɔn mo anyere boa no so koraa ɛmfa ma akuafoɔ no Dr. Owusu Afiri yɛ akoto ɛkyɛ sɛ wɔn mo ani abere sɛ korodɔm a wɔn hwɛ sɛ akuayɛ nsɛm wɔn man Ghana mu no ebetimi afa no ntoma fɛfɛrɛ yie papaapa na akɔ animu sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a mmɛbunu no nso koraa mpo no wɔn betimi anya awerɛhyɛmu na wɔn nso ɛde wɔn ho ahyɛ akuayɛ nsɛm no mu esan sɛ akuayɛ wɔ hɔ yi no ayɛ anase yehu ne sɛ bi a ɛyɛ tetefoɔ anasɛ ɛyɛ maame mo mmerewafoɔ ne ɛyɛ papa no mo kwakorafoɔ no ɛde a ayɛ ana ɛyɛ esan sɛ akuayɛ no sisi a no ɛho emu ayɛ de o emu ayɛ de papa wo hwɛ sisi abɛfo kwantimpɔ fidie kwan so a yɛde ɛyɛ kuya no a ɛde yie technology no ama no ayɛ mmerɛ ama no ayɛ fo enti wɔn mo yɛ nso asan ama no ayɛ anika sɛnea mmɛbunu no wɔn betimi de wɔn ho ahyɛ mu dodoɔ no a ɛno ɛnenam so a wɔn akra saa mfidie wɔ nyina no ɛde bɛboa wɔ saa kwan yi so a wɔkyɛ sɛ sika bɔte a ɛyɛ Ghana aban no etimi ɛde hyɛ mu no ɛyɛ $30 million ɛna kyɛ sɛ wɔn mo etimi ɛde nya mfidie wɔ yi a we no eda kratafa etosu mienu e wo chronicle da wo krata no emu
na the insight na odi aba kratafa etosu num no watrɛ sɛ Ghana fo bi e de Kofi Adoma wanwani asɛm wato no wo mu didi agro na DJ fo no wo mu trɛ sɛ ye da Awurade ase sɛ de otamfo sesɛ no ambem e ka de enko mu ku ambrante e ka kitikiti enka nipa bonifo yi pamatese eni petrol edi egu Kofi Adoma wanwani so na nko ma se ne drabe ade bete anse yesi ase no ma odane kam enso Awurade it takes the miracle it takes the miracle and kade a yebete no na nka nya asempa yesi nipa bonifo yi wo mu ti ne ntente no wo mu tete no wo mu bonshrema no wo mu di moto no mo akroso no mo si wo mo sekan wo mo di atese wo mo ho enti wo mo tete no a ekodura kwantimfi ya wo mo hye ya wo bia ama no ene wo mo che sekan ofise benkum ni nimfa wajefo awai Awurade sibarame ena akukuduro ni ahode bi bewura ne mu enti ewa pena wotia asreta no so ena an Roberts no etitigu ye enti o mutitigu ya pena ka no enim no peja ye na fa moto no so na wadimirka na moto na papa grau ti wadimirka en wokonya baabi kwose ya Awurade esane behwe no ayede no kwato hospital no ena nkofo asase na woboa ena woboa asem watu Kofi ka Awurade nko a ya nti asem de ba sisi ade ne ho ye ya ente obeba abese na adwuma ase a nipa nko mo pe na kunu no Awurade si behwe
ene na busuafo mesumi de we etu apode a na Great Africa wo mo ede abasobode adwumadi ahyehye so
na yapon
wo mo si yawie wo mo abasobode adwumadi a wo de hye so ne ko wie hye na je se maame Esla Wusu Ekufo a wono eyesoafo a wo hwe nkitahudie na afen so abefo kwantempon nkitahudie dwumadi ensem so eye communications minister and afe digitalization minister na for sorry atia mama digital abasobode adwumadi a wo mo ede born no eye excellence in governance wo mo che se de wanam eye na so eye no so aboa ama isisi ano abefo kwan a ye didi nkitaho na afe nkitahudie ensem so no bibia konkan ye papa no waye ade ye papa nti wasa abasobode ene wode abasobonsem no akọ ede ama ne saa na woje abasobode no wode tudwa se enye izo wanfa na ho no so kura ne sector no wo ma bre yie papa na so akwaniasa bia no awoka so obeboa se ne be ya bibia so betimi akoyie wo saa fa no wo nkitahudie kwan so no wahwe ayɛ no pɛpɛɛpɛ wɔn bɛtɔ akɔso no wɔn abɔ adwumaden sɛ ne ɛbɛyɛ nkitahodie kwan so nso wɔ saa abɛɛfo kwan so no ne nyinaa nso no ebetumi awie mu die nti wɔnwie yɛ wɔbɛkɔ so ato mu nkyene na ne dwumadie no nso Ghanafoɔ ehunu sɛ ampa wabɔ adwuma papaapa ɛwɔ saa na so ɛyɛ no mu hɔ no mu a wei wɔn de ato the new independent dɛ wɔbɔ krataa no kratafa a ɛtɔ so mmienu a mmemme de awie ɛwɔ me da wɔbɔ nkekan no ɛso
Mr. Mafu, wie my.
Oh, kwesi no. Oh, me da me anu friend Mr. Mafu.
No sir, me enhu hia say me da say wie. Oh yeah, and you make cow na me te. But I'm just being nice.
Mr. Mafu.
Yeah.
So I say let me.
Oko embassy you been from? Mr. Mafu? Yeah.
Na budoni na ebo udin.
Yeah.
Na abusuafo de me di wie ye Cocoa Road contractor for no. Omu say abind wonum ka. E ka no ye 4.7 billion Ghana cedis. E do so pa. Enti omu mampeni na de danko Akufo-Addo. Ene do na 14 days. 14 days de ye 2 weeks. Say 2 weeks no be so. Na se wonti a wonum ka. Ekwaya wo ma ye nyina wo mu kwaje akwan ni nyina ne ese wo mu be brokio so wo mu be tutu kwa no sonso na ka ntumi mfa so a wo mu ama aban no 14 days se 14 days ne so na se 4.7 billion Ghana cedis ne saban ti aya ene wo mbe ji akwan no a wo mu ye no ofakwesi edi na one wa bedafo nto
me da se kobra messages no a bit time and paying for transfer discussion segment you do so Felix Mante of PPP Director of Communications and Malik Adama of the NDC, Benjamin Jehu Apia also of MPP transfer pay studio man saying my main kind comments need be and mamo. Ayi Michael from Brekusu says I suggest public officials in Ghana should pursue prudence because it is practical wisdom for day-to-day living. The words and behavior of the custom officer this morning is a clear example of lack of prudence. That is Ayi Michael Nodianufi Brekusu. The NDC party knows clearly that they are going to lose massively in 2024. That's why they have started sabotaging the electoral commission. Sofmami, Eddie Freedomi, Electoral Commission, and all the buy. Kasamanke say Ghanaians are fed up with President Akufo-Addo's false hope. Their promises are too much. Ghanaians need an action now. Mr. President, do something. That is Enoch Samankese Enodifri Inshaba Anelka. As it stands now, the opposition party NDC is not ready for 2024 election because the baseless accusations they are mounting on the EC is total needless. Enoch Samankese Okro Yabua Breman Benin. They see on the NDC General Secretary is in the news saying that the NDC the NDC, because you put something that I was just struggling to actually see what you put word. I think a branch election has been incident free. All right, Okroyabwa, I'm sure say I don't know per se Oka Nana Ekriamwa Boating Ablekoma Central. Any agenda by the special prosecutor to tarnish the image of Commissioner of Customs, Colonel Kwejo Damwa, retired, will not stand. How many businesses have a special prosecutor been able to establish before running down La Bianca? You see? Okay. Bans, Kwame Owusu, Northridge, Accra. It is our time for Ghanaians to stop that hypocrisy. Do you want Colonel Damwa to keep mute? If I were him, I would say worse things than what he said. How can the reputation of the colonel that he's built over the years be destroyed in a day by the special prosecutor? Okay. we shouldn't blame the special prosecutor for doing his work. We all want to claim our full revenue for the betterment of the country. Let's appreciate the SP. That is one here from Ericus Gaspar, Wichley, Enodifiri. Robbie Fashion, Dichemso, the NIA boss, Ken Atefa, has released the secret of the NBC behind the Ghana card. Ghanaians should do the Ghana card now. Teacher Kuju Tepa Nyinesusu, Ghanaians are lucky to have President Akufo-Addo and the MPP to be in power at this global economic crisis. God knows why he brought MPP to Ghanaians at this time. That is Teacher Kuju. Musa Abatwa, someone says, special prosecutor has done a good job, but he should go extra mile to prosecute those implicated in the report. I'll give him thumbs up, 100%. Musa Abatwa. You see, the exchange rate only has defeated the corrupt and insensitive NPP administration, according to the economic messiah, Vice President Dr. Baumia, Alai Baba Madina. Need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Sunu Asiogwe, me home so na memra. Na me paying for yan shasi anope ojumedie so discussion.
And some ko twiko bata esum se don twa no dumaja esum Ghana Muntie ojumedie so eye neat.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Do you want to advance your education or career? Get a professional UK diploma from Gimel Business School. Our courses include business studies, human resource development, marketing management, project management, purchasing and supply management. Locate us at Adenta Barrier. Call or WhatsApp us on 0599 622 678. Apply online at gimeledu.com. Gimel Business School, empowering leaders.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Udan kwanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu nsu hye kura de aka ho. Uhade a wapi ho. Ukasa batete edafom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Kra cha be pe baba ware yi.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink ya sori anopa no ne yenom. Ye be chef fridge nom no se snack. Ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne yenom. And this way no ti ano a, he se kire wom, kwakwo wom, brick wom, bibia wom, ade wo hia ne so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie.
All this and papa. Kasia bo. Kowaka temunsa. Amaya se. Kasia ABOAGYE.
Onye yimu. Nukretrodo. Kamakile men kamadile bo.
Nitafe.
Mama yentie. KWASI ABOAGYE 100.9.
KWASI Monkwe.
Index and rate of inflation for the month of July 2022 is as follows. Consumer price index for July 2022 stood at 173.0 relative to 131.3 in July 2021. That is comparing these two indices, that is 173.0 for July 2022 and 131.3 for July 2021. The year-on-year inflation for the month of July 2021 stood at 31.7%. This indicates that over the period July 2021 and July 2022, prices of goods and services have gone up by 31.7%. This indicates a 1.9 percentage point difference between the rate that was recorded in June 2022, which stood at 29.8, relative to the 31.7 that has been recorded for the month of July 2022. On a month-on-month basis, specifically between June 2022 and July 2022, prices of goods and services went up by 3.1%. Over this period, we recorded an index of 173.0 for the month of July 2022 relative to 167.7 for the month of June 2022. So on a month-on-month basis, we see a 0.1 percentage point difference between the rate that was recorded in June 2022, which stood at 3.0, and 3.1% as has been recorded for the month of July 2022.
Government statistician, that's Professor Kobina, and I'll say what they to Jano, Ghana, CCA, baby, inflation, Ejina, no ho, and common be. I don't pay your baby D away, Jimmy D. So, Brampin for transfer Felix MONTIE of PPP, Malik Adam of NDC, Benjamin Jehu appear of NPP. Before that, though, Minka comments Nikakra, KWASI, that's unprofessional from the Commissioner of Customs. Because of some of these people, I won't continue. Sir Erasmus from Tema. That's what he says. So it's not me saying that. Rainbow Kaswa says Special Prosecutor and Commissioner of Customs must smoke the peace pipe so we can learn from them. As leaders, they must not descend to the gutters like that because there are a lot of young ones who emulate them. Rainbow Kaswa no di free and no di buy. You see, Colonel Damois' posture in the public is unprofessional. And his comments also is most unfortunate. But let's pardon him because that's how the old people speak. President concerned patriot of social media. Chimesio. That's what I'm being focused on. Don't know. We see about the CD depreciation. Let the government and any government put up system where the investors who come to the country to invest will keep 1/3 of their profit in the country and invest it monthly. Otherwise, a repatriation of their profit over $1 billion to their countries will always cause our city to depreciate. Mr. Tay, Gulf Estate, Tema. Hey, now inflation is 31.7%. We don't die. Ghana is really hard. Eric Okonu, La Paz, no different, no the buy. Teacher Kujo Tuoboda Madantasi says, at long last, the Commander Sugar Factory will start field operation of processing unrefined sugar. Thank you, Mr. President. That is Teacher Kujo. Need 100.9 Ghana MONTIE Jumedi Suno Asogwe. Benghazi. Akwaba.
Wafa, anope menchia onu wetiefu nyina ne mo mutie baby a wafidie kese kokoduru. Menchia menua Felix ene menua Adama. Ye nyina ye behie mu hanom a se Ghana ye kwaye nimpa kebi ma menkebi na eja ya hihya ye de atokwan mu no. Na mensanso fa enchia kese wafa. Uhwe ndwuma pa National Cathedral Secretariat no airbar any donations are Ghana for donated the Ghana edema National Cathedral na me gidi say see nyina yenye yensom na nka yembo modin ayemboa bibi ayedri me gidi say nyame na bemu a ebeye den ebeye yi na nkofo a omokoso omo donate no yebesre say ade no ewia ebefa ndwuma eni mbebu edi abakrum hanom imani age nkofo ye visit omono ye ko honom no ndra nkofo omo honom a mo donate no ye be encourage Ghana for so mo nkoso a na ade ni wo hwe ne fra efe ne pa ene som kese e be som ama Ghana esi ye nyina yesum na ye boa.
That's Felix Akwaba.
KWASI, Major.
Nyamam say.
Awo, KWASI. Your anniversary, 10th anniversary Progressive People's Party, 27th of this month.
Okay.
Baso Mina. And no you go Ahoboaso a yentoto ye. Nti ma memfa akwanya yesu nchi a Mina for ni Central Region for ni PPP achita for nyina the Progressive family. Na yenka say obi amo ne homoden. You say enye easy but I'm not so say PPP e be take over. Na menchi a menuanom a ye wa na menchi a no watiefo.
Yeah Joseph.
Anyone with team a woni eye adwuma. Na ofakwasi. Asama ye koso you look robot ene ni importem. Ene ECG no. Kobone. Ni boni ya kone se ofakwasi na watwi mu no me ne facility se wo ho no enya interaction kakra. Humans' life are at stake. And then ECG and then penny for Metie MD no on several platforms and somewhere okay can fight issues na ewo ho no. The do see was a penny what the say o solve problems. Compound the problem no. And then you know enye 2020 and a company ne customers anyone edi and sana waka say o solve problem no. Yes, he has every power near the obetimi aka say I've cut you off the grid. Now, yes, if you don't do that, you must implement change. Yes, change can come, not with force. So, this morning, no, of Akwasi, I will appeal to him and his team.
But akwa banana mema but memka bibi. That particular statement now, I think so you are not being fair to ECG also. Because I'm sure say Yatigana Hanum saying community banner say community banner. No, but you just said something about ECG.
I'm not going to hit one side.
No, I don't think so far because ECG for can say look once we think their men are safe to operate in that.
And into my banner say
community banner determine say me say yani ECG phone delay, person yani VR phone e be.
No. That one it doesn't work like that.
But that's what the community say.
Ni America e dey akosi ni say ECG ye mfa patapan and solve a problem. There's a problem there. Oh, probably would cut off power here patapan. That's a typical example. Now, near subsequent things are say community no omo express of grievances. It's not the best. Now, any the best, no. Now, so also respond in awkward way. You are escalating the conflict.
Which one is the awkward?
Of course, ubi
there be Felix awkward.
Awkward. Then say what cut your power? Now, life is at stake. It's awkward. It's awkward.
Oma light now.
Of course, my light now baso. But the point in it say, try to use appropriate means to solve the problem. Na abra yeni community for no kasa say no niamu ya no so that we can hold them accountable for their actions because niamu ya is criminal. Whatever action your community for no ye members of the community ni ye no. We need security, that is a law enforcement agency no, to arrest the perpetrators or more committee such heinous crime. The area when you say the problem for the who bet me ajim my critique huge problem. They are solving that problem.
Okay, Felix.
To me the issues are so funny about minus and so as a matter of urgency no, this is the time SSM penny for trust. Na ya pe kwan ye be fa so a ye be solve problem immediately because
them what the village did. What the you for normal here. What should I say? Omo here na nya mo ko twitwa post na there. What be that?
No, dem bi na me nka
say. Oh, omo anya there kra.
Omo anya there expressing their grievances. It's not the best. And this band is criminal. What condemnation again?
Muhia light e dey ayoma there. Omo kwa akoye sa na omo we twitwa post mo na there.
And that is criminal. I don't see if you for the chichi won.
Yeah, Ghana for no so you can with them. E kan ho pa wo kromo hanom. Na say awofa. Yi sa Ghana Post me ba Adama mesro wadarama. Ghana Post yi omo de bobo down ho omo de house na address yi. No bi akwa akotutu. That's a
criminal.
It's not enforce the law. Politicians na ya you should be kan ho. Adia addressing system na say omo ye yi. And what's all over social media? Na obi plate na yɛde yɛ identification of houses ne adeɛ wɔkɔ tutu ne nyinaa ɛna bags bɛyɛ 3 bags 3 bags
medase ɛyɛ mpamtwɔ ɛyɛ medam ase adam akwaba
Master Kwesi Yenua deɛ di kan ma menkyia ɔmanpanyin dada ɛne the good professor mekyia Ben ne Felix ɛna wankas na mede aseda kɛse nso bɛma NDC grassroots your branch elections no ayɛ success at least we are so cry nkrofo nhyɛ da anti sɛ bibi say esi nti no me bo obi aba so wɔ krom ha sɛ ɔmo ayade na ɔmo sɛ yade no the same way na ɛbɛ yade nso December 20 for election
me da se yɛnhyɛ nkɔmɔ no ase yɛde nkɔmɔ miɛnsa yi bɛbom pamtwɔ enti munti ne tell ne enko inflation baby edu enra government statistician or the figures na ba to dwa depreciation of the cedi na atwi me sure say mate gutafo kasa idredifo ne kasa enye omon kwa manufacturers nso kasa in fact the business community in general or the Ghana for crime so see nchen a one more teach you omo foreign currencies say di edwa kasa se bebi asisi a no cedi na ho odin akodu senia foreign currencies na si hwe cedi no aban na anye bibia amfa ho dia ene na chese eba ba yedin papa Fitch also wama downgrade Ghana CCCC plus after a year S&P for the omudi baye ebi aye nam nie edi miensen ibom Bengazi Mr. Sinfiusu miensen
well offer anɔpɛ deɛ megye sɛ baabi a inflation akɔ akoduro no obiara ɛyɛ aware na nea mɛka no ne sɛ all of these things no ɛyɛ nneɛma bi a as a result of the way a yɛ manage yɛ economy no and unexpected shocks bi te sɛ COVID that you recover from any Ukraine war no so a yɛnyina yɛfiri mu ɛba no ɛyɛ adeɛ bi a ama saa nneɛma nyinaa ɛyɛ but over looking at the long run no I believe say import of nneɛma a yɛnyina no yɛsɔre a yɛkɔ abɔnten na yɛkɔ faba no ɛyɛ adeɛ baako a ɛsɛ yɛnyina no yɛtake a long term measurement edihwe na me de say aban etu eho anamo in the long term no sebe in years to come no ebetumi aboa ye nyina ofa the krakra no ne say ene ne say sisi agana fo a ye wo krom hanom no the way a ye taste enuma ye pe yakonode ene ade nyina no dodo na ye enuma ye kra efi baabi ye deba na yɛkɔkra nneɔma nso a sɛnea yɛkan yɛde obisika na yɛakɔ akɔdane yɛsidi no yɛde ayɛdɛn yɛde akɔgye ɔmo deɛ yɛde akɔkra nneɔma de ayɛdɛn yɛde aba nti megidi paa sɛ inflation no yɛba hanom na yɛba bɛka sɛ wei time wei deɛ yɛsei ɛna na yɛde ayɛsei na ɛmboa yɛ nyina I am looking forward for the solution. And the solution of this whole inflation in Semsemia Ekosi, although we are seeing no inflation, sorry, akosoro. America for protested, UK for protested, but yeah, and I believe say COVID nobody was prepared for COVID. And no, and amasa and Semsemi na akwakofaba. But Mesre Ghana for so, yansu the way say ye bomodiana ye. Enwoma ye grow ye enwoma ye enwoma wo ekroma hanom no eno so beboa e ma sa inflation no enwoma nyina no ayeden akofom especially with cedi depreciation no over now this country no is heading towards a direction this enwoma nyina no ebeba fom in a sense say ohwe the way President Akufo-Addo capitalizing on industrialization. Say, echina bi no, ye nyina no, ye benya factories ewo kroma hanom na yetumi produce enuoma locally ewo hanom ama yemfa yesikai cedi $1 bibiri na emfa saa awokyere awuta wiase afa na nyina no so wo hwe China sisi a China ono no oye fully independent because ni nuoma oye nyina no oye wo ne krom oduane wo krom ne bibia ono ana eye. What is China? Felix, what is China outsourcing the programs and abi this as e bia akwa ye cars e wo Germany da. China de bia oye ne nuoma e wo ne krom. And that is the direction our President Akufo-Addo any year call. I believe it's going to take a small time and suddenly to me realize it. But me say ye enuoma e wo ye krom hanoma. Ebema sa inflation any city depreciation no aye den aba form. This is not the time I feel na me ba be blame NDC for say and a President Akufo ekwo na dollar no will say. When we politicize some of these things now, omo tie ye no omeka se ye nyina ye yade baako. But we should look at long-term goals ebeboa emap country no etumi aye den afa ne ntuma pefra. Into direction na President Akufo-Addo any year kono say baby aye duri ebe hia say yanka say ye benya ya factories. We should the way or revive factories ni mu bi egu ye under President Mahama time any year since Nkrumah time factories ni mu bi egu ye asisi ani nyina eba back. Sa no man nyina no ebe ye den ebe boa ema inflation no etumi aba form. And if you look at sa cedi depreciation ya over sisi a me no enuoma ye nyina iPhone na ye kitai cars aye drive ni nyina no if you obi krom na ye den eba most at times intade kura ye se aduane aye bedi tin tomatoes ni ade tomatoes ye craft Burkina je ne kura ye den ye you know ye kra ni nyina no ubehia so obekwa akoze sika na do akoje sa anwema ni nyina ye den Ediaba. To offer me an opinion, Obisamia. I am not ready to politicize this whole thing. Me position in say, Mama yen so sad direction now President Akufo-Addo air driving air kono. Say, yanka see to me ye and Roma ewo kroma hanoma. Inflation, cedi depreciation no ebe bafom. Na ye to me aye den. And then uko Zimbabwe. So what is so musu omucho omonai. Omodi akwa jiska. Ebindru hanomo de but the way enoma akosoro no megidi say ese ye bomodin na ye tackles anoma nyina and I'm grateful say President Akufo-Addo e this a long-term measurement no ato form through industrialization na yetumi aye den a drive enoma. Another thing o share the way this time nkofo bi no mu fi amanone eba hanom to say African countries no befa enoma fi hanom ekwa and then the establishment of AFTA, South African Trade Union Secretariat now mode headquarters na Bahanomo, and also yadia ebeboa pahama yetumi yedi hu edwane idwa. On Fitch report of media no kranya me I haven't read the report fully. And at the way of downgrade Ghana no, I don't really know the basis or the indices or mode years no. Economic indicators are almost years no. Inti me de na me kan ne se minim se ewiase afa na nyina baby aye den but President Akufo-Addo e bo no homoden aban bo no homoden endwuma pa odi egu akwan mu no eye enuoma bia ese ye nyina ye ta papa nachi na otumi ye den eye. I'll read the full report and when I come here again I can be able to disseminate say okay baby omufi bani na sa grading na omode abane de until some making cash have fully report ne there I cannot really talk about it now but I want that I can say in say the way we are see afana nyina COVID any sa Ukraine war e the shocks abre nyina no it's time say nyina ye be prepare inflation akosri ye hu bi dade but minim say nyame encha de enoma ye de egu akwan mu no ebe tackle sa anwoma nyina in the long run.
Medasi Adama. A microphone and I'm into you. Me and saying the boom. Inflation, depreciation of the CD, and Fitch downgrading Ghana's ratings.
Yeah, Master Kwesi, that's baby. Inflation. Strange, say, we should be a growing echo. In fact, you name baby echo. They should tell you, say, truly, no, there was a reshuffle. Just because Professor Jampo say kind, some of the appointees, no, my brain, no, I'm thinking, no. Inflation could do somewhere 19.7. And on my opinion, the assemble and Crawford to look at the way forward. I'm betting my money am I then a buffer. Thinking say anka you be progress, but you be progress. No, a movie to 21, a movie to 23, a movie to 27, a movie to 29.8. This year, no, a movie to 31.7, which is 32%. And which Ray say Ghana so Okita 100 Ghana cedis. Not just said the 100 Ghana cedis a bit me aye no. Aye nyema anka 70 Ghana cedis or 68 Ghana cedis per year no. And no a bit. Now food inflation. And umpona me sha na my heart bleeds. Minim sana mekanotri na I say makuma. Just because food inflation, Western region 44.8%. That is 50%. The Greater Accra BB at 41.8%. Even North Ayenim say, Edwane Fupa, Aye Boko area humpo 15.7%. And a Yamampo, Edwane Ayedimpo Akosro. Then baby say, yeah, call him. And so you're a minister in charge of Agric. Then a minister here. Measures bang and a minister no added to in place. Then a minister here. Because it's escalating. Meanwhile, Kasan or the COVID, Afrina, or more measures air 2 years, there be a before. Measures no, tama na inflation year 19 no, and the measures ne start you, but measures ne ye. Ghana Ejane. Not just as handcroft no, omunya there, and omunim there omo also, there omo ye. And then you see COVID, Master Kwesi. Then a COVID, a jumpy Nigeria, a jumpy Togo, a jumpy Ivory Coast, a jumpy Burkina Faso, chia, nyama be required the Fahane ko Burkina, a jumpy Nina, Abagana, and Abema Ghana ko inflation, a 32%. Meanwhile, omo yakekano, omo inflation do 20%. Togo inflation yahi, is less than 10%. Abidjan inflation, less than 10%. Nigeria, yes, 15 or 16%. And Omunina, Edrani.
Benghazi. Greatest of respect. Benghazi. Pacha Okasa Ubia Yedi. And Pacha Okasa Benghazi. Man distracted program, Pacha.
Benghazi. Only say Abidjan, inflation of 5%. You don't know. Me cry, I'm being charitable. I'm here less than 10. I'm here charitable. I'm say me, I'm more less than 10. But COVID that me I jump is a croning in and they see Ghana, bam, and I Ghana every. And so I jump croning in Burkina. When I'm saying smuggle fuel, if you Ghana, echo Burkina, Mali. Most of Nyema, I crack no. Efa Ghana, your port, echo Burkina, echo Mali. Na ende Africa ha ye city ena enye djuma kra asai poto Ghana city asai poto Ghana city nso Burkina sika kra yes nso omodo nyama fi ha na ekọ this is baby akrowe akodu no na yen hwe eyi depreciation of the city. Bank of Ghana rate ya 8.9 8.9. But Bank of Ghana rate no mpono uko banka unya. Black market jahi 9.4, 9.6. As at yesterday's rate, 9.4, 9.6. Miss Rompo, by the end of this month, one Ukrainian nam 10 no Caribbean na kotra. Dear na moye. Dear na moye. Dear
Empacho baby, empacho. Where's our now have you? My program na idea man.
Master Kwesi me that. Oh, it got papa early this year. Not the dollar was 60 this. January 60. What happened? Within less than 9 months, 7.5 months in it. It got 9. It got 50-something%. It got a dear na mu ye efa ho. And you see the okita yesika no. Onya de. Na dwe no asa, ne think no asa. E wo se no be kita yesika. Mo sesa no o ma panyin say edwuma na oye no aso nani. O say ide aso nani. Nti say edwuma we aso o ma panyin ni. Nti o ma panyin President Akufo-Addo say e na o pese yete na wa Ghana we. Ade aso nani no. That abysmal, shameful performance. A bin see that 201, 202. And then year recorded inflation. That 27, 29. That time, na Ghana ye fee a civilian rule, called democracy. That time, no, and then ye graduate. And yen da ye na jina. And would ye assign ye over 20 years back. Oh, that is abysmal performance. A bin see that. You see, on Sasan or see or no aton or you're comfortable with this performance. That means the president even is a danger to a Ghana economy. Then we agree. We see food inflation around basa. Now we see ministers who perform so well. Look at Sunday Grady. When was the last time you graded Ghana? The importer. When was the last time? And now only strangely, Master Kwesi, all the indicators, no. A grade yenina C. The omon power. All the indicators. A grade yenina C. Let's assume even say una ompa. Omunyana na omon power ana. It's not all of them na omon power. Moody's a grade yahin C. S&P grade yahin C. Fish grade yahin C. But 2017, Moody grade a B minus. 2017. S&P grade a B minus. Fish grade a B. Common payer, and rating 2017, any current rating wouldn't be the same. We could have seen, say, Ebia Omoye Bibi. But the painful aspect here, Omo grade say we are government, take it in good faith. Now, Bibi, our lapse is one. Why there was 20 ho, so that a bit me are boasted. But you can't pay. No challenge say, enter sir, Omon Pel, enter sir, Omoye will say, enter sir, everything a drop it. Everything 2017 no your import cover was a 4.3 months. Today 3.4 months. Everything your inflation 2017 was 68.7. That is that's the what's the name for debt to GDP. And then currently the debt to GDP 78, but Yampo Kasa is 80. This is where the MPP under President Akufo-Addo or the Ghana Abet. I say on your reshuffle or say or you satisfy performance we we that performance we are away at your school own. It's not a fail. They will sack you from the school. And you one failure, they will just sack you so you are not even fit to be in that. They will sack you, say, go and start somewhere. The teacher will feel no grumo gradual and some will qualify even to be in the school. This is the kind of resource, Now, most can 8 more. When you can 8 more, as a movie, every single Ghanaian say, "With Jimmy," because who decide at the way, who decide the way, ebe catch up, be say 8 more.
Adama,
Tifam, who you obi our Ghana.
Medasi, Mamina Sinamema, Felix Mantin Sumbrim. Felix,
Akuragwesi. A city online at the Ghana fish rating from 2000 to 2022. Now, your best performance na 2005-2006. Unfortunately, and then I worst performance. It's unfortunate. Now, apart from these rating indicators, ne idea, I will always bring it down home. Now, Maria said, do we even have to get the rating and sana ya kanwasem? So, baby, ye dano. Yenyena, yenshwe, yenshisheye, yenyi omaini infri baby ya kwaku uranumu anase den. In fact, in your memory, enye. I mean, I will wish say, as on mine, no, yenina, ye beka ye wabum near who say, and yet emotions, and I say, and yet, baby, me wo position, and I mean, I'm a wabamu, and I mean, I'm a year, and I mean, I'm a year, I mean, I'm 2 minutes, the amount. But say, you may be enquy, night, and my hotchere air buying, and I swear. They say it to me, a can. Now, a kaboom, near Chrequia Befaswa. At least, you won't be to me, I hang high and kakra. Na me nua Bengazi kasa no ka say o may import bi bia eno eka ho na ama ebia niema mu ayedin e dia man san say see tumi enso ye bibi but unfortunately so would pick inflation indicators Ghana Statistical Service the babeto abontin locally manufactured produce and goods work right in imported goods. And it's a worry. It's a worry. Pa say on mine no. Yeah, cry say oh, yenye self-sufficient. Yentu me and go beyond 8. Na enumuno niya yankasa ye krepo to cover niya ye import no. Ne bo e dense niya import wa. Achieving the goal of Ghana beyond 8 in a bed. I think say perhaps some foundations being right, some baseline EBI idea go on, policies be idea go on, and you do the resource wait to me ama yetimi I come out of the doldrum yetimi a lepu forward as my near koyenim. Notwithstanding that, I thought that a buying a Maya who do be to me, it take steps to be a drastic, but a solve a critical problem. Someone say there were a friend protectionism, our international trading, our governments, a bomb say, bo commodities, new mining trading activities, a costono, a home buying. Do because of liberalization, above from kakra, our countries don't really carry out protectionism. Now, the economy no bind here. But a do baby now, maybe pie, ni super, the away to be the Mrebia Bama say, some goods and products and services be dear. The senior Dr. Pakosindum Ekayeno. We should begin to produce and eat them here in Ghana. First, we can begin a bit me as I say free a buying as say a buying government programs, events, and activities. Let's use made in Ghana goods and products and services. The demand in a higher amount for best say omu produce more na supply no ayede aba because obia beja kwanya kase oye adwuma. Eye measures ni mechanisms e betumi di ayede aso inflation ya no. Aso fish downgrading ya no. Aso CD depreciation ya no. Unfortunately, but yabeka after 2017 2018 inflation sha say cost no nyina yo. After 2017 2018 CD depreciation sha say depreciating na HC dollar wonya na dollar na kokra atitim. CD ni ntimi enkonkoto no ho ba bia dollar ni ngina ye kora no waka say o home kwa no woko. Obagasi enti no na after say rating agency so sha say omonso mo downgrade ye no afi bia no ye ba form. So I think somebody must sit back and think and say hey Charlie score yeah score there. There ni yeah wrong. Amma ni yehu. So let us take a U-turn. And I think say it is time your best brains our mind. Nipa umbetumi adwene boa oban no ama we achieve target because Ghana ye of course metimu bi me benefit the inflation eba beda 5%. The CD ni dollar no 2 CD to $1 of course menya ho faso bebre misika kakra me wono ebetumi agumi bottom anything no there is nothing wrong say ye nyina ye wo manum na wo aban na wo be frɛ Ghana fo nyina say momra na ne ekɔ no ekɔ bɔne moma ye ndwene ho okwan bɛn ne ye fa so a nia ye koyi no ye betumi die si no bia mfa na dwene emra ne hu kwan ye fa so a Ghana no ye beji na si na boa ye nyina because me fo car boarding me to fuel boarding me rent me boa kwa na ekɔ soro eni me sika kakra hye me bottom me purchasing power nyina asa ama me hu ne ameya in fact eya homete na nso no mpanyifo saachia na nso emu ye yi nyina wom na ye ka yeguso ye ka se abana ntie na so pam anhu se ne ode ntotoye ne betoto na wafra Ghana fo nyina me nyina ba dia aka afene ayi kakra bi pe na ye kwa abato se fie mienu ne kakra bi pe ne ye kwa abato ofoforo maybe after 6 years when to me achieve hwe ya 2 years there ubetumi aye bibi kakra bi na de aboa Ghana for ama Ghana for me Canada ma wosre a serious issue a very very serious issue because baby aye akwa wura ne there they say enya politics bio and I mean there be America me say it is far fetched say ekoswara the problems epe baby di hu ko wura say o wenti na ba say it doesn't matter. Yesterday is full of experiences but no one lives there. Ni aye ne ne se ne ebe ya ochina you betumi akoye nimu no and only the main thing I wish government would tell us looking at the circumstances aye womu no say no economic policies aye steps aye take to solve the major problems aye wono any niti ehia mu nyina momu adwene momfa mra ne mfa mpia na de no enye den enkwanenim na Ghana fo ho atumi ahenha wo anya sa na de bi ekoye lamentations ekoye accusation ni throw ni political jabs ni ade a I think say ye be koso wa akoyechi na ye be downgrade yen na hwe ye downgrade ye nyina no o say no besia son ni edididi ho ye downgrade ye nyina no besia no ye ntimi nkonkwaji bio ye mayempo na say because say no ye economy ye disclassment say e junk e bola so de ebola so ade ye mfa mane nyeye nti no once I toss a category muno it is not time for any ibia we need to work our head out send ye be ya yebetumi akoye nim asoman na yetumi develop
Alex me samba so biom sisi aba men kan comment ne kakra bi na min bisa mo adwenche wo ye ensem bi amampanyin dada John Muhammad ya todwa se bebi a yedu no de ye hia for national dialogue on the economy ye nyina found say ye NDC ne ye PPP o ye CPP o ye NPP NDC ye nyina ye nsinkonya titiri wo mo nimdie bi a betimi abo economy na inflation depreciation of the CD niama ebua magana I say ye ni onyam eba no bi asika ne economy ekofo mi nyina no ye betimi afan into my payfra so a question will be say sadie we eno ne ade a ebeboa ana enkonkosi hwe nti enwe ye ho. All this is being orchestrated by the incompetent Reverend Amishadai, Commissioner General, Echo Jones, Kaswa, and Odifree. Royal Gabi, Efiekuma, the worst economic hardship inherited by Nanado's government in 2016 was, is it our own Echo Jones? Oh, are you serious? Our own PPP Echo Jones.
Echo no better na mizali which shows or palava sauce.
Echo, don't bring yourself. The worst economic hardship inherited by Nanado's government in 2016 was managed well in his first term. So I am of the strong belief that the economy will be reset and put on the path of which it was derailed. That is Royal Gabi Efiekuma and Odifree no de baye. Eben Wakwabinya. Inflation is now 31.7% and over 31.7%, and prices of goods are being increased every day. What's the management of the economy doing about it? That's a question being asked by Eben Kwabinya. Amisko Spelele Kaswa So far, so good. Nana Bawumia government has been fantastic. This shows that we are ever ready for Ghana's growth and development. Kasua's Amisko Spelele, no. Chief Manatonsu Kumar say, I beg Ghanaians to exercise patience with the government as it puts plans and proper structure in place to make Ghana work again. Gakpeto Ba Eric, Ayaso Central, KWASI, MPP for Ekurato Mutrim. Na Ebekumu, finishing the 8 than to break the 8. Ekurato Mutrim Nebekumu. Gakpeto. It'll be tough. Washaba Misty Gossizongo says, the NDC party is the biggest problem for this country. So Ghanaians shouldn't listen to their propaganda and focus on the NPP government. Positive change, Medina. From all indications, it seems President Akufo-Addo and his people are just bent on destroying this beautiful nation called Ghana. Yeah? Need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Jumedi. So your discussion segment in your go so studio no Felix Mante, PPP, Malik Adama of the NDC, and Benjamin Jehu Apia of NPP. That's Benghazi. So Felix Minsasi Mbisa. My opinion that's me okay. Just briefly on it, sir. National dialogue. Do you support? You think this is not the solution?
Of course, Omane Nyobako for dear. And then your party bidia. We party how the division about and then also for no co-preachy or MPP for no anniversary Naka say division.
We have the man, we have the man, we have the we have the man, we have the man. Papa no man ko pamu so no mo pamu ni fi. Obi and party no aso to time by.
That be want more kind or say in unity. In unity.
Oh, you have the man. We have the man, we have the man.
Or see if you have the men and you are not united.
Oh, but yes, we have the man, we have the man, we have the man.
What do you say?
We have the man, we have the man.
Where are the men? No,
no, I can't do baby. No, say you've invited the wrong.
What Adama, more empty for more than a mobile mobile to me. Capture Ghana for mobile mobile to me. If you are here for then you baby ding. What are you telling us?
Me check it.
Was really on Sri Lanka. Yes, I'm saying yes, the economy managing Ramaya. And can you bet you a chroma and can you?
I was no Bekunipa.
And Ghana for Mumbo President of Abaso. Baby, what are you telling us?
Maminchia Honorable Boniface. Some can you have the men? When I can't and they don't have Honorable Boniface.
No, yes, sir.
Deputy Agric Minister Yawado Frempong OTU. I sent him a message. Honorable or Kamen home. Food inflation. Honorable Doctor.
One more time, you want to food inflation. You have the man. The minimum Kiteska price is here. To me, Koto petrol. What are you telling us?
You have the man.
Say, mobile, you move to me. Mon country Ghana for some mobile, $1 and mobile man I say.
Of course, $1 is a progressive party.
You have
the man. Work towards this. How could say you be reduced by 50%? Maybe I could do bia.
Monfa solution in Francoma.
I don't think that yeah, Kase.
Entina, ma'am. That's a dialogue.
The unity of the state. Na yen party yen kwana dwene we yetrim omanpanyi kufu abren so ana omo pe Millennium Challenge account musika ne ade a omo yi a enye no nipa omo frɛ no man timi di anim ko negotiate for a better deal Dr. Pakwasi Ndum nsa ne e benya sa George Bush highway di bi ye na ye kweye ni so oman ne nyina ye dia baby ye dru no Omani say gu ye nyina ye so ye nyina ne ho be kire ye ni baby ya ye be ko baby am betra ka say makwan ye nye ye eni nyina because of say economic difficulties na ye wom enti ne nye kwan no. So what is wrong from calling all of us so oh baby ya ba bedru ye no let's do a national dialogue. Young free party stakeholders. Obi biara. Key people. Ni eme transe. Ni ya babedru ni o. Den na mususu se ye be ya. O man no ye be ko ye nimu. Ye famu aso aban de. Say ni na say person ke di gu akwam. Mususu se. Obi an fa na dwintum. Yen dialogue ni yen tiase. Ti nyina ye gitum ni ye. Na se kone ekowie bone a ye nyina na ye enyo aban ko na ebeble mu no. Anya aban ko because ye nyina ya dwene. Na ebia anko wie yie. Ni ehun se no we so nyanti ye nye we. But say wo ye wadu say wo de minim tinti na wo say wo nipa na wo de ombeye na wo refuse to call people to work together on a round table discussion ye the solution be ba. Ye be jani nyina gu so. Am at the end of the day no ekoko wi a aja ye be nya bia kan we have the men. But it shouldn't be so. It shouldn't be so. Senkabai we all shall in 2017 who said no. Empenyifo baby omubu say humanisuma minti na twe mienu eyeden enam. Na benu so a emia. Enti no say all shall 2017 who said no. Me ni Ghana for na eya de no wanye ne say me nkrofo my government ah. Anka se baby ewe ye ni how anka perhaps ye nyeme bi asesa kakra because obi ade na dwene beba because say we demonstrate to everybody say oh ye betumi aye who are you ye betumi amaye em obi atwen no ho even if the policy is good cry you wouldn't get people to support you for you to implement them betumi alleviate your house and it's in your man you that have called for India. As for me I agree. But say a biner was so many MPP for a now my calling you can't call it for national dialogue. I guess I'll call it NDC and the MPP for Aqua Transit. That's not a national dialogue. But all the time, no number of money could say NDC for Nakentino, NDC for the FRO. But it shouldn't be so. It shouldn't be so. I don't know when national programmer, both at the time of NDC and the current. Say your program, ya turn Safra Progressive People's Party for say this is a national event. We are inviting you people to come. They don't do it. Even that the Royal Senchi, that's a consensus, but they didn't invite us. And that's exactly what they do. And they have repeated the same thing in this government. Meanwhile, you think we don't have people who have brains to come and support government policies and government programs. Yet your mind be so. You're Ghana for. And that's exactly what is happening. Winner takes all. So anytime the Progressive People's Party, I can't want some say the attitude of government when they win power, no more winner takes all attitude, no more demonstrating that. No, at the end of the day, no, Omani fail. You could try to do proper inclusive governance system. No, oh maybe audio Omani could do. You all clap for him, and you continue to repeat say under this fourth Republican Constitution, you know. Government are born home modern and the only government here on Penyuku for Nabai. All of that government have failed. Why? So I won't conclude. I won't pass any judgment on him.
Did he fail? But so, president. Oh, yeah,
so the point must be made clear. Say, as on my team be dear. As I said, Obia to me a part of the governance system by making sure we invite you Obia to come and think through the problem now. Think through about our economy because and connect all other sectors. Economy all other sectors are heading a be but I here. And I'll be say ECG you look rubber for air contact companies and get a war mine institutions or mine who say na customs any OSP. I'm going to Kwasum and pay me tea ana.
Yabaso.
Economy name wired.
Okay.
Economy name wired, you know. And I'm a new air cost. So I think say maybe I baby do need of oversee. Here. Nipa nyina wonso yene den ni nipa
okay
aban no hwe na asemata 2 years akai mo ntrase so no kwa betumi aye
okay
na ofro bia ni nyina ntimi mebo
Adama a national dialogue on the economy sana former president kan ABCS omni ni adwin menim bebia ogina ewo ehfa ya monitor na
yeah Master Kwesi Midasi I think say Felix Akasa, the early comment no okay, Anka national dialogue will be the best option, which because CCRD, we are say Obiati as say MPP, they don't have them. Being for now. Now, I mean, so a large Dr. Baumia, now if we say, or no, ye say, or ye, or no, ye economic messiah, but the AC. Not just I say we need the least idea of economy because of Niamasana Eko be BIS. But let's put it aside. NDC faced challenges some time back when we were in, but do impo. Now so we call for the Tenshi gathering. Now we invited the MPP as well as some of the people like Yenim said they can help. Some institutions being so were invited, and the individuals and so were invited. But MPP declined the Omanko. We did everything, they didn't go. Though few individuals, they went in their capacity. And we look at it. But after the Senshi conference, you know, say there was at least progression. Yeah, progression. Into we be do know, you don't have the men. Munni brains are on better my solve from Munnipi. Assistant Munnipi. The fact has shown say Munnipi at all. And to Munfre, not necessarily Felix Kaya, meaning you had Munfre Obia. They were on Crawford NDC, or we are competent in that area, you call them. Crawford or CPP, EPP, even private sectors and poor. If we have experts or what, we should bring them on board. Now you're no Muslim for Omar Dream Bra. Moving forward, you know, now at least near Mantimia the and start Embra from Kakam. But that ego posture and then the arrogance of the president as well as the appointees, you know, and any idea could do Bibia Edu. Anka Omutia Bibia Edu Yendu. And the Emiakas say, almost say Omunti Ubia. But Bibia Nayawano, you go so drop you, you go so sinking. Yes, sinking. Then the finance minister can. When you're advising Uncle IMF, my trouble be a finance you're advising Uncle IMF. Just a week to president.
I'm not to send your president Mahama Kayana.
Just 1 week to mobile call IMF. Or Gina TV show. Like I said, they have the men or more munima dear. Or the policies at 2 years. Bibia de ye. Ghana, a bit bouncy back. And the IMF a year casano. Or more bon and I can't IMF once. The NDC they are bon into the IMF. And do 1 week and I'm going to call IMF. We ain't I say finance minister no. We need the zeal. And now only even what the zeal and then the courage or the better than IMF. Because on one casano was saying. And no, and a year cast a yenti opiano. Don't come on to radio to parliament 2 days. Move quiet. Or general say is the MPP who are is the NDC no more incompetent. Almost say or more quiet. 2 days.
And it's now young queen.
And yenti obia 2 days or 2 days more than. And to mon just our ego, the arrogance. Who no more fun to form. Now more say chrono. More say chrono be do be yenti me repair. Mon jai and not to change. Na mundi humble pie. Let press on my opinion that akasa. On my opinion otiso. On finding good feet. Non friend and Crawford around.
Adama, Mamima, Begazi, Mintio, national dialogue on economy.
You see, sir, over ABOAGYE. Yeah, but now Hanom, now Yenya Quenya say, Yantre Yadrinia. Minjini say, Adama. And then the NDC for no. Omube chan trotty as say, yes, Ethiopia. Yanka bibia sada. Me pacho, meba. President Mahama is on tape and record. Abra Ghana for ebre. Na dum so achichiri yen. Awu chiraba kuromo hanom mbebu ene amame for mrewani adie nyina. Business community esu frɛ say president. Yena ye nneoma ebetumi ama awon han sata mi krampo no na sa yare yi embaye awo kire etwa wiase afa na hu nyina mpo na embaye ama papa yi ye frɛ no ye su frɛ no say president bombodi anetie ye su frɛ otumi bie na no ka kyerɛ Ghana fo sɛ onu de onti obia ne oye na na oye what you say and it is on tape our baby or say oh so okay in his speech it's on YouTube so okay in his speech in delivering the nations meba okay
one can
say baby what do no or your drive flu one
so now you are shifting from
one can or see onti obia I am telling you this over kwasi yetiefo no omukae asemo omukae asem President Mahama or Sansu Babio say yentu no so ababio the last time no person okoyo na fi yakasa kire no betie abra wo no mokra no po yakasa kire no so ontie na fi obekọ ne last
national dialogue on economy
on this issue on this same issue President Mahama onu akọ Harvard na se ya okosi abrofo no oka kire omo say yare no na ama wiase afa na nyina e di ahokire aba wiase afa na nyina including Africa. It will go Jinabrofo nanim oko Harvard na say this year. Oko Harvard now or making the keynote okay. And I can quote it for you. Say we are here for nyina no COVID ne de ahokire kese e na aba we are here for nyina. Did he say it or he didn't say it? He said it. One oko hu abrofo na no aka different thing. No abafia esan so petumi ntino no person blame me say aban na ama kuro no mu ayede. Meanwhile, wo ko abochire ho no ma wo committee abrofo no. Wo ko no wo ka kire abrofo no say ewiase afa na nyina sisi ahokire aba nyina no efisa covid ya ebe etu say yesu. Wo da no ho na wo bafia wo si president Akufo-Addo ene Dr. Mahmoud Baumia ina ama kuro no mu ayede. Enti nipa say no wo double standard say ya. E say ye jiwudi. If you are there, sisi ano eba ne saa. Esansa amanyo seminti. You know very well, say we are not in normal times. And obianim. And I believe say people really don't care as to whether or not to say you normal times man. I in normal times. Even mo honoma. Amu afa mo ho. No muni man say okay Ghana ayede. And ye jitum say kronuma ayede. Ye to say NDC for na. Edru baby a President Mahama say o sha na membu onuma ayede a. No we tantro dia fam. Ye nkasa ya dia tum say Ghana ayede. Ni atutu sre Ghana for. So munya ye ho abotre because enye krom hanko a. We asia fa na nyina baby ayede. Iti President Mahama uko jina baby fufuro enye abrofo no na okasa asem ne kire mo say COVID na ma wiase na ayede. Na oba hanom a na wa ba be say yenye national inclusion na ene den abra wonim say aban yi bo ne ho mode o manage nnuoma. Twene esi wo Sierra Leone ndra. Ekromfo ni nyina asore. Nigeria omo kitesika omo ntumi nto petrol. Ibi si ekrom hanom ana. Uko UAE baby a omo so lie ansa no matumi anya petrol. Anu poni owo pe no ntumi nto. Uko landed from omo abochire ni Germany. Nebi so omo say sisi omo tumi to oil mienu ana. We are not in normal times. Baby we are sina kwa akoduru no. Eya ho kire kese na etu ache ye nyina so. Eti esi e ma no kure daddy. Ni yankwa ye say obi petumi ntino. Oba be ye a okohu abrofo mpanimfo na no akoka different thing. Oba fie so esi so petumi ntino. Na oblemi government na obo mode a o manage yi no. Ana ye tena kroma hanom obi asori atia ye ana. Meba Felix ma me kama asem. Ye tena hanom no. Ye me say ya gye atum se kro no ayede. President Akufo-Addo agye atum se kro no ayede.
But all say no more.
President Mahama na oka for national inclusion no. Okosi abrofo no. Oka kire mo say COVID na ma wiase afa na nyina ayede.
Ghana mo say Ghana. Mo say Ghana.
National dialogue no. Who support.
Omo arrogance test no.
And on finance so.
Dabi. I'm not saying so on finance so honom. The point ne say onim baby a ahokire ni fiba.
Or see national dialogue on
national dialogue na oka wasam no onu onim baby a ahokire ni fiba. Momo time ahokire ba.
Master Kwesi.
Aye bi say say onboy
Togo.
O see onye magician. O to be fair juma.
Ahokire aba ne sky dey aba say yan fa bomb. March party for march na we.
And no call for national dialogue. Who come who abrofo no different.
Ghana Montie.
body some papa. Kasia bo. Kowaka temunsa. Amaya se. Kasia waye.
Onye yimu. Nukretrodo. Kamadine kamadine bo.
Nita fe.
Mayentie. KWASI 100.9.
Kwesi bonkwe.
Mamin kind comments yankwe in Pamcho. You see, now for the past 3 weeks, some communities in the Kroboland have total blackout, and the whole Kroboland is black. And I'm sure you know. You sent this one a couple of times to me. You know the reason why the lights are out. Ted from Finland says Baumia has perfected the modern era jewels. This man must decide that the grass is blue, and he keeps repeating it 1,000 times until shallow-minded people begin to. Message now. We are urging and encouraging special prosecutor to keep on doing what's right, and even if Nanado needs to be investigated, he should probe and investigate him, because the corruption under his administration is becoming too much. Meshaka Santi from Abusokai and Odia Nodubai. Mama G, Africa, so I say, I don't think going to IMF will collapse Ghanaian businesses. The government is doing its best possible to control the rising rate of inflation. Kwablavi Wapukase Benghazi. Even Boris Johnson, who has even Boris Johnson, who was British Prime Minister and performed creditably well during his working days to resign. He was able to stabilize inflow of money and okay. All right, come on, I'm finishing your scene. Bacho. Oh, my point. But I just want to Felix. Just kakrebi near pon.
Minim near
customs.
Is it Nipa na wone kasa last?
Dennis Amfo Sefa.
Dennis.
Yes, that's president of Chamber of Free and Trade. Yeah.
Minim ni anu wo defend. Say Bibi na state institution. It take charge to deal with it. Especially corruption, a big issue on my way. Now, key high profile personalities who are aware private sector, no, you don't come in to come and defend anything. The minimum you will defend it.
What's your defending on clients?
What kind of clients are you defending? You are defending LaBianca. And so what? Let say LaBianca will defend CBR. You should take it to the special prosecutor. The Brasso says special prosecutor, then Bekota, Uncle defending her. You don't come on radio and come in. At the end of the day, on no cross sign indicting who to say on your lawyer. And so, what was he defending? Say, Emraben and any panabus. When your lawyer now nim Rako Buswa, what was he defending? I think Bibi Akoswa Achia. Emra Wohwa Yedima advance ruling or whatever. Special prosecutor who say, Yamfam Fakwan Paso, any Edima ni pebi, and as a company be, Edi Afa or Mini Sika. And into Yanshem, na Yan Nia, a tuum, so a former Yamam Renin, 1 4 years, why Yaman in Fan Huni, Nasa Bedahua. Then ye can. If you always defend corruption related matters, now you're banning about that can because you feel say you have the opportunity and we can defend it. It's a worry. I think we can't fight it. And my mama Ureki Seja Biabaso for having the balls to go and investigate that particular issue. Because Nipa or a form eso. So my mama Abaso for doing such a good job and being bold to publish it for everybody to know what is happening. For everybody to know what is happening. And me Yura Kendall. Corruption and find motions in fight you. And I am find motions so entity. And yet the level of emotions or the back cassa and for the bomb in some mano, a brand new casano, and I bet you send Honson and Honya song. So no fool say Kiseja Ben OSP any na ni year onim okwa obefa so a obesiki remedy. Why is he not working along that line? And then he will go and call press conference and then say whatever thing you want to say, sending warnings to the OSP, the institution. He got it all wrong. Now, because why OSP ni say, on pursue the matter to the letter. More living. Say Obia can be to threaten him. Montie. Say a friend say, "Oh, a small boy." He is not a small boy. Institution can say pan or down no. Say a Progressive People's Party ye side and can say, "Oh, yeah, solely independent." I want Attorney General say, the highest authority to immediately take it up and do whatever thing he wanted to do. Won't seek anybody's intervention. So, for issue into the right perspective. That may share the Customs Act, no, any okay, first why they yeah, can say advanced ruling in the and now so can kind OSP report. Now the can kind rules and regulations are yeah dia to hono. Now tie near Ekoswa. Clearly, Papa say yes. You people, there has been some application. But ye bisa La Bianca for most of your application. Then who gave you the advance ruling? When a day application you to the mamo.
I'm sure so Dennis.
Then I said on a bear apply.
The suggestion is that I say special prosecutor could transfer.
Onu na ebi transfer. Eba be defend the idea. No mommy and canisa. Onu na ebi oba be transfer to come and defend it. Company La Bianca na any dia.
O see La Bianca say.
No, is he the one who responded to La Bianca's report to Numina? Is he the one? Is he the one? Is he the one? Say La Bianca the application letter the ababa China. I didn't want for the same letter and find OSP. I had wanted you to ask him. Say what's La Bianca at the application letter the ababa said they applied that. Why didn't La Bianca produce the same application letter to OSP?
But you didn't get the impression. The impression said yes I know mokai.
Yes I know mokai. I don't know about Major and Walker. Oh man La Bianca. If La Bianca feels say they have been treated unfairly, they can take OSP on. They can take OSP on. So Felix, the argument should it's just say Dennis didn't who Gigi Mukra. I mean, you say your bomb mine sika hobai. Near to corruption, I say a fee or minum no mine sika. There be a crisis in Nisika. And look at this. State Council of State member. What's the work at it? 30% salary. At the end of the day, what the question baby? I didn't. And young metism. I didn't know.
Oh, but say almost say idea Obia enjoy.
Didn't and just Obia. I do Obia enjoy fine. A brand is to go to 1 million. More go to 1 million Ghana cedis to the OSP.
Oh, sir, no dear.
As a refund.
Sell more fine and default. Say yes.
And say what happened? That is what we want to know. What happened? What happened? So sometimes some of these things, you know, my people here who to too many come to defend it.
But who see for me, for me, I think that may concern teach you about state institutions, and that's why I say me your opinion. Me can be so me your opinion can me,
immediately. And yet,
because there are some of the statements we are making when you need to
it was totally wrong.
First of all, these are state institutions. What is this thing about? Or a small boy?
Small boy. As a son of resign.
We were totally uncalled for. And you see from near Canada, my no. In Sansu, a man for being because you see a beer who so Canada, more a mini pana. Your year, you are bastardizing
another state institution.
Yes. Or say a discrediting. But report no. What is will be an investigation? What is the discrediting there? No, so
that is the point.
We are saying that in Korea investigation, she say nice things about
him
because in some no kind. So you say he discredit you, but now we are no mom now discredit it. Now Obi Agana for Omutie because yes you because or say Obi second day because one man anti or time and you rather discredit your Jumana.
It's unacceptable. And me and Rabbit
perhaps you ain't me come on
because you're buying obey to me. Progressive People's Party man because human beings now war and now only 2 million.
The Papa Penny
powers to themselves.
Open Echo C office of the special prosecutor. Most you ni Kokora. Yeah, the obi so aba bebuno. Ibi so boy small boy.
Oh nia America omakwakoye Trump. Na
FBI so amko no munisi omako.
They took on leaders.
Or so omako bu ni safe krani.
They will take you on. And that is exactly what we need in this country. Anya sapa dia of Agwasi. And if they are doing it, I know I say me a penny. So, your penny, so what?
Abobra.
Abobra, now one only the Oba, Owo.
Bengazi.
Well, offer. I mean, it's unfortunate, sir. More out of emotions and make a pronouncement to be said, or a small boy. But you see, there is more details to the whole thing. Akruguna ye kano huasemano. Office of the Special Prosecutor, extra letter, the Coma Customs penny. Say, uhia kwano honum. So umbra mebuan. And now, can order one more write it back. Say, akwane de omun to me releasing my number. Was one, or ye juma on win juma. Then, akwano, efa echire, ekwa resigning ye. Me pacho meba. And or resigning ye without the notice of some penufo no yo meduma or masino. Enti akurugunu ene kenoda moano omumi enu nyina no there is a fiction omu was some problem between them. Now this guy goes to office of the special prosecutor and is being promoted as commissioner of police. Obi ano ye adwuma of customs. Meba mama ka some ne kira. Meba no anya akrugu na investigation. It's not akrugu who did the investigation. It's not him. Akwa na omanja no ni mpanimfo enja no mananko office of the special prosecutor no. Enyo no na sisi oye nhwehwemu no. And be obi na petition OS. And I say anti aden and omanfo be from an anya investigation. Dabi. No. You see, we need to be forthright in this country. Meba me no Felix e problem. Put here in America. Me no problem. But who your police penny? Hold on. Because Akwana now he wanted to go to the special prosecutor. And in Penifo said, no, continue your work here. What you say? Now Penifo no show Masino. Went to your massam and I will form a china or resign here. Oh, Mammy Casamano, Muchila Musena Muchila T4. More Casano, Sena Muchila Mumet here for. How does it relate? Yes, then I'm telling you. Say, ono akuruguna of penifo china omo ba say okra wonim say whistleblowers me come say me chire mu chire tiefo kunya o time one chire man chire tiefo me chire ba bia problem ni fiba akuruguno any penifo na ye adwuma office of the special prosecutor akuruguno ti ono no person ojan custom adwuma no office of the special prosecutor. Me bati eni America no. The wife na contest adu asafo. E wodome. The wife na contest adu asafo wodome. I'm telling you this. I have the details, Felix. Mami kana tiefo ntie. And I say, Akwano, office of the special prosecutor no. Na penifo no amane secondment ntino. Or resign here. No. And office of the special prosecutor. Office of the special prosecutor, I promote you to be a commissioner of police. I'm telling you this. I am telling you this. That is what you don't know. Commissioner of police. That is what you don't know. Don't give that. That is what you don't know. That is what you don't know. You don't know this. I'm telling you this. Remember, hold on. How can the office of the special prosecutor? I am telling you. What is his rank? Somebody to a commissioner. Akurugu, what is his rank at the office of the special commissioner of police? What is his rank? Tell me. Tell me. What is his rank? Is here. And I'm saying. Akurugu no.
Empacho, mi busa asemo. National Police Council no for sure.
Media mi nim.
So is this how you are governing? No. We are MPP. This is what you are saying. So this is how you are governing the country.
I'm not saying this is, but institutions must work. So you be a president,
no, me bisa. So institution works. Is it office of special prosecutor? No a promote police for.
And no more. And I'm saying you're matching in the say. Akuruguno. No. Yes, I am. This is what I am hearing and verifying. Because uko bisa Akuruguno is the rank in the day. Special prosecutor no some I will show you. I don't know, you know. Akurugu say I will show you. And all ye this just to, but in any case, La Bianca Asemia Yeke, over Ekroma Hanoma, Ekofo the Roma back Roman Hanum, and they give them exemptions. How much to me more exemptions? And also, I can't say. They give some of Nkofo Hanoma, almost shipping Roma back Roman Hanoma. And open for export and importers, they will tell you, say, sometimes they give them exemptions. Mamina Juma, they back containers in Quad, the back Roman Hanomono. Or Franco for Jumano, me see, or Franco for and looking at and Roma or the Bois country, no. Sometimes, say, there is even post clearance audit on some of these things. Say, who dada, GRE, and our customs. Say, Adiano, who to duty say. Not later on, I'm finding out in the market, say, who to your mother. They have 5 years. They can investigate you. And you be our lapses be a womubiano or met me ajo. It's my minico aqua to Asasicano to special prosecutor. No, it's not a bad thing. GRA phone almost say be almost this scanning from Honum. And on aqua cotia. What is wrong with that? Omupin mo chromo hanum, Omukran Rama the back chromo hanum.
Adam and Kaka point.
And go for crack and Rama back chromo hanum. No more exemptions. Omutia duty be and also you can't say. Mamino yen a Jumana. Odi enoma back Roman Hanoma or Franco for Jumano. That's what what is wrong with that?
We are being emotional.
And I made sure say, maybe my can crown and say, Akurugu or the Canada Mano appealing.
It's not about a man for baby. Papa, ya, me kaise Papa B. Obekaya, Papa Bino, ye MP. Almost in this way, the morning with Juma. And almost sentence, no. Papa no
America dinana.
Papa no nipa na offshore mo hanum saying. Omo ana omo nye aduane because of they survive because of that man. But say omo che no sentence no. I am not saying this woman, I mean, my many are guilty. But you see the way I can no my adwuma no I this no I that why this why do we do this to ourselves?
As in no for MP so.
And I make us say. And I make us say. And
no for MP so.
Mama no Abuga Pele. Onyo boni bia. Oba mama no onyo boni bia o. Owi aban. Mo say ensan ko tua sika bi. And mama na kwa ko tua sika. It is kana wa kwa ko tua do banana. So ka so fan ba and a different. Felix. Nkofo bi okromo hanoma. And they are exempted from paying duties. What do you say about that? What do you say about that?
Tax exemption.
It is tax exemption law.
Parliament.
And yes, my minute you have that table no so no.
So share my minute issue na babeda.
What to yes kana?
Time if ye man or sa advance ruling once am no kurapo. No a council of state whatever. And so a board member war. Gapo.
Into one go to
and all these things. The thing is so melty.
I go to what you are
agenti and a man nipa.
What you are that is the bottom line. It's in
Master Chrissy. Mbasa me dey 1 minute e clarify nyama bi a Benghazi kan enye no. O say o man panyin dada e say onti o. Enye no kore. Kumasi e wo eyi the famous Chief Palace Asante Hene and omobo nyum that the lumba nyum mint you bia and on Asante Hene esai and amu use say on tube and don't you bia no that o can against o man penyin dada na o can against Asante only me no sai what you say into Asante Hene so on tube bia right
bia ni nchire
and omo just sai because na ye nyum that is baby o kan that is asano.
Oh,
you are shifting goalposts. Who can we achieve? No, what 10 1 no, no, what 10 1. And they told me, no. Or call Harvard and Pa. Or command lectures. True to say, if we are seeing due to COVID, it's a fact. Especially Africa, it's a fact. But African countries, no, omu yeden, omu bo omu modern, omu nyin gradually. But Ghana ye new, ye dropping slow because. Na inflation no if 19 fast but me consider nimpo na inflation ya 19 if 19 about 23 21 if 20 about 23 if 20 about 27 if 20 about 29 if 21 about 32 31.7 32 and we are not growing and we no my opinion that the eka and the COVID by ya ma iska no match ama munkrofo ye were mo vice chairman oba our contested parliamentary parliament. Omuma no 100,000 Ghana from the COVID fund. Omuma no 50,000 Ghana say being a candidate one. And almost man 50.
Finance minister called parliament, you know, they're not He has rendered an account of the COVID funds. And you are now factoring 100,000 from who?
The woman said it.
From who? Sir, from the COVID
from
fund.
Northern region. What's the constituency?
Adama,
the woman came and had the
video. Don't do that to our listeners. Don't do that to our listeners.
Our listeners are aware.
Don't do that to our listeners.
It's an old story.
I'm just from the COVID funds. Don't do that.
COVID hit by
yes, sir.
COVID fund na omo channel. Also one put in application. The man 50,000 for being candidate and the man 50,000 for being vice 100,000. What do I say? And to say na mu misuse COVID no. And tama corona ye thing. And to no and na on my opinion that eka. But and yes as corona nye din odebi. And anything that they be a refer mo say your neighboring countries here. I then Ghana Kwana COVID Johnny ya beto mo boom and I didn't say na maybe
but I am the say Adam I am the say what you have to me say President Mahama Kwabu chire no